The remaining cultivators of Essence Reversion Sect and Black Ice Valley were scared out of their wits and dispersed. However, no matter how fast those cultivators were, they could not compare to the white-robed girl's divine dragon body. Before they could escape from the abyss, they were all killed by the white-robed girl. After killing the 2 Grade 5 Earth Immortals, Suzimo did not attack again. Instead, he removed the storage bags on their waists and checked them before putting them away. Before long, the white-robed girl returned, still in the combat state of the dragon race. She glared at Suzimo with her gigantic dragon eyes with a guarded expression. Suzimo ignored her and continued cleaning up the battlefield, collecting the storage bags of the remaining cultivators. "They're mine if you don't want them." He dangled the storage bags in his hands. "Humph," the white-robed girl said angrily. "I don't want these despicable and dirty storage bags of humans." Suzimo pouted slightly and put away the storage bags in his hands, asking, "This is the heavenly world and you claim to be from the dragon world. However, from what I know, there's an endless sea of stars between the 2 worlds. You're only at level 1 Earth Essence Realm. How did you cross the starry skies?" One had to be at the Heaven Essence Realm at the very least to cross the starry skies. Theoretically, one could travel through the starry skies after become a Heaven Immortal expert. It was similar to crossing the starry skies from the Dragon Abyss Star to Divine Firmament Mainland. However, to cross the starry skies of 2 worlds, even Heaven Immortal experts would most likely die if they attempted that. Even the starry skies between the 2 closest worlds were unimaginably vast. Given the speed of Heaven Immortal experts, it would take countless years to cross it. In this vast starry skies, danger was ubiquitous and omnipresent. In this starry skies, there were countless dangerous secret grounds that could be a lake, a dark forest, or a black hole. There were all sorts of living beings in the starry skies as well. Any single living being could kill Heaven Immortal experts with ease. Therefore, it was almost impossible for Heaven Immortal experts to cross the starry skies between the 2 worlds. Only by entering the Perfected One realm and condensing a Tao fruit to become a Perfected Immortal would one be able to protect themselves when crossing the starry skies. Therefore, when he heard that the white-robed girl came from the dragon world, Suzimo could not imagine that a level 1 Earth Essence Realm dragon could come to the heavenly world. "I naturally have my ways. Why should I tell you?" the white-robed girl said and glared at Suzimo fixedly, her eyes still filled with hostility and caution. Suzimo glared at the white-robed girl. "Little girl, I saved you. Why are you looking at me like that? My mother told me that you people of the foreign races are despicable, shameless, and cunning," the white-robed girl said. "Who knows if you'll want to capture me like those people after saving me?" Suzimo laughed. "If I wanted to capture you, would you be able to defend? I killed the 2 Grade 5 Earth Immortals earlier on." "Humph." The white-robed girl raised her dragon head slightly and said proudly, "I'm already in the combat form of the dragon race right now. I'm not afraid of you at all." She bared her dragon teeth at Suzimo and said pretentiously, "You're only a Grade 4 Earth Immortal as well. Didn't you see the Grade 4 Earth Immortals who died under my claws earlier on?" "You brat." Suzimo sneered. "Seems like I've got to teach you a lesson." The moment he said that, Suzimo suddenly extended his palm and released the Great Chaos Essence palm in midair, slapping down on the white-robed girl's head. "Bad person. You truly harbor evil intentions." The white-robed girl was enraged and roared. Opening her dragon head, she revealed a row of sharp and menacing dragon teeth and bit towards Suzimo's palm. Although the white-robed girl attacked, she held back and did not aim to kill. In her heart, no matter what, this drunkard had just saved her. Just as Suzimo's palm was about to land in the white-robed girl's dragon mouth, his body swayed and he suddenly vanished. By the time Suzimo reappeared, he was already behind the white-robed girl. True Dragon 9 flashes. Suzimo pressed his palm on the white-robed girl's head and power burst forth. The white-robed girl shuddered and her bloodline was suppressed. Her massive dragon body shrank uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, she reverted to her human form and stood beside Suzimo, half a body shorter. At that moment, Suzimo's palm hovered above her head. As long as he exerted strength in his palm, he could kill her with a single thought. Seemingly shocked, the white-robed girl froze on the spot in disbelief. "Are you scared?" Suzimo rubbed the white-robed girl's head gently. "Don't be afraid. I have some ties with the dragon race and won't hurt you." "Ah!" Suddenly, the white-robed girl shrieked and grabbed Suzimo's hand. She blinked repeatedly and looked at Suzimo, stuttering. How do you know such a secret skill?" That was clearly True Dragon 9 flashes. Suzimo interrupted the white-robed girl with a fake smile. "That's a secret skill exclusive to the dragon race." The white-robed girl said, "How is that possible? Are you a dragon? Let me see." As she said that, the white-robed girl peeled off Suzimo's clothes and inched over to take a look and smell. Suzimo pushed her away hurriedly. "I'm not a dragon." Although his essence spirit was fused with the dragon phoenix essence spirit, he could not be considered as a dragon. Suzimo changed the topic and asked, "Why did you come so far to the Dragon Abyss Star?" When the white-robed girl saw Suzimo use the True Dragon 9 flashes, she let down her guard completely and even felt a sense of familiarity. It felt as though she had encountered her clansmen in another world. Earlier on, she was still shouting about killing. In the blink of an eye, she forgot about it and looked at Suzimo curiously. The white-robed girl said, "A senior of the dragon race once died here. I snuck here to retrieve his corpse and treasures." "Oh!" Suzimo's heart skipped a beat as he asked, "What lineage was this senior of the dragon race from?" "The horned dragon," the white-robed girl said. "This senior was extremely powerful back then and nearly entered the Grotto Heaven realm." Suzimo knew that the horned dragon that the white-robed girl was referring to was most likely the one he had seen. "I know where this senior of the dragon race is buried," Suzimo pondered for a moment. "However, I was the one who discovered this place first. There has to be an order of priority between us." "Huh!" the white-robed girl exclaimed softly, unable to conceal her disappointment. Suzimo thought for a moment and continued, "Since this is the burial ground of your senior of the dragon race, I only want a portion of the treasures inside." "For real?" The white-robed girl's sadness turned into joy and she was delighted. "However, there's a condition." Suzimo changed the topic. "If you encounter a dragon who ascended to the dragon world from Tianhuang mainland when you return to the dragon world, I hope you can take good care of him. His name is Long Ran." 2082 Dragon Horn. Suzimo did not know much about the dragon world and the white-robed girl. However, since the white-robed girl could cultivate to the earth essence realm at such a young age, she definitely had sufficient cultivation resources. Furthermore, the white-robed girl might have some status to be able to cross the starry skies from the dragon world to the heavenly world and even know the secret of the place where the horned dragon died. If he were to abandon some treasures so that Long Ran could be taken care of and have a better living environment with the chance to cultivate and grow, Suzimo would not hesitate. Back at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, his inner core was only able to recover thanks to Long Ran's blood. Later on, it was also because of Long Ran that the dragon true body was formed. "Long Ran," the white-robed girl murmured. "All right, I'll remember it." Pausing for a moment, she continued, "However, you don't have to worry either. Although there are many prejudices against dragons who ascend from the lower worlds in the dragon world, unlike other worlds, they won't give living beings of the lower worlds almost no room to grow and survive." Suzimo was silent. Even a young dragon far away in the dragon world knew about the environment of the heavenly world. It was clear that such an environment had been formed for a long time. In that long period of time, countless living beings of the lower worlds were buried in this land that they once yearned for. "Let's go." Suzimo led the white-robed girl towards the wall. The wall could block other cultivators. However, when Suzimo passed through it, it was like a water barrier with ripples. The stone wall did not obstruct the white-robed girl at all. Upon entering the space, the two of them saw the gigantic faint golden dragon skeleton. It was incomparably shocking and extended for thousands of kilometers. When she saw the dragon skeleton, the white-robed girl's petite body shuddered and her eyes reddened. As though she recalled something, she knelt on the ground slowly. Suzimo stood in silence. Although the white-robed girl did not say it explicitly, he could vaguely guess that the horned dragon that died here might have some intimate relationship with the girl. The white-robed girl knelt in front of the dragon skeleton and kowtowed repeatedly. Finally, she knelt on the ground and sobbed softly. After a long time, the white-robed girl stood up. "Let's go and take a look at the front?" Suzimo asked softly. "Yes." The white-robed girl sniffed and nodded. In the depths of this space, there was even a golden palace building. However, it was already dilapidated. More than 2,000 years ago, Suzimo wanted to explore this area but could not enter and was blocked outside. Now that he had cultivated to the Earth Essence realm, he returned and led the white-robed girl forward. Before long, he arrived at the spot where he was blocked previously. This time round, Suzimo felt a strong resistance once more. Given his cultivation realm, he could not cross it at all. That power far surpassed the Earth Essence realm. Even if he released his innate divine powers and all his trump cards, he could not fight against it. Suzimo had no choice but to stop. As for the white-robed girl behind him, her feet paused for a moment. Sensing the pressure from the other side, the dragon blood in her body circulated on its own. The resistance on her body suddenly vanished. The white-robed girl walked over quickly. However, Suzimo was still unable to advance and could only stand on the spot. Suzimo felt a little awkward. Prior to this, he had even discussed with this dragon girl that he could give her some treasures in exchange for a condition. But now he could not enter at all. The area ahead did not obstruct the dragon girl at all. In other words, even if there were any treasures ahead, it had nothing to do with him. As though she did not sense anything, the white-robed girl turned back and smiled at Suzimo. "It's fine. I'll go take a look and bring out the treasures. Just wait for me here." Suzimo coughed gently in agreement. Before long, the white-robed girl disappeared in the gigantic golden palace. Suzimo waited patiently outside. He assumed a lotus position and began cultivating. About half a day later, Suzimo's heart skipped a beat. As though he sensed something, he opened his eyes and looked over. The white-robed girl was already walking over. "How is it?" Suzimo stood up and asked casually. "Yes." The white-robed girl nodded and took out a horn that was half the height of a person from her storage bag. "I found this treasure of the dragon race." It was unknown what material the horn was made of, but its surface was filled with mysterious patterns. Suzimo merely glanced at it and felt his head spin. It was clear that the horn had an extraordinary background. However, the white-robed girl was not scheming or guarded at all and took it out in front of Suzimo just like that. Suzimo retracted his gaze hurriedly and composed himself. "Since it's a great treasure of the dragon race, hurry and put it away. Don't take it out for others to see." "Yes." The white-robed girl nodded and smiled. "I trust you. It's not like you're going to harm me." "I don't know your name yet," the white-robed girl asked again. "My name is Mo Ling," Suzimo said. The white-robed girl smiled. "My name is Long Li." As she said that, Long Li took out a storage bag and handed it to Suzimo. "Brother Mo Ling, these are some cultivation resources I found inside. Keep them." "MMM?" Suzimo opened his storage bag and his expression changed slightly when he scanned with his spirit consciousness. There were a total of 10 million essence spirit stones in the storage bag. Given Suzimo's current cultivation, he could absorb 10 essence spirit stones a day. The 10 million essence spirit stones were enough for him to cultivate for 3,000 years. That was an unimaginable wealth. Suzimo was hesitant. To be fair, he was the first to discover this space. However, it was clear that the owner of the space did not want outsiders to lay their hands on the treasures and cultivation resources in the depths, and that was why he was prevented from entering. The treasures inside had nothing to do with him. Even if Long Li did not give him any treasures, it was only right. "Brother Mo Ling, please accept it." Long Li stuffed his storage bag into Suzimo's embrace and smiled. "Don't forget, you even saved my life earlier on." Pausing for a moment, she raised her head slightly and said proudly, "My life is worth more than these essence spirit stones." "Humph. Thank you very much in that case." Suzimo pondered for a moment before putting away the storage bag. He wanted to cultivate as soon as possible, and the resources in the storage bag were extremely important to him. Right, what's that jade bottle? Suzimo pointed to a jade bottle in his storage bag and asked curiously. The jade bottle seemed to be used to store elixir pills. However, there shouldn't be any major essence condensation pills in the dragon race. Inside that jade bottle is a divine dragon pill. When we dragons cultivate, the pills we consume are very effective for our bodies, bloodlines, and even absorbing heaven and earth essence chi. Longley said. However, the requirement for one's body to consume the divine dragon pill is also very high. Brother Mo Ling, it's best if you cultivate to the heaven immortal realm before consuming this elixir pill. 2083 Seclusion. Once more Suzimo put away the divine dragon pill. On the other side, Longley beckoned gently and put away the dragon skeleton in her storage bag. The moment the dragon skeleton vanished, the space shook violently as well, as though it could collapse at any moment. Suzimo and Longley left hurriedly. Brother Mo Ling, I'm leaving. In midair, Longley smiled at Suzimo. If you have the chance to visit the dragon world in the future, remember to come and play with me. All right? Suzimo nodded. Longley waved goodbye and withdrew a dark golden spirit vessel from her storage bag. Ascending it, the runes on the spirit vessel intensified and formed a golden barrier that enveloped it to defend against the violent turbulence in the starry skies. Swoosh! A streak of light flashed and the spirit vessel vanished. The reason why Longley could cross the starry skies was because this star vessel could roughly determine the direction and defend against many dangers. Longley rode on the star vessel and shuttled through the galaxies. Before long, Longley seemed to have seen something and stopped the star vessel hurriedly. In the starry skies ahead, a figure stood. It was not tall and had a slender and graceful figure. Compared to the surrounding stars, it was like dust. However, that figure stood in the starry skies, as though it was stepping on the entire galaxy. The aura it emitted was even denser than the stars. If anyone were to look over, the first thing they would see would definitely not be the gigantic stars, but that figure. It was a silver-haired woman. She was not old and wore a long dress that was lined with a silver-white rhombus scale that shone faintly. The silver-haired woman was extremely beautiful and looked similar to Longley. Swoosh! In a flash, the silver-haired woman appeared in the star vessel. Mother! Longley averted her eyes and called out softly, not daring to meet the silver-haired woman's gaze. The silver-haired woman looked at Longley with a hint of reproach, anger, and relief in her eyes. I came to the heavenly world to visit an old friend. Initially, I didn't want to take you along because I was worried that you would be naughty and run around, the silver-haired woman reprimanded. How many times have I told you that it's dangerous outside, especially in another world? Your current cultivation realm is not high enough and you don't have the strength to protect yourself. If living beings of other races see you, will you still be alive? Mother, I know my mistake now. Longley shrank her neck and stuck out her tongue. The silver-haired woman heaved a sigh of relief and glared at Longley, saying angrily, Thankfully, you returned safely. If anything had happened to you, I would have definitely started a massacre in the heavenly world. Mother, stop talking about me. Look, Longley took out the gigantic horn from her storage bag. This is Father's belongings and is also an important legacy treasure of our dragon race. I found it. The silver-haired woman's gaze focused as she received the horn and caressed it gently with a conflicted expression. I've also brought Father's corpse back. Longley continued and her tone turned deeper. After a long silence, the silver-haired woman pulled Longley over gently and hugged her. Good child. I was worried about you earlier on and my tone was a little harsh. Mother, you're not angry anymore? Longley blinked. The silver-haired woman looked at the dragon horn in a daze, as though she recalled something from the past. Mother, if you're not angry, I'll tell you everything that happened. Longley recounted her encounter on the Dragon Abyss Star in detail. Initially, the silver-haired woman did not pay much attention. However, when she heard that Longley was in danger and was surrounded, her eyes were instantly covered by a layer of frost and killing intent surged. When she heard that someone had saved Longley, and brought her into that secret space before bidding farewell. The silver-haired woman's expression softened slightly. True Dragon 9 flashes? The silver-haired woman frowned. Long Li nodded repeatedly. It's absolutely true, I saw it clearly. This brother was only a grade 4 Earth immortal. What he used was the True Dragon 9 flashes. Mother, didn't you say that the True Dragon 9 flashes is a secret of the dragon race? Why could Brother Mo Ling cultivate it? Furthermore, he's a human. The silver-haired woman murmured softly, even for the dragon race, one has to cultivate to become a true dragon before they are qualified to cultivate it. It's extremely difficult for anyone beneath the true dragon realm to cultivate this secret skill. That's why this secret skill is called the True Dragon 9 Flashes. This is also part of the reason why I've never imparted it to you, although I know it. Long Li was even more puzzled. That's strange. Even if Brother Mo Ling obtained this secret skill from father, he's only an Earth immortal and is a human. How did he manage to cultivate it successfully? Could it be? The silver-haired woman's heart skipped a beat. Mother, what did you think of? Long Li asked hurriedly. The silver-haired woman shook her head gently. For the taboo dragon phoenix, there's no restriction on the cultivation realm and they can cultivate it at any moment. However, the person you mentioned can't possibly be a taboo. Forget it. Let's not think about it anymore. Long Li smiled. In any case, Brother Mo Ling is a good person. I snuck out this time round with merely a close shave and even made friends with a big brother of the human race. Humph, the silver-haired woman said. You're truly carefree to be able to smile despite the danger this time round. Once you return, enter seclusion for 1,000 years. Mother! Long Li let out a wail. The silver-haired woman controlled the star vessel and transformed into a streak of light, speeding into the distance and disappearing into the vast sea of stars before long. Dragon Abyss Star. After bidding farewell to Long Li, Su Zimo pondered for a moment and headed in a direction. Before long, he arrived at a faction. Snow Wind Ridge. Back when he first arrived in the upper world, he stayed here for more than 100 years. After more than 2,000 years, the power of Snow Wind Ridge had clearly expanded significantly compared to before. Its territory was wider and there were many cultivators. Everything was orderly and flourished. Su Zimo swept his spirit consciousness and enveloped the entire region of Snow Wind Ridge, sensing a few old friends from the past. Xia Qingying, Yu Hao, Duan Tianliang, Xin Fei. In more than 2,000 years, Su Zimo's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. However, on the Dragon Abyss Star, although the cultivation of Xia Qingying and the others improved, they maintained their original cultivation realms. It was not because they were not talented enough. Even if there were sufficient cultivation resources on the Dragon Abyss Star, it would take a long time to break through a realm, 10,000 years at the very least. The difference between them would only increase. Su Zimo's spirit consciousness was far superior to everyone from Snow Wind Ridge. Even when he scanned this place, he did not attract anyone's attention. Before leaving, Su Zimo left behind all the minor essence condensation pills in his storage bag and threw them outside Xia Qingying's secret cultivation chamber. Without appearing, he drifted away. When he saw that these old friends of the past were fine, he no longer had any attachments in his heart. Arriving at Dragon Abyss City, Su Zimo entered the teleportation formation and arrived at Solar Luna County. Thereafter, he traveled day and night continuously before returning to Astral Sect. He had obtained a large number of Essence Spirit Stones for this revisit and was prepared to continue cultivating in seclusion to advance his cultivation. 2084 before its owner aged 1,000 years had passed. The lower worlds. Outside a blue star, two figures stood in the vast void. It was a man and a woman. The man had black hair and purple robes. His face was handsome and his eyes were deep, as though they could see through the secrets of heaven and earth. Although he did not move, he had the aura of a lord looking down on the world. The woman was elegant and beautiful with skin as fair as snow. She wore a pale yellow robe. The robe was a little old and its color had even slightly faded to white. However, it could not conceal the dignified and graceful aura of the woman. The man and woman stood in midair. From afar, they looked like an immortal couple. For the past 1,000 years, Su Zimo brought Ji Yaoshui around many minor kiliocosms and saw many novel civilizations, various living beings and fascinating structures. Each time the two of them arrived at a minor kiliocosm, they would choose to integrate into it and transform into the appearances of natives to experience various lifestyles. Even after 1,000 years, the two of them had not explored all the billion minor kiliocosms. However, the two of them had seen and experienced too much in the past 1,000 years. It was novel and interesting to try out different lives. The only thing that did not change was that the two of them were always together. In a minor kiliocosm, Ji Yaoshui saw a civilization that was completely different from Tianhuang mainland. In that minor kiliocosm, humans were still weak. However, technology was extremely advanced and they controlled all sorts of large mechas to fight against various ferocious beasts. With Su Zimo's help, Ji Yaoshui managed to infiltrate the community with ease and attempted to control those massive and clumsy mechas to fight alongside other humans. That was an unprecedented experience. It was a civilization that had never been seen before either. Everything was new and interesting. In another minor kiliocosm, it was the world of magic. This was another cultivation civilization that was different from the immortal, Buddhist, fiend, and martial Taoists. In that small kiliocosm, there were all sorts of mages who could control the four elements of water, fire, wind, and earth to condense all sorts of powerful magic. Those magic had different types such as fire, frost, thunder, darkness, spatial. When cultivated to their limits, each of them could topple mountains and overturn seas, shaking the world. Some of the magic could even synthesize rocks into gold. In that minor kiliocosm, Ji Yaoshui became a female mage. Although she did not understand the Tao of magic, she could make use of dermic arts to deceive everyone. No matter what went wrong, Su Zimo would always take care of it. Some minor kiliocosms cultivated battle chi while others were filled with sword cultivators. There were also some minor kiliocosms that had almost no cultivation civilization. For example, there was almost no cultivation civilization on the blue star not far away from the two of them. Even if there were, the cultivators on this star had extremely low cultivation realms. In fact, there were very few people who managed to form a core. Su Zimo and Ji Yaoshui lived on this blue star for a period of time and even joined a college similar to the cultivation sects of Tianhuang mainland. However, the schools on this star did not impart any cultivation dermic formulations, but all sorts of knowledge. There were many moving iron chests on the star that could contain many people. Although the humans on this star could not fly on their own, they thought of various methods and developed many tools to help them soar in the skies. Here, the most mysterious thing was a little messenger object. Even if they were thousands of kilometers apart, two people could converse right away as though they were facing one another. On this star, the two of them were like a couple or bosom buddies. They enjoyed a pure love as they experienced this unique civilization and the emotions of mortals. The spirit chi here is too thin. Ji Yaoshui looked at the blue star. With such thin spirit chi, it's almost impossible to cultivate even if there are any dermic formulations. It's only logical that this star would develop such a civilization. Su Zimo nodded. However, in the history of this star, there was an era with rich spirit chi around hundreds of millions of years ago, known as the Cambrian period. From that period onwards, because of the rich spirit chi, the life on this star welcomed a big bang and gave birth to all sorts of living beings. Among them, there was no lack of gigantic and violent ferocious beasts. Su Zimo and Ji Yaoshui learned this knowledge from the schools on this star. However, due to a huge catastrophe, almost all the living beings on this star went extinct and the spirit chi gradually dried up. As the spirit chi thinned, the bodies of many living beings shrank gradually and eventually became like this. Su Zimo paused for a moment. However, in this land called China, there seemed to be some extraordinary cultivators who left traces in the pre-Qin era. Actually, it's good to live here, Ji Yaoshui smiled. Although there's no cultivation civilization here, there's no threat from other living ferocious beasts either. That's right. Su Zimo smiled and nodded as well. If there's no other threats, it's indeed not bad to live on this star. Su Zimo had different implications when he referred to other threats. In the history of this star, there was an almost apocalyptic catastrophe after the Cambrian period's Big Bang. Many scholars on this star had various guesses. Actually, in Su Zimo's opinion, that catastrophe was most likely because an expert broke through the seal of the worlds and descended here. The release of dermic arts and divine powers destroyed this minor kiliocosm. Desolate martial wishes to establish a Tao and impart martial arts to all living beings. Xianxia smiled. Why don't you leave the inheritance of the martial Tao on this star? Perhaps one day, when the spirit Qi here recovers, it will welcome a grand era where the martial Tao flourishes. Su Zimo pondered for a moment. All right. He touched his glabella gently and flicked his finger. A purple light streaked through the void like a meteor and landed on the blue star. I wonder who will be the fated person. Xianxia had a faint smile on her face. The two of them stood side by side and looked at the blue star in silence. Zimo? A long time later, Xianxia suddenly called out softly. Why? Su Zimo looked over. Xianxia lowered her head slightly and said softly, I'm tired. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Even after 1,000 years, Xianxia's cultivation had not broken through. This also meant that she did not have much lifespan left. For some unknown reason, after 1,000 years, Xianxia's face did not show any signs of aging, just like when they first met. However, her lifespan was coming to an end. Su Zimo looked at Xianxia and his eyes reddened. He opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something. However, he felt extremely terrible but could not say anything. The pale yellow robe that Xianxia was wearing was already very old. However, she had never changed and was still wearing it. Xianxia did not mention the reason and no one else could understand. Su Zimo was the only one who knew that this robe was personally refined for Xianxia back in the capital of Great Zhou. In the blink of an eye, 5,000 years had passed. Xianxia had always kept this robe by her side and had not abandoned it. Before its owner aged, the clothing had already lost its shade. 2085 wither a long time later. Let's go back. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo tried his best to reveal a relaxed smile. You've been out for so long. It's time for you to head back and take a look. Xianxia nodded slightly. A fox dies in its hole and a leaf lands at its roots. In the end, she still had to return to Tianhuang mainland. The two of them returned from the minor kiliocosm in silence the entire way. Su Zimo could sense that Xianxia's life force was getting weaker and her life was hanging by a thread. By the time she arrived at Tianhuang mainland, it was already difficult for her to stand on her own. She leaned against Su Zimo's side gently and sensed the familiar aura of this world. She stood in silence in a daze, deep in thought. To Great Zhou? Su Zimo asked softly. Xianxia raised her head and looked at Su Zimo, smiling. I've thought of a good place. Let's go there. Su Zimo looked at Xianxia's smile and blurted, Songlang Mountain Range? I knew you would guess correctly. Xianxia smiled gently. That was the place where they first met. All right. Su Zimo nodded and tore through the void with Xianxia, descending above Songlang Mountain Range. The moment he arrived, Su Zimo changed into a set of green robes. He swept his spirit consciousness and quickly located the cave where the two of them had been. Several thousand years had passed. The cave was filled with dust and no one had been here for a long time. Su Zimo's spirit consciousness moved slightly and he waved his sleeves gently, wiping away all the dust in the cave. He supported Xianxia and entered. We're back. Xianxia smiled gently and whispered. She looked around and an indescribable feeling surged in her heart. It seemed like joy but also sadness. Su Zimo felt Xianxia's body getting heavier. Initially, she could stand just by leaning against him gently. But now it was no longer possible. You must be tired. Let's rest for a while. When Su Zimo saw the fatigue on Xianxia's face, he supported her to lie down slowly so that she could lean against his embrace. Xianxia's face turned paler, and her breathing turned weaker while her eyelids became heavier. Su Zimo hugged her gently in silence. Although he was the eternal martial emperor and established the martial Tao, He could only watch helplessly as Ji Yaoxue was passing on. Ji Yaoxue lowered her head in a daze and closed her eyes gradually. She felt a deep sense of fatigue. She knew that she would never wake up again. All of a sudden, a drop of boiling water landed on her cheek, waking her up. Ji Yaoxue opened her eyes once more. There was a glint in her eyes and she had more strength in her body. Raising her palm, she caressed Su Zimo's cheek gently. "Zimo, you're crying." Su Zimo's eyes were red as he shook his head gently. "I don't want to sleep." "Zimo, talk to me," Ji Yaoxue said softly with a gentle gaze. "All right." Su Zimo spoke with a choked voice. "Zimo, you don't have to be too sad. Everyone has their own fates and it can't be forced. Just bury me here after I die. We have a shallow affinity in this lifetime, but I'm already satisfied with your 1,000 years of companionship. I know that even if everyone forgets about me, there will still be someone in this world who cares about me. I'm very happy. I'll be happy even after I die." Ji Yaoxue smiled with a sparkling tear in the corner of her eye. "Do you remember the first time we met?" Su Zimo endured the pain in his heart and recalled the past. "At that time, I did not have a spirit root and did not know anything. I held the snatched storage bag, but could not open it no matter how I tossed and turned." "I remember," Ji Yaoxue smiled. "You were so stupid back then." At the mention of the past by Su Zimo, Ji Yaoxue was invigorated as well. Initially, she could still converse with Su Zimo. However, as time passed by, Su Zimo was the one who spoke most of the time. She only replied occasionally and her voice became softer. Gradually, she stopped talking and merely smiled gently. She looked at Su Zimo with a hint of reluctance and nostalgia in her eyes. Ji Yaoxue closed her eyes slowly. In her eyes, Su Zimo's appearance gradually blurred, leaving only that upright green robe that was forever etched in her memories. Even if her soul was destroyed and she was reincarnated for all eternity, she would not forget it. Su Zimo hugged Ji Yaoxue and his voice paused for a moment, as though he sensed something. He could no longer sense Ji Yaoxue's life force or hear that gentle and pleasant voice. However, he did not dare to look down. His heart skipped a beat and he felt a lump in his throat. He could not help but take a deep breath and continue speaking, as though he hoped that the person in his embrace would respond. It did not matter if it was just a single word, sigh or his name, Zimo. Su Zimo muttered to himself for a long time. However, the cave was silent and his voice was the only thing that reverberated. Su Zimo hugged Ji Yaoxue in a daze. His voice weakened and his expression was adrift as images flashed before his eyes. "I'm Yaoxue of Azure Frost Sect. Thank you for saving me, fellow Taoist." At that time, the two of them first met. "Zimo, I've already said that we'll definitely meet again." At that time, a woman with an imperial edict conferred Su Hong the title of King of Yen. When she walked out of the carriage, she smiled at Su Zimo and the sky seemed to have lost its color. "Zimo, how is it?" Right in front of everyone in the palace of Great Zhou, the third princess of Great Zhou came before him and turned around gently, lifting her pale yellow dress. She blinked her bright eyes and smiled like a flower. "Zimo, today is your death anniversary. I'm here to visit you." Su Zimo could vaguely hear sobbing sounds coming from the Dragon Burial Valley. "I'm now the Empress of Great Zhou. In the palace, in front of others, I don't dare to and neither can I cry. This is the only place where I can cry without holding myself back. Zimo, you must not laugh at me." "Zimo, don't worry. I've already hid Mr. Su Hong. Unless I die, nobody will be able to find him. It's just that Dragon Burial Valley, an unlucky place. Countless experts had been buried in the past 10,000 years. Back then, countless living beings wanted nothing more than to avoid it. However, a woman ignored the danger and crossed the Great Qian ruins and the encirclement of countless otherworldly soldiers to pay her respects at the Dragon Burial Valley. The woman stood by the Dragon Burial Valley and spent an entire day chatting. For a full 20 years, she visited on the same day every year without stopping. But now, this woman was lying in his embrace and would never wake up. Su Zimo lowered his head slowly and looked over. Ji Yaoxue laid quietly in his embrace. Her skin was fair and she was quiet and peaceful with a smile on her lips, resembling a young girl deep in slumber. Instantly, Su Zimo could not contain his sadness and tears streamed down his face. 2086 Chi Deviation Heavenly World, Divine Firmament Immortal Domain, Solar Luna County, Astral Sect, Main Peak Alcade. Xia Tianfeng, Lin Ming, Zuozhuxian and Shangguanqian were gathered together, chatting casually. Zuozhuxian said, "Given a quick count, it's been more than 2,000 years since we joined Astral Sect." "That's right," Shangguanqian said. "Apart from fellow Taoist Wang Yu, the four of us have not broken through in more than 2,000 years. When Wang Yu joined the sect, his cultivation realm was already lower than ours. It's normal for him to break through." Xia Tianfeng pouted his lips in disdain at the mention of Wang Yu. After more than 2,000 years, Xia Tianfeng and Lin Ming were still Grade 7 Earth Immortals. Zuozhuxian and Shangguanqian were still Grade 8 Earth Immortals as well. The four of them were indifferent to this situation. In the upper world, at their cultivation realm, it would be increasingly difficult to advance further and the time required would be extremely long, easily 10,000 years at a time. That was the reason why the four of them were so shocked when they heard that the drunkard named Mo Ling had advanced 3 levels in 1,500 years. As for Xia Tianfeng, Lin Ming and Zuozhuxian, they even sent cultivators to target Su Zimo. However, none of them gained anything. The Zhuo family even lost a Grade 6 Earth Immortal. Lin Ming said, "Wang Yu has already returned to his family clan with the Wang clansmen a few hundred years ago. When do the three of you intend to return? I've been here for more than 2,000 years. It's almost time," Xia Tianfeng mumbled. "The secret skill inheritance of Astral Sect seems like an illusory legend to me. Countless cultivators have been here all these years, but none of them have seen any traces of secret skills. Actually, the successors of the 5 family clans would only take around 2,000 years to train in Astral Sect. But now, Xia Tianfeng and the other 3 had stayed here for an additional 500 years. However, the reason why the 4 of them lingered was different. I think it's useless to continue wasting time here. The inheritance of Astral Sect might be a scam. I might as well return to my family clan as soon as possible." Lin Ming turned to Shangguanqian and asked, "Fellow Taoist Shangguan, what do you think?" Shangguanqian frowned slightly and was hesitant. To be honest, she no longer had much patience after spending so much time here. She was merely waiting for the drunkard to come out of seclusion out of curiosity. However, after such a long time, her curiosity was mostly exhausted as well. "All right," Shangguanqian nodded. "I'll prepare and head back in a few days." "Great. We can travel together." Xia Tianfeng laughed as well. Thereafter, he looked askance at Zuozhuxian and asked, "Fellow Taoist Zhuo, aren't you going to send a notice and leave together with us? I still want to cultivate here for a period of time." "You guys can leave first." Zuozhuxian smiled gently. Those words were unexpected. Both Xia Tianfeng and Lin Ming thought that the reason why Zuozhuxian stayed in Astral Sect was because of Shangguanqian. Now that Shangguanqian was prepared to leave, it was indeed strange that Zuozhuxian wanted to continue wasting time in Astral Sect. Xia Tianfeng cupped fists and said in a strange manner, "In that case, good luck in obtaining that secret skill inheritance in Astral Sect, fellow Taoist Zhuo." "Sure thing." Zuozhuxian smiled gently, unconcerned. Boom! Suddenly, a loud bang sounded from a cave abode on Main Peak Alcade. The expressions of the 4 of them changed as they looked in the direction of the sound. The stone door of a cave abode was shattered by a tremendous force within and countless gravel burst forth, causing dust to billow and spread. Zuozhuxian's eyes lit up when he saw the cave abode. Lin Ming frowned slightly and suddenly said, "That is the cave abode of that drunkard. This person sure is patient. He's finally out after 1,000 years of seclusion." Xia Tianfeng sneered. "Let's go and take a look as well. Perhaps he has broken through again after another 1,000 years of seclusion." Shangguanqian and the other 3 soared into the air and arrived before the cave abode in the blink of an eye. Gazing over, amidst the dust clouds, a tall figure walked out slowly. It was the drunkard. However, This drunkard was no longer as tipsy and crazy as when they first met. Instead, his expression was unusually terrible without any color. The drunkard looked ahead with a hollow gaze, as though he did not see Xianxia and the other three at all. All four of them could tell that something was amiss with the drunkard. The four of them scanned the drunkard with their spirit consciousnesses, and their expressions changed slightly. Grade 5 Earth Immortal. This drunkard had broken through once more after entering seclusion. Xianxia and the other three were all geniuses of the major families. Although their cultivation had improved after more than 2,000 years, they had not reached the level of a breakthrough. However, this drunkard had advanced from a Grade 1 Earth Immortal to a Grade 5 Earth Immortal. Even the top princes of the three immortal kingdoms and the paragons of the major sects could not reach this cultivation speed. Something's not right. Suddenly, Zhuxian frowned and murmured in confusion, Grade 6 Earth Immortal? The other three sensed something unusual as well. The drunkard's cultivation realm was not stable. One moment he was at the peak of the Grade 5 Earth Immortal realm. The next moment he was at the Grade 6 Earth Immortal realm. The aura of the drunkard fluctuated continuously as well. The drunkard did not seem to sense the abnormality in his body and continued walking forward. Suddenly, the drunkard paused in his tracks and spat out a mouthful of blood with a tragic expression. As for his cultivation realm, it gradually stabilized at the peak of a Grade 5 Earth Immortal. Ha 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 ha! Suddenly, Xia Tianfeng reared his head in laughter. To think that you would end up in qi deviation and fail your breakthrough. If one's cultivation realm increases too quickly and their foundation is weak, this will be the outcome. Linming sneered as well. If you don't have that talent, don't even think about accomplishing it overnight. This is the limit of your accomplishments in this lifetime. Xianxia shook her head gently and sighed internally. With this failed breakthrough, even the drunkard's Tao heart seemed to have suffered a problem. It was most likely going to be difficult for his cultivation to advance in the future. However, Xianxia could not understand. Could it be as Lin Ming had said? Was it because this drunkard had cultivated too quickly and his foundation was unstable, leading to his qi deviation and failed breakthrough? Or was it because of some other reason? The drunkard walked past the four of them and arrived at a green stone at the edge of the cliff. He sat on it and looked into the distance in a daze. Xianxia looked into the drunkard's eyes. There was no hint of intoxication in the drunkard's eyes. Instead, Xianxia could vaguely see an irreconcilable sadness in those eyes that moved her. For some unknown reason, Xianxia felt her heart wrench at the sight of this drunkard. Zhuxian remained silent, but a cold smile appeared on his face. He did not care if the drunkard suffered from qi deviation or his Tao heart was damaged. What he wanted was the treasure in the drunkard's possession. Despite this current failed breakthrough, it helped him raise 4 levels in just 2,000 years. He had to get his hands on such a treasure. 2087 Exalted Mystic Spirit Big Dipper True Sutra Main Peak Alcade. On the green stone in front of the cave abode. Su Zimo sat on it and looked into the distance. Xianxia and the others were not wrong. He had indeed failed his breakthrough and entered qi deviation. At that time, when he was about to break through to become a Grade 6 Earth Immortal, he received news from the martial Tao Prime body. Yaoxue had passed away. Although the two true bodies were independent, at that single moment, an uncontrollable sadness burst forth from Su Zimo's heart. Right now, his Tao heart was shaken. At such a critical juncture, if one's Tao heart was unstable, there would definitely be a huge problem with their cultivation. Thereafter, they would enter qi deviation and fail their breakthrough. Actually, if Ji Yaoshua's cultivation could not increase, this day would definitely come. Su Zimo had thought about it as well. However, he had not expected that when the day truly arrived, it would still be difficult for him to accept it. Ever since Su Hong passed away, he had never felt such pain. Although he was not fated to be Ji Yaoshua's Tao companion, her status in his heart was irreplaceable. Cultivators should have severed their mortal ties long ago and should be indifferent towards the 7 emotions and 6 desires. The cycle of life, aging, illness, and death was also a natural law. Furthermore, Ji Yaoshua left with a smile without any regrets. However, when he heard the news, Su Zimo could not let it go. If he failed his breakthrough, so be it. If his Tao heart was unstable, so be it. At that moment, Su Zimo did not think about anything. He merely sat on the green stone and looked into the distance, thinking about the woman in the pale yellow robe in a daze. Even Xianxia and the other three could sense the sadness emanating from Su Zimo. The sadness gradually dissipated, as though it formed an aura around Su Zimo that slowly fused into Main Peak Alcade. Immediately after, Main Peak Alcade emanated a sorrowful emotion that resonated with the aura around Su Zimo. Boom! Suddenly, Main Peak Alcade shook and released a blinding starlight that connected heaven and earth, shooting into the clouds and causing the world to tremble. Xianxia and the other three were shocked and looked up instinctively. Above the firmaments, a gigantic star gradually appeared at the end of the starlight and became clearer. The star was surrounded by countless stars. It was daytime right now. However, the appearance of the gigantic star that scattered starlight caused the skies to darken. What's going on? Stunned, Xia Tianfeng asked instinctively. As though he recalled something, Lin Ming's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Could it be that the secret skill inheritance of Astral Sect has appeared?" Upon hearing that, Xianxia and Zhujuxuan's hearts skipped a beat. From the looks of it, it was possible. They were not the only ones. Even the sect master of Astral Sect, elders and grand elders came out of seclusion and appeared in midair. The brightest star in the skies should be the Alcade star. To think that this Main Peak Alcade would be able to connect to the Alcade star in the firmaments. Could it be that the inheritance of that cultivation technique is truly going to reappear in the divine firmament? The sect master of Astral Sect had a grim expression as he looked at the phenomenon in the skies and clenched his fists. He was not certain what that phenomenon was either. However, such a phenomenon had never appeared in the history of Astral Sect. Suddenly, Main Peak Mizar that was right beside Main Peak Alcade swayed slightly as well, emitting a stream of starlight that soared into the skies. Thereafter, a gigantic star appeared at the end of the starlight. The Mizar star. Resplendent stars gradually appeared around the Mizar star and circled around it, scattering endless starlight. Boom! Main Peak Alioth shook and a third starlight burst forth, connecting to a third star in the firmaments. Boom! A fourth starlight surged into the skies. The Migres star appeared. Boom! A fifth starlight connected heaven and earth. The Fecta star appeared. Boom! A sixth starlight shot into the clouds. The Merak star appeared. Boom! The final Main Peak shook and released a gigantic starlight that entered the starry skies, causing the seventh star to appear. It was the Dubhe star. The 7 stars appeared in the firmaments and were incomparably huge. They radiated brightly as though they were inches away, and the surrounding starlight shone continuously. Daylight faded and the night skies descended. The 7 main peaks of Astral Sect caused a change in the weather, causing day to vanish and stars to appear. At that moment, everyone realized that the legendary inheritance of Astral Sect was about to be born. However, no one knew who would be the lucky one. All the cultivators of Astral Sect, including the sect master, were secretly circulating many astral immortal arts, wanting to attract starlight into their bodies. Even Xianxia and the other 3 on Main Peak Alcade looked at the starry skies fixedly with nervous expressions. They secretly circulated some immortal art incantations of Astral Sect, wanting to connect to the starry skies and obtain the inheritance. The 4 of them did not realize what caused the phenomenon before them. Beside the 4 of them, someone was still sitting on the green stone motionlessly, looking into the distance. He did not look up at the starry skies, as though he did not take it to heart. At that moment, Xianxia had just passed away, and Su Zimo was indeed in no mood to think about anything else. He felt that nothing was important in this world. So what if he obtained the inheritance of Astral Sect? He still could not revive his kin. Suddenly, a sigh sounded in Su Zimo's mind. After so many years, someone has finally awakened me. Su Zimo did not move or reply. Back then, I died here and left behind a remnant consciousness, wanting to leave my inheritance behind. The voice continued. However, Anyone who wanted to obtain my inheritance had to let me sense the same pain I once experienced. Unfortunately, no one has been able to wake me up after so many years. Su Zimo merely felt that the voice in his mind was a little noisy and wanted him to leave as soon as possible. Most cultivators sever their mortal fates and are indifferent to life and death. It's not easy to meet someone as sentimental as you. The lifespan of cultivators of the upper world was easily several 100,000 years. During this period of time, every cultivator experienced countless life and death situations. As such, they were naturally indifferent towards the pain of parting. Furthermore, if one wanted to advance their cultivation, they had to stabilize their Tao heart and sever all emotions and desires as much as possible. Otherwise, it would be easy for them to enter Qi deviation and encounter the same situation as Su Zimo in seclusion. The reason why I came to the heavenly world's divine firmament in the past was because I lost my beloved and was devastated. It's fate that you're able to awaken me today, the voice said slowly. However, you're not from my astral world. I can only impart half of the exalted mystic spirit Big Dipper True Sutra to you. On account of my ancestral teachings, I can't leave the Big Dipper secret skill within for you. 2088 Ambush. Is this the so-called secret skill of astral sect? Su Zimo only reacted slightly after the remnant consciousness spoke for a long time. However, there was still no joy in his heart. Now that Xianxia had passed away, so what if he obtained the exalted mystic spirit Big Dipper True Sutra? Su Zimo merely felt that the scene before him was a little mocking. Throughout history, countless cultivators had racked their brains for the secret skill of astral sect. However, the cultivators who arrived were all obsessed and could not resonate with the mental state of this expert of the astral world. Instead, Su Zimo awakened this remnant consciousness because he lost Xianxia and obtained the exalted mystic spirit Big Dipper True Sutra. This gain and loss seemed to be a freak coincidence. Su Zimo still could not break free from the sadness of parting within a short period of time. Even though he had obtained the secret skill inheritance, he was disinterested. Although I can impart the Big Dipper secret skill to you, there are a total of 7 levels to the exalted mystic spirit Big Dipper True Sutra. If you can comprehend it to its limits, you'll definitely be able to dominate a region and reign over everyone of the same cultivation realm. When the remnant consciousness saw that Su Zimo was not in high spirits, it thought that he was looking down on this astral cultivation technique and could not help but sound proud. Suddenly, a large number of complicated and mysterious sutras surged into Su Zimo's consciousness, causing his consciousness to be in chaos. Immediately after, starlight shone brightly in the firmaments. A gigantic starlight beam burst forth from the Alcade star and landed on Su Zimo. Thereafter, endless starlight scattered from the star region surrounding the Alcade star and surged into Su Zimo's body. The green lotus true body shuddered gently and starlight surged from his orifices, illuminating the stars in the firmaments. Su Zimo felt an unimaginable power surge into his body from his orifices, tempering his body continuously. The power in his body was also rising gradually. The remnant consciousness's voice sounded in Su Zimo's mind once more with a hint of confusion. Your body seems to be creation green lotus. The remnant consciousness's voice carried a hint of shock. Even with his experience, he had never thought that someone could fuse with the creation green lotus to form such a perfect body of flesh and blood. Under normal circumstances, although you obtained the Sutra of the Exalted Mystic Spirit Big Dipper True Sutra, you can only cultivate in seclusion on your own if you want to succeed. Who knows how much time you'll have to spend. However, you're the creation green lotus and your body can accommodate sufficient starlight. In a short period of time, you'll be able to cultivate to level 1 of the Exalted Mystic Spirit Big Dipper True Sutra and condense the Mystic Spirit Big Dipper diagram. The remnant consciousness sounded excited. On the other side, many cultivators of astral sect witnessed the same shocking scene. On a green stone on Main Peak Alcade, a tall cultivator was bathed in starlight that was resplendent. He seemed to have transformed into a gigantic star that shone brighter and brighter. That person obtained the inheritance. Who is that? I think his name is Mo Ling and he likes to drink. He joined the sect more than 2,000 years ago, Astral Sect Master, Astral Rain, had a conflicted expression and sighed gently. I guess I don't have any regrets now that I'm able to witness the reappearance of this cultivation technique in my lifetime. Xianxia and the other three who were closest to Su Zimo had their own thoughts as well. Xianxia was the first person to notice that Su Zimo was a little strange. Now, it was proven that she was not wrong back then. If Mo Ling obtained the inheritance of the cultivation technique, he would definitely become one of the most renowned paragons of divine firmament mainland in the future. She had to try her best to get her hands on him, and it would be best if she could join her family clan. Xianxia pondered to herself and suddenly thought of something, blushing slightly. Zhuxian looked at the figure not far away and narrowed his eyes. His gaze was cold and sinister, as though he was plotting something. At the side, Xia Tianfeng rubbed his chin with a dark expression and a hint of jealousy in his eyes. Suddenly, he withdrew a flying sword from his storage bag and it hovered in midair. Humph, Xia Tianfeng said coldly. If I can't get my hands on it, no one else can either. On the other side, Lin Ming seemed to have sensed something and condensed a greater divine power as well, targeting it towards Su Zimo, who was obtaining his inheritance not far away. When they saw that, Astral Sect Master, Astral Rain, and the others were shocked. Although they were heaven immortals, they were too far away and would not be able to make it in time even if they intervened. If the inheritance process was destroyed, this cultivation technique would be lost completely. All the Astral Sect cultivators had different expressions. Some people lamented, some shook their heads, some sneered, and some gloated. Clang! Bang! Suddenly, a flying sword on the other side knocked Xia Tianfeng's flying sword away. Sparks flew and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Right on the heels of that, a figure appeared not far away from Su Zimo. It condensed a greater divine power and collided with Lin Ming's divine power with a loud bang. That figure had intervened in time and had even managed to negate the attacks of Xia Tianfeng and Lin Ming. It was Xianxia. Among everyone present, Xianxia and Zhuxian were the only ones who could intervene in time. Fellow Taoist Xianguan, you. Xia Tianfeng was indignant when he saw that all his efforts were in vain. Instinctively, he took a step forward and clenched his fists with widened eyes. What are the two of you doing? Xianguanqian's expression was unfriendly as she looked at Xia Tianfeng and Lin Ming, saying coldly, "Isn't it too despicable to attack now?" Humph! Although Lin Ming was courting Xianguanqian, he was enraged when he saw that and could not help but snort coldly. Xianguanqian was a grade 8 Earth Immortal and was a realm above the two of them. Xia Tianfeng and Lin Ming knew that they would not stand a chance if Xianguanqian stood in their way. Furthermore, the sect master of Astral Sect and many elders had already descended. Sitting on the green stone, although Su Zimo was receiving the inheritance, he could still clearly sense everything that was happening around him. Eh? The remnant consciousness seemed to have sensed something and exclaimed softly, "This auspicious jade in the hands of your essence spirit." Endless starlight scattered and surged into Su Zimo's orifices. A portion of the starlight also surged into a bead at the front of the auspicious jade. The starlight circled around the bead and flowed out, turning even more condensed and rich as it surged into Su Zimo's orifices. To think that you would possess such a treasure. The remnant consciousness was shocked. Even Dai, you did not know about the changes to the creation green lotus later on. As such, this king of the astral world naturally did not know about the Trinity auspicious jade. Ha 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 ha. Immediately, the remnant consciousness burst into laughter. With the help of such a treasure, you can cultivate to level 2 of the Exalted Mystic Spirit Big Dipper True Sutra after the inheritance is over. With the help of the Mystic Spirit Big Dipper diagram, the power of 2-star regions will converge into you alongside thousands of stars, causing your combat strength to double. Coupled with your Green Lotus True Body, you can even challenge grade 7 Earth Immortals. Su Zimo was distracted and did not listen to what the remnant consciousness was saying, nor did he reply. What the remnant consciousness did not know was that even without the Mystic Spirit Big Dipper diagram, given Su Zimo's current capabilities, he could even kill grade 8 Earth Immortals, let alone challenge grade 7 Earth Immortals. 2089 Eye of the Storm, even for paragons of our astral world. It's extremely difficult for them to cultivate to level 7 of the exalted mystic spirit Big Dipper True Sutra. The remnant consciousness said, however, with a treasure like the auspicious jade, there's a chance you can cultivate this true sutra to its peak. At that time, condensing a complete mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram will trigger the power of all 7 star regions, and it will be enough to increase your combat strength by 7 times, allowing you to look down on everyone of the same cultivation realm. As time passed by, the starlight that the green lotus true body could absorb was gradually saturated and reached its limits. The aura of the remnant consciousness became weaker and could dissipate at any moment. Unfortunately, something happened to you just now, and there's a problem with your Tao heart. The remnant consciousness continued. Otherwise, absorbing the starlight of 2-star regions will be enough to raise your cultivation to the peak of a grade 6 Earth Immortal. At that moment, the inheritance was about to end. However, Su Zimo's cultivation realm was still at grade 5 Earth Immortal, and he showed no signs of breaking through. For cultivators, damage to their Tao heart was extremely serious. If they could not repair it, it would be difficult for their cultivation to advance in the future. Warner, I'm coming to see you. The remnant consciousness murmured and dissipated silently. The final trace of this astral world expert in the upper world vanished as well. The starlight in the skies dissipated together and the night skies faded. Day returned to the world and the sun shone brightly. The stars that filled the skies earlier on seemed like an illusion. At that moment, countless gazes landed on Su Zimo. Jealousy, greed, scheming, envy, and killing intent. Su Zimo was indifferent to everything. Congratulations on obtaining astral sex inheritance. Fellow Taoist. Zhuozhuxian was the first to step forward with cupped fists and a smile. Shangguanqian turned around as well and nodded to Su Zimo. Congratulations. Su Zimo still did not react and looked into the distance in a daze. Zhuozhuxian was expressionless as he sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. Fellow Taoist Mo Ling, you're at the eye of the storm right now, and you're in an extremely dangerous situation. There are many cultivators in Astral Sect, and there will definitely be those with evil intentions. Come to my side now. I'll tear a teleportation talisman and take you back to the Zhuo family directly. That way, you'll be safe. On the surface, Zhuozhuxian was protecting Su Zimo. However, his thoughts were simple. As long as they were in the Zhuo family, this person's life and death would be under his control. In Zhuozhuxian's eyes, Su Zimo was now a huge treasure. Apart from the inheritance of Astral Sect, there was also a treasure that could raise one's cultivation rapidly. Su Zimo did not seem to have heard anything and had no reaction. The darkness in Zhuozhuxian's eyes disappeared in a flash as he sent another voice transmission. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. There's countless good wine hidden in my house as well. It's enough for you to drink to your heart's content. Su Zimo remained silent and did not even look at Zhuozhuxian. Zhuozhuxian was enraged, but he did not reveal it and continued smiling. Mo Ling, you had better know your place. Zhuozhuxian's tone turned cold as he threatened with a voice transmission. You're only a grade 5 Earth Immortal. I can kill you with a flip of my hand. Su Zimo still had no reaction. Zhuozhuxian's expression gradually darkened. Right then, a streak of light sped over from outside Astral Sect at an astonishing speed and arrived before them in the blink of an eye. Everyone focused their gazes. The streak of light was an immortal boat with 3 figures standing on it. The 3 figures wore black gold feather armor and hung the execution saber on their waists. With cold expressions, they leaped down from the immortal boat and arrived on Main Peak Alcade. Earth Execution Guards. Their leader was a grade 9 Earth Immortal. The 2 people behind him were also grade 8 Earth Immortals. Those who could join the Earth Execution Guards were top-tier Earth Immortal experts, and their cultivation realms were at least at grade 7. Greetings, Commander Liu. Astral Sect Master. Astral Rain seemed to know this person and hurried forward, greeting with cupped fists. Although he was a grade 9 Heaven Immortal and the master of a sect, he had to be respectful when he saw the execution guards of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. Even if he was an entire major cultivation realm above the 3 of them, he would still have to bow down at this moment. The entire world belonged to the king. The execution guards represented the royal family of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. In the territory of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom, even heaven immortals did not dare to offend the execution guards. Furthermore, Astral Sect was only a black-grade sect. What happened earlier on? The leader of the execution guards, Commander Lu, surveyed his surroundings and asked coldly. After hesitating for a moment, Astral Rain smiled. It's nothing much. A cultivator of our sect triggered a universal phenomenon with his cultivation. To think that it would alarm the three of you. Astral Rain knew in his heart that Commander Lu was extremely greedy. If he mentioned the appearance of Astral Sect's cultivation technique and the fact that Mo Ling obtained it, Commander Lu would definitely force Mo Ling to hand it over. If Mo Ling had handed it over obediently, he might be able to survive. Otherwise, he would most likely be doomed. Astral Rain's reply was actually to protect Mo Ling. Everyone, disperse. Astral Rain looked around and said in a deep voice, head back and cultivate. Don't run out the moment there's any activity. How can you cultivate the great Tao with such an impetuous nature? The main reason why Astral Rain said that was to remind Su Zimo to hurry back to his cave abode and hide from the limelight. Don't move first. Commander Lu shifted his gaze and sneered. He glared at Astral Rain and asked slowly, who cultivated what cultivation technique to cause such a huge commotion? As a commander of the Earth Execution Guards, he was naturally not so easy to fool. It was clear that the sect master of Astral Sect was holding back in his words. If it was just an ordinary cultivation, would all the cultivators of Astral Sect appear? Furthermore, the starlight revealed earlier on was way too blinding, and he could not help but recall the long-standing legend of Astral Sect. Astral Rain smiled. He's just a grade 5 Earth Immortal, a nobody. Sect Master, just tell him the truth. Right then, a strange voice sounded from the side. Earlier on, it was clearly the birth of Astral Sect's inheritance that caused the universal phenomenon because this person obtained it. Xia Tianfeng could tell what Commander Lu was up to as well. He stood out and pointed at Su Zimo on the green stone, shouting. He did not have any deep feud with Su Zimo either. However, at the thought that this drunkard had obtained the inheritance of Astral Sect and had a high chance of surpassing him in the future, Xia Tianfeng felt a surge of jealousy. Since he could not get it, he would destroy it. Shangguan Qian's expression changed and she frowned slightly. Xia Tianfeng was trying to kill with a borrowed knife and it was way too vicious. This was equivalent to pushing Su Zimo into a pit of fire. Zhou Zhuxian cursed internally as well. To begin with, there was more than one person targeting Mo Ling's inheritance. Now, an execution guard was added to the pool. No matter how powerful the Zhou family was, they were only in Solar Luna County and could not afford to offend the execution guards. The inheritance of Astral Sect. Commander Lu's eyes lit up and he was secretly delighted. Initially, he had received orders from Princess Meng Yao to hunt down a man and woman. When he passed by this place, he saw the phenomenon of stars and daylight and changed his path at the last minute, descending on Astral Sect to ask about it. To think that there would be such a huge gain. 2090 mission. You're the one who obtained the inheritance of Astral Sect? Commander Lu turned around and asked Su Zimo, who was on the green stone not far away. Su Zimo ignored it, as though he had not heard anything. Everyone's expressions changed. It was one thing for Su Zimo to ignore Zhou Zhuxian and the others earlier on. Nothing much could happen in the sect grounds. But now, even the sect master of Astral Sect did not dare to be negligent against the execution guard's question. However, Su Zimo did not even look at him. The execution guards represented the royal family of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. If Su Zimo was charged with contempt towards the royal family and killed here, no one would dare to stand up for him. Shangguan Qian had seen the heart-wrenching sadness in Su Zimo's eyes before. Right now, she could not bear to see him in trouble, so she stood out and said, Fellow Taoist Mo Ling has just failed in his breakthrough and his Tao heart is damaged. He has suffered quite a blow and might not be able to let it go right now. Please forgive him, Commander Lu. Commander Lu raised his brow slightly and surveyed his surroundings. Although almost all the cultivators of Astral Sect were present, he had no reservations. He was an execution guard, and even the sect master of Astral Sect would not dare to attack him. However, if he interrogated a grade 5 Earth Immortal in front of everyone and asked the latter to hand over Astral Sect's inheritance, it would definitely hurt his reputation if word of it spreads. "It's fine." Commander Lu waved it off and pretended to be magnanimous. It's only normal for him to take things too hard after receiving such a serious blow. Pausing for a moment, he changed the topic. "However, we're on a mission this time round to hunt down 2 sinners. In order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, we should choose a few Earth Immortals of Astral Sect to accompany us. Apart from Sect Master Astral Rain and the other Heaven Immortals, Su Zimo, Shangguanqian, Xia Tianfeng, Lin Ming, and Zhuo Xian were the only ones in front of Su Zimo's cave abode. The 5 of you will do. Follow me." Commander Lu pointed to Su Zimo and the others and said indifferently. Actually, among the 5 of them, Su Zimo was his only true target. However, it would be too obvious if he took Su Zimo away directly. There was no harm in bringing the others along as a cover. Later on, he would have many methods to get rid of the other 4 people to silence them. At that time, he could take Su Zimo away without outsiders knowing. Everyone from Astral Sect would merely take it that the 5 of them had died outside. Zhuo Xian, Shangguanqian, and the others could tell that Commander Lu's target was Su Zimo. However, Commander Lu's thoughts were extremely deep. None of them expected that he had already wanted to kill them the moment he chose them. Xia Tianfeng cupped fists hurriedly and smiled. "Thank you for your high regards, Commander Lu. I'm Xia Tianfeng of the Xia family, and I'll definitely do my best to obey your orders." Xia Tianfeng's thoughts were simple. Since he could not reject it, he might as well agree readily. Instead, he could leave a good impression on this commander of the execution guards. Furthermore, it would naturally be best if he could contribute to the encirclement of any sinners with Commander Lu. Even if he did nothing, an interaction with Commander Lu would only benefit him and the Xia family. Immediately after, Lin Ming agreed as well. Zhuo Xian and Shangguanqian's first reaction was conflicted. However, given the status of the execution guards and the order of a commander, the 2 of them did not dare to disobey. Sect Master Astral Rain's expression changed slightly when he heard Commander Lu's order. He had lived for 200,000 years and had experienced countless storms and schemes. He vaguely realized that Su Zimo's group of 5 would most likely be doomed if they followed. He did not mind the death of Zhuo Xian, Shangguanqian, and the other 2. The 4 of them were from a large family clan in Solar Luna County. Joining Astral Sect this time round was merely a training expedition, and they would return to their family clans sooner or later. However, Mo Ling did not have any status and was alone. Now that he had obtained Astral Sect's inheritance, if they could nurture him well, he would definitely be famous in the future and might even have a chance to lead Astral Sect to a rise. It would be a pity if he died outside just like that. "Commander Lu," Sect Master Astral Rain smiled and cupped his fists. Mo Ling is only a grade 5 Earth Immortal. Coupled with his failed breakthrough, his Dao heart is damaged and his combat strength is mostly crippled. He won't be of much help. How about I replace this person and follow? "I don't need you." Astral Rain was interrupted by Commander Lu before he could finish. Commander Lu sneered and glared at Sect Master Astral Rain. "The 2 people we're chasing are only Earth Immortals. There's no need for a grade 9 Heaven Immortal like you to step in." "But..." Astral Rain had a worried expression and wanted to say something. "That's settled then. The 5 of you, follow me." Commander Lu did not give Astral Rain a chance to speak at all. He pointed at Su Zimo's group of 5 and said coldly before leaping onto the Immortal boat. Xia Tianfeng and Lin Ming followed closely behind and leaped onto the Immortal boat. Zhuo Xian and Shangguanqian hesitated for a moment before hopping in as well. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo was the only one left sitting on the green stone. Commander Lu shifted his gaze and glared at Su Zimo. His eyes gradually narrowed with a cold aura. Just as he was about to speak, Su Zimo suddenly stood up and walked towards the Immortal boat with a calm expression. Commander Lu's expression softened as he nodded slightly with a satisfied expression. Mo Ling Yu? When Sect Master Astral Rain saw that Su Zimo's face was pale and he was in an extremely bad condition, he was worried and shouted instinctively, wanting to remind him. It's fine. Su Zimo waved it off. I'll go with them. Commander Lu looked at Sect Master Astral Rain with a threatening gaze and asked slowly, What else do you want to say? Sect Master Astral Rain sighed internally and shook his head gently. Let's go. Commander Lu gestured with his gaze and another execution guard controlled the immortal boat. Without stopping, it sped out of Astral Sect and disappeared from everyone's line of sight in the blink of an eye. Before long, a blood beam rose in midair in the east and exploded. That way! Hurry! Commander Lu hollered. Under the control of the other execution guard, the immortal boat became even faster. Seems like that man and woman are trapped, an execution guard said softly. Commander Lu nodded and glanced sideways at Su Zimo, who was silent in the corner of the immortal boat, sneering internally. He was about to kill the couple and was in no hurry to interrogate this person. Even if managed to force it out of this person, it was inconvenient to cultivate it on the immortal boat. Once this mission was over, he would have plenty of time to interrogate him properly. At the side, Xia Tianfeng leaned forward and asked with a pandering smile, May I ask, Commander Lu, what's the mission this time round? Is it just to encircle and suppress two people? Let me tell you guys, this mission is no small matter. It was sent down personally by Princess Mengyao of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom, Commander Lu said coldly. If we don't handle it well, the few of us will lose our heads. 2091 Soul Reaping Zither Su Zimo chose to follow the three execution guards not because he was afraid of them. However, he was frustrated and could not let go of Ji Yaoshua's departure. Even without the three execution guards, he was prepared to leave Astral Sect. Since he was targeted by the execution guards once more, he would let nature take its course and board the immortal boat to leave Astral Sect with the three execution guards. Initially, Su Zimo did not take the mission mentioned by Commander Lu seriously, nor was he interested. However, he vaguely heard the name Mengyao and found it familiar, as though he had heard it somewhere before. At that moment, Su Zimo's thoughts were in a mess. The scenes of his interactions with Ji Yaoshua flashed through his mind from time to time. At times, he was puzzled as to why Ji Yaoshua's cultivation would stagnate. At times, he was thinking about his future plans. For a moment, he could not recall who this Princess Mengyao was. On the other side, Xia Tianfeng and the other three were shocked when they heard the words Princess Mengyao. The fact that she was conferred the title of a princess meant that she was the daughter of King Jin. What sort of status and nobleness was that? Lin Ming stood out as well and said in a deep voice, Since it's the princess's request, we'll definitely give it our all. However, could you tell us the identities and cultivation of the two people we're encircling this time round so that we can be prepared? The two of them are a man and a woman. The man's name is Gu Tongyu and he's good at using flutes. The woman's name is Qiu Siluo and she's good at using the zither. They're both grade 8 Earth Immortals. Commander Lu said, The two of them are well versed in music. With their flute and zither sounds, they can kill invisibly. They're only grade 8 Earth Immortals. With Commander Lu and the other two execution guards around, the two of them won't be able to escape if we attack with our full strength. Xia Tianfeng was filled with confidence. Zhuozhu Xian said, It's rare to see cultivators who entered the Tao through music. I heard that one of the most famous among them in the Divine Firmament Immortal domain is one of the 4 great fairies, the Zither Immortal. Commander Lu glanced at Zhuozhu Xian. You're quite knowledgeable. You've even heard of the Zither Immortal. And not really, Zhuozhu Xian said with a smile. Do you know what the Zither Immortal's name is? A scornful look flashed through Commander Lu's eyes as he asked. Zhuozhu Xian shook his head. I'm not sure about that. I've only heard that each of the 4 great fairies has fairy-like features and are devastatingly beautiful. However, each of them has their own merits. Commander Lu smirked with a mocking expression and said slowly, The Zither Immortal of the 4 great fairies is none other than Princess Mengyao. Ah! His words caused a commotion on the immortal boat. Zhuozhu Xian, Shangguan Qian, Xia Tianfeng and Lin Ming were shocked. On the other side, Su Zimo gradually recalled as well. Zither Immortal Mengyao. Back in the abyss of the Dragon Abyss Star where many treasures appeared, the Zither Immortal appeared in search of an ancient Zither. As for Fairy Mengyao, not only was she the princess of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom, she was also a legacy disciple of one of the 4 immortal sects, Flying Immortal Sect. Apart from Mengyao, there were 2 other perfected immortal experts. Su Zimo summoned the Azure Dragon's sacred soul in the Hell Suppression Tripod and used the dragon corpse to fight against the 3 perfected immortals, forcing them back. Just as Su Zimo was recalling this matter, Commander Lu glared at Wuxia and said coldly, "If Princess Mengyao finds out that you dare to discuss her like this in private, you'll definitely die." Instantly, Wuxia broke out in cold sweat. "Commander Lu, please forgive me. I truly did not know earlier on." Wuxia could no longer maintain his composure. With a horrified expression, he bowed repeatedly and begged for mercy. At the side, Xia Tianfeng and Lin Ming were naturally gloating. "I won't hold it against you for now," Commander Lu snorted coldly. "Thank you, Commander Lu." Wuxia expressed his thanks profusely. His face was already pale with fright just after a few breaths. If he offended a princess in the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom, even his family clan would be turned into ruins instantly, let alone a grade 8 Earth immortal like him. "Why is this couple so ignorant as to anger Princess Mengyao?" Lin Ming asked. Commander Lu said, "Princess Mengyao once went to a secret ground to look for an ancient zither. It was the famous soul-reaping zither of the past. However, to think that someone would dare to fight against Princess Mengyao for the soul-reaping zither. It's that woman, Qiu Siluo." Xia Tianfeng was enlightened and blurted. Commander Lu nodded. "Princess Mengyao only found out recently that the soul-reaping zither is in this woman's hands, so she sent someone to ask for it. Who knew that this adulterous couple would be so audacious? Not only did they not hand over the soul-reaping zither with both hands, they even killed the maidservant sent by Princess Mengyao." Another execution guard said, "This adulterous couple thought that they could escape. However, as long as it's within the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom, once the execution guards are activated to set an impenetrable trap, they won't be able to escape even if they have extraordinary methods." In a corner of the immortal boat, Su Zimo gradually recalled some scenes. He had even seen the ancient zither that Zither Immortal Mengyao wanted before. So it was called the soul-reaping zither. Accompanied by the ancient zither was a pitch-black ancient flute. Back in the abyss, the ancient zither and flute killed many Earth immortals the moment they appeared. If Su Zimo had not possessed the help of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra and chanted Sanskrit in his consciousness, even he would have died. Later on, he summoned the Hell Suppression Tripod and wanted to devour and refine them. To think that the ancient zither and flute had an extremely high spirit intellect. As though they recognized the origin of the Hell Suppression Tripod, they turned and fled without hesitation, without a trace. It turned out that the ancient zither and flute already had owners and were in the hands of a man and a woman. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly recalled something. Back outside the abyss, an Earth immortal wanted to kill him because of a treasure. Although there were many Earth immortals coming and going, none of them helped. Finally, a couple that looked like an immortal couple appeared and saved him, reminding him to be careful. Su Zimo had asked for their names, and the man merely said that it was nothing much. He did not leave his name, and Su Zimo never saw them again. Now that Commander Lu mentioned the Zither Immortal Mengyao, the ancient Zither, the Dragon Abyss Star, and a man and woman, Su Zimo could not help but recall the immortal couple who had saved him. Initially, Su Zimo wanted to find an opportunity to leave the immortal boat. Now that he heard that, he changed his mind. The immortal couple had saved his life and were his benefactors. If the two of them were truly surrounded, he could not stand by idly. He might as well go take a look. "We're here." Before long, Commander Lu suddenly said, and the speed of the immortal boat gradually slowed down. Su Zimo stood up and looked over. Dozens of shimmering triangular flags were planted on the ground in front of them, arranged according to a strange direction. Every single flag was etched with dense formation patterns. Those were array flags. By carving the formation patterns on the flags in advance and setting up the array formations with the help of the array flags, the time required for the formation to form could be reduced significantly. There were 12 cultivators among the dozens of array flags. Among them, 10 of them were Earth execution guards. The other man and woman were surrounded by the 10 Earth execution guards and fell into the array flags. They were covered in blood and injuries. 2092 Black Light Essence, Severing Formation. The man in the middle had a mighty figure and his long hair draped over his shoulders. His face and white robes were stained with blood, and he held a pitch-black jade flute in his hands. He looked a little wretched and even had difficulty standing, swaying on the verge of falling. This man was the cultivator who saved Su Zimo on the Dragon Abyss Star. If not for the man's deep and melancholic eyes, Su Zimo would not have been able to recognize him right away. Those eyes were way too unique. With a single glance, one would even automatically ignore everything else about the man and be attracted by those eyes. The white-dressed woman beside the man was extremely beautiful and her skin was fair as snow. Now that she was severely injured, her face was as pale as a sheet. The white-dressed woman could not even stand and slumped to the ground. The 2 bloodied wounds on her legs were shocking. As Su Zimo had expected, the man and woman were the immortal couple who had saved him before. However, although he recognized the 2 of them, they did not recognize Su Zimo, who had changed his appearance. Furthermore, the 2 of them merely saved Su Zimo casually at that time. Even if Su Zimo revealed his true appearance, the 2 of them might not be able to recognize him. There were more than 10 corpses strewn around the man and woman. All of them were execution guards. "What took you guys so long?" One of the Earth execution guards, who was the tallest, almost 10 feet tall, glanced at Commander Lu and frowned slightly, asking loudly. "He," Commander Lu said with a fake smile. "Commander Xiong, something went wrong on the way here and delayed our schedule. However, it doesn't seem like we're too late." "Not too late." Another execution guard commander sneered. "We've already lost more than 10 brothers. If you had arrived on time, we wouldn't have lost so many people. Once today's matter is over, I'll definitely report it to Princess Meng Yao." After a moment of silence, Commander Lu said, "You're making things sound too serious, Commander Li. I changed my schedule midway because I heard last-minute news that Su Zimo, whom Prince Yuan had been hunting for many years, appeared in the vicinity of Astral Sect. That's why I went there to check things out." Naturally, he would not tell the truth that he wanted to obtain the inheritance of Astral Sect alone. However, his words were very smart. Commander Lu knew that if he changed his schedule in private and caused a delay to this matter, Princess Meng Yao would definitely punish him for offending her. Of course, he did not obtain any news of Su Zimo. However, no one could say anything when he mentioned Prince Yuanzhua. Humph! Commanders Xiong and Li harumphed angrily and indeed did not say anything more. Since the Black Light Essence Severing Formation has already been set up, the 2 of them won't be able to escape. Commander Lu smiled gently. The moment Su Zimo entered the array flags, he realized that he could no longer sense the heaven and earth essence chi outside. The array formation set up by the dozens of array flags could form a space that was isolated from heaven and earth essence chi. "Chiu Siluo," Commander Lu looked at the white-dressed woman in the middle and sneered. "You're not bad-looking and you play the zither well. Unfortunately, you should not have offended Princess Meng Yao." Commander Lu looked at the white-dressed woman in the middle and sneered. "You're not bad-looking and you play the zither well. Unfortunately, you should not have offended Princess Meng Yao." The white-dressed woman's hands were fair as jade and her fingers were slender. She sat on the ground limply with an ancient zither in her arms. It was about 3 feet and 6 inches long with a total of 7 strings. Made from parasol tree wood, it was black and red with an ancient charm. That ancient zither was the one Su Zimo had seen in the abyss. It was the soul-reaping zither that Commander Lu mentioned. Xia Tianfeng wanted to contribute and leave a good impression in the eyes of the execution guards. At that moment, he stood out right away and hollered, "What status does a slut like you have? You're not worthy of competing with the princess of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Zither Immortal Meng Yao. For the ancient zither. I offended her?" Chiu Siluo smiled faintly with a mocking expression. I've obtained this soul-reaping zither for many years and am mentally connected to it. However, when your Princess Meng Yao found out about this, she sent someone to look for me and demanded the soul-reaping zither. When I was unwilling to hand it over, you guys tried to snatch it. What logic is that? Ha ha! Commander Xiong burst into laughter. Woman, you're truly too stupid. Princess Meng Yao is already giving you immense face by looking for you to demand the zither. Hand it over obediently. Given Princess Meng Yao's status, she'll definitely give you some benefits. However, if you refuse to hand over the zither, won't that just mean that you have a death wish? Commander Lu sneered. In other words, what can you do if Princess Meng Yao sends people to snatch your soul-reaping zither? It's already a blessing for the princess to be polite before resorting to force. Su Zimo was expressionless. He did not have a good impression of Princess Meng Yao to begin with. Although this woman was known as one of the 4 great fairies, back on the Dragon Abyss star, she killed people just because of a few comments. Thereafter, in order to search for the soul-reaping zither, she searched the consciousnesses of all the cultivators present without any reservations and was domineering. Su Zimo was not surprised that she could do such a thing. Qiu Siluo said, as a princess, she's trying to snatch a treasure from an earth immortal while making her reasoning sound dignified. Isn't she afraid of being mocked by the world? Bullshit, Commander Li said. When the princess headed to the Dragon Abyss star, it was for this soul-reaping zither. This ancient zither belonged to the princess to begin with. The entire world belonged to the king and its shores are owned by the ministers. All the treasures in the great Jin Immortal Kingdom belong to the royal family. When the princess asked you for the zither, she was merely retrieving something she owned. Qiu Siluo shook her head. This dermic treasure is sentient and has already acknowledged me as its master. What has it got to do with your Princess Meng Yao? Sentient? Commander Lu sneered. I heard that the spirit consciousnesses of the soul-reaping zither and fallen soul flute have already been severely injured. It's their own fault for being foolish enough to acknowledge others as their masters. The man at the side sighed gently. If that wasn't the case, you execution guards wouldn't have dared to chase after me, right? Back on the Dragon Abyss star, this ancient zither and flute killed many earth immortals before they acknowledged their masters. Now that the spirit consciousnesses in the zither and flute were severely injured, their power was naturally greatly reduced. Gu Tong Yu, Commander Li berated. Heaven Inquisition sect was destroyed because of the 2 of you and you're still unrepentant? The melancholy in Gu Tongyu's eyes intensified as he said slowly, the princess has gone too far. This is a matter between me and Siluo. What has it got to do with our sect? Humph, Commander Lu said murderously. The sect master of Heaven Inquisition sect did not know his place and even dreamed of protecting the 2 of you. Although Heaven Inquisition sect is an Earth-grade sect, it can't defend against a single sentence from Princess Meng Yao. At the side, Xie Tianfeng, Lin Ming and everyone else were scared out of their wits. Earth-grade immortal sects were much stronger than their family clans. However, because of a single sentence from Princess Meng Yao, they were destroyed and reduced to ruins. Commander Li had a mocking expression. Gu Tongyu, you don't have much essence qi left in your body. How much combat strength do you have left after falling into this black light essence severing formation and being severely injured? 10% or 20%? You can try, Gu Tongyu said indifferently. 2093 it's best if you don't head back if not for this black light essence severing formation. The many execution guards present were not confident that they could keep Gu Tongyu. With this formation that isolated heaven and earth essence qi, Gu Tongyu could not activate the sound of his flute with essence qi and the threat to them was minimized. When one fell into the black light essence severing formation, they could only use their essence spirits and the power of blood qi in their bodies. However, they could not release any dermic arts or divine powers. Be it Gu Tongyu or Qiu Siluo, their bloodlines and physiques were extremely ordinary. Qiu Siluo sat on the ground limply without any combat strength left. The only one left was the severely injured Gu Tongyu whose essence qi had dried up and was not much of a threat. That was the reason why the execution guards present were so relaxed and fearless. Do it? Commander Xiong said in a deep voice. Capture the two of them alive and hand them over to Princess Mengyao. Hold on. Right then, Commander Lu suddenly stood out and turned to look at Xie Tianfeng, Lin Ming, Zhuo Zhuxian, and Shang Guanqian. The four of you, head up and capture the two of them. The decision was extremely sudden. Zhuo Zhuxian and Shang Guanqian were instantly alarmed. Xie Tianfeng and Lin Ming were hesitant as well. Commander Lu harumphed coldly. The two of them have weak physiques and are severely injured. Even if they're grade 8 Earth Immortals, they won't be able to unleash much combat strength. What are you afraid of? You're not willing to grab such a chance to render meritorious services? Commander Xiong, Commander Li, and the others watched coldly from the sidelines. Although they did not know Commander Lu's intentions, they were not sure if Gu Tongyu had any other trump cards. It was fine to send outsiders to test the waters. Zhuo Zhuxian, Shang Guanqian, and Lin Ming exchanged glances and hesitated. A vicious glint flashed through Xie Tianfeng's eyes as he stood out and patted his chest. Commander Lu, let me do it. Actually, Xie Tianfeng also knew that there was a certain degree of danger involved in this attack. However, fortune came from danger. If he could make use of this opportunity to gain the favor of the 3 execution guard commanders, it might bring immense benefits to him and his family clan. Furthermore, Xie Tianfeng had the confidence as well. Although his cultivation realm was only at the level 7 Earth Essence realm, the cultivation techniques of the Xie family specialized in body tempering. Even if he could not defeat them in the Black Light Essence severing formation, he could escape alive. Xie Tianfeng looked askance at Lin Ming and Zhuo Zhuxian before turning to Shang Guanqian and bragging, "Fellow Taoist Shangguan, you saw it too. Those two are as cowardly as rats. How embarrassing." With that said, Xie Tianfeng walked towards Gu Tongyu murderously. Gu Tongyu stood on the spot motionlessly with the fallen soul flute in his hands. Although Xie Tianfeng stood out, he did not underestimate his opponent, nor did he attack rashly. Instead, he stood 10 feet away from Gu Tongyu and walked around the ladder slowly, looking for openings and waiting for an opportunity to strike. Gu Tongyu was still standing on the spot with his head slightly lowered. He looked at the fallen soul flute in his hands with a melancholic expression. Suddenly, after circling a few times, Xie Tianfeng stopped in his tracks and attacked. Blood qi burst forth from his body as he withdrew a saber from his storage bag and charged towards Gu Tongyu. Kneel! Xie Tianfeng knew that he had to keep them alive. Therefore, he chose to slash towards Gu Tongyu's knees. As though he did not see Xie Tianfeng charging over, Gu Tongyu was still unmoved. It was only when Xie Tianfeng had already closed in and the saber was about to slash his knees with a gentle breeze that Gu Tongyu suddenly raised his palm. Whoosh! He had fallen soul flute in his hands the entire time. In the process of raising his palm, fallen soul flute made use of the breeze created by Gu Tongyu's slash to let out a strange sound. The many execution guards watching did not feel anything. However, Xie Tianfeng, who was closest to Gu Tongyu, shuddered and his blood qi calmed down instantly. Even his essence spirit trembled slightly and his gaze froze, causing his consciousness to go blank for a moment. In reality, the fallen soul flute was extremely powerful. If Gu Tongyu played the fallen soul flute with heaven and earth essence qi, the sound of the flute could cause one's soul to die. The sound of the soul-reaping zither could draw out one's soul and dissipate it into the world. The soul-reaping zither and fallen soul flute were once the two most famous utmost treasures of the sound domain in an ancient era. When the two weapons were pushed to their limits, the sound of the zither and flute could be heard. It could even kill all living beings in a world in a short period of time. Unfortunately, the essence qi in Gu Tongyu's body was almost depleted. He could not use heaven and earth essence qi to play the fallen soul flute. However, he was well versed in music and was extremely talented. He merely made use of the breeze created by Xie Tianfeng's charge to let out a strange sound through the sound hole of the fallen soul flute. Although the sound did not synthesize heaven and earth essence qi, it still affected Xie Tianfeng when it sounded in his ears. He paused for a moment and his consciousness blurred, recovering quickly. That momentary opening was enough for Gu Tongyu. Although Xie Tianfeng paused for a moment, Gu Tongyu did not. He raised the fallen soul flute in his hands and released the sound of the flute. At the same time, the fallen soul flute happened to be raised in front of Xie Tianfeng's face. Gu Tongyu's arm extended forward gently. Poof! A bloodied hole appeared on Xie Tianfeng's glabella from fallen soul flute. Xie Tianfeng had just snapped out of his stupor when he felt a sharp pain in his consciousness. However, this time round, his consciousness fell into a bottomless abyss and he never woke up again. Thump! Xie Tianfeng fell to the ground with widened eyes, unable to rest in peace. When Su Zimo saw that, he could not help but praise internally. Gu Tongyu's attack was filled with imagination. The entire process was fluid as water with an indescribable elegance. It was a strange feeling. There seemed to be no blood or cruelty in the hands of this person. Instead, there was a hint of beauty. Gu Tongyu did not use much strength to kill Xie Tianfeng. Even so, his body swayed as well, as though he had expended a lot of energy and blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. The wounds on his body ruptured once more. Tongyu, Qiu Siluo was worried. Gu Tongyu sighed gently. We're going to die here today. He was already at the end of his road and anyone present could kill the two of them. The three of you head up. Commander Lu looked at Shangguanxian, Zhuxian and Lin Ming who were left. Their expressions changed. Xie Tianfeng had just died and even if Gu Tongyu was already at the end of his rope, the three of them were afraid of Gu Tongyu's strange methods and did not dare to advance rashly. Lin Ming rolled his eyes and pointed to Su Zimo at the side. Commander Lu, let him go. He has just obtained the inheritance of Astral Sect. It's a good opportunity for everyone to witness his capabilities. Commander Lu's expression darkened. Initially, he wanted to hide this matter. He did not expect Lin Ming to reveal it directly. What inheritance of Astral Sect? At the side, Commander Li seemed to have sensed something and turned to ask. Nothing much. Commander Lu changed the topic and said coldly. Let's hurry and capture the two of them so that we can head back and report it to Princess Mengyao. With that said, Commander Lu headed towards Gu Tongyu and Qiu Siluo. Suddenly, a palm touched his shoulder and someone whispered into his ear. It's best if you don't head back. 2094 kill. That palm was rather rude. That statement came out of nowhere as well. The voice of the person who spoke was even more foreign. Commander Lu frowned. Just as he was about to turn around, a warning flashed through his mind. Not good. Commander Lu's heart skipped a beat. Right as he was about to release his blood chi with all his might and dash out, he felt a sharp pain on his temple. His essence spirit was penetrated instantly as well and his expression froze. His eyes gradually dimmed and his entire body fell weakly. Sensing that something was amiss, the other execution guards turned over and saw an incomparably shocking scene. Among the 5 people Commander Lu brought over, an ugly and tall grade 5 Earth Immortal suddenly walked behind him and said something. Immediately after, the palm of the grade 5 Earth Immortal on Commander Lu's shoulder shifted horizontally and tapped his thumb gently on the latter's temple. There was a swoosh. A bloodied hole appeared on Commander Lu's temple. The bloodied hole pierced Commander Lu's head and his essence spirit was destroyed, killing him on the spot. Everyone present was shocked. Nobody expected an unassuming grade 5 Earth Immortal with almost no presence to dare attack an execution guard. Furthermore, he was so ruthless that he killed a commander of the execution guards, a grade 9 Earth Immortal, on the spot without hesitation. Shangguanxian, Zhuxian and Lin Ming widened their eyes in disbelief and shock. What sort of existence were the execution guards? The execution guards represented the great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Even the sect master of Astral Sect, many elders and heaven immortal experts had to be respectful when they saw the Earth execution guards, let alone them. But now, this drunkard who was sometimes crazy and sometimes silent in their eyes had suddenly attacked. The world was about to turn upside down. The 2 execution guards beside Commander Lu were the closest. Their pupils constricted and they were slightly stunned. But they reacted quickly. Scoundrel, you must be courting death. The palms of the two execution guards immediately reached for the execution sabers on their waists. However, the two of them were way too close to Su Zimo. Just as the two of them were stunned, Su Zimo attacked once more. Waving his palm in reverse, he slapped an execution guard heavily on the cheek. Crack! The sound of bones cracking echoed and blood splattered everywhere. In the eyes of Xianxia and the other two, space seemed to have stopped at that moment. Right in front of the three of them, the execution guard's cheek changed rapidly and was shattered by Su Zimo's slap. A warm red and white liquid splashed onto their faces. The three of them shuddered and retreated instinctively with frightened expressions. The execution guard's head was crushed by Su Zimo's palm and his essence spirit was destroyed, dying on the spot. Clang! The other execution guard had just drawn his execution saber halfway, and the sound of a sharp weapon being unsheathed echoed. Su Zimo sidestepped and arrived before the execution guard instantly. He placed a hand on the scabbard and pushed the execution saber back. With his other hand, he closed two fingers and conjured a sword art, tapping the glabella of the execution guard. Poof! The execution guard's glabella was pierced instantly and fresh blood oozed. The person's eyes were widened and his face was dark. He fell stiffly and was already dead. The entire process took less than 3 breaths. An execution guard commander and 2 grade 8 Earth Immortals were dead. In the black light essence severing formation, the methods available to every cultivator were extremely limited. Coupled with the suddenness of the matter, Commander Lu and the other 2 turned into 3 corpses before they even had the chance to attack. Crazy, crazy. Lin Ming gulped and looked at Su Zimo with shock and fear, muttering repeatedly. Although Commander Lu and the other 2 were caught off guard in the black light essence severing formation, it was way too terrifying to kill 3 execution guards that were 3 to 4 levels above him in succession. Even Zhuo Zhuxian looked at Su Zimo with fear in his eyes. Gu Tongyu and Qiu Siluo, who were surrounded, were shocked as well. Initially, the 2 of them thought that they would definitely die today. However, they did not expect that a grade 5 Earth Immortal in the corner would kill 3 execution guards. His decisiveness and ruthlessness were shocking. Both of them exchanged glances and could see the confusion and surprise in the other's eyes. They did not recognize the tall man at all. Neither of them knew why the burly man suddenly attacked the execution guards. However, the 2 of them knew one thing. The burly man who was a grade 5 Earth Immortal was most likely doomed. Earlier on, the reason why this person could kill 3 people in succession was because he caught them off guard. But now, the remaining 10 execution guards had already reacted and moved, forming an encirclement. Every single execution guard had an extraordinary physique and bloodline. At the very least, they were stronger than the 2 of them. Coupled with the black gold feather armors they wore, the execution sabers they wielded, and the fact that their cultivation realms far surpassed the burly man, there was almost no chance of this burly man winning against the 10 of them combined. Fellow Taoist, be careful. Gu Tongyu reminded loudly that Commander Xiong's bloodline has been cultivated to the tsunami blood realm. You must not fight him head-on. Damn it! Commander Xiong glared at Su Zimo fiercely and scolded. What an eye-opener today. A grade 5 Earth Immortal actually dared to attack the execution guards. Don't waste your breath on him. Kill him lest he causes trouble. Commander Li frowned and moved, charging towards Su Zimo with the execution saber. At the same time, the other 9 execution guards attacked at the same time. Today, we'll slice him into pieces. Commander Xiong roared with a ferocious expression. Humph! Su Zimo's gaze intensified. Suddenly, he raised his leg and stomped heavily on the ground, causing the ground to quake with a loud bang. Right on the heels of that, Su Zimo made use of the power of stepping on the ground to charge forward. Everywhere he passed, gravel and dust would fly as he plowed out 2 gigantic ravines. It was too fast. 2 execution guards had just moved when they felt the ground tremble. The next moment, Su Zimo's figure had already closed in. Su Zimo's charge released an incomparably ferocious and tragic aura that was suffocating. It was like an ancient era's plow heaven divine bovine that reared its head and howled into the skies with a torrential malevolent aura. Not only did it want to plow the heavens, It wanted to puncture 2 holes in the firmaments. The 2 execution guards felt their scalps tingle. Before they could attack, Su Zimo had already extended his arms. His arms were like 2 sharp horns that soared into the skies. Bang! Bang! Su Zimo's fists struck the chests of the 2 execution guards heavily, and the tremendous force sent them flying instantly. Their figures were still in midair when the black gold feather armor on their bodies cracked. The chests of the 2 execution guards caved in. The power released by Su Zimo's collision not only shattered the black gold feather armor, but also the bones of the 2 execution guards. 2095 Thunderous Methods. Su Zimo sent 2 execution guards flying and swept his hands, snatching the execution sabers from their hands. After snatching the sabers, Su Zimo did not stop at all and threw with his left hand. An execution saber transformed into a cold beam of light and tore through the air, arriving before the 2 execution guards that were sent flying. The saber pierced the heads of the 2 execution guards and nailed their essence spirits in midair. As he threw the saber with his left hand, Su Zimo sidestepped and arrived before another execution guard. He raised the other execution saber and slashed down at that person. Although Su Zimo did not circulate his blood chi, the thunder bones in his green lotus true body vibrated continuously and emanated blinding lightning. The slash was resplendent and electric arcs coiled with a shocking aura. Ah! The execution guard roared and channeled his blood chi. He raised his execution saber as well and slashed towards Su Zimo's saber. Clang! The 2 sabers collided and an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing echoed. The next moment, cracks appeared on the surface of the 2 execution sabers. The armor on the execution guard's arms exploded instantly as well. The flesh on both arms tore and burst into a blood mist. The tremendous power of Su Zimo's slash not only destroyed the 2 execution sabers, but also crippled the arms of the execution guard. The destructive power of thunder surged into his spirit platform. The execution guard maintained his stance of gripping his saber with both hands motionlessly. However, the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. When the 2 execution sabers exploded and shards scattered, the execution guard fell limply. The battle had just begun, and in the blink of an eye, 2 of the 10 execution guards were rammed to death by Su Zimo and another one was shocked to death. It was fine if Su Zimo did not attack. But the moment he did, he used thunderous methods and left no one alive. Zhuo Xian, Xianxia, and Lin Ming were dumbfounded. Even Gu Tongyu and Qiu Siluo were shocked. If the reason why the Grade 5 Earth Immortal killed Commander Lu and the other 2 earlier on was because he caught them off guard, his attack this time round had already revealed his terrifying methods. There was no trick to killing the 3 execution guards. It was a head-on collision and even suppression with absolute strength. A Grade 5 Earth Immortal can release such burst power? Gu Tongyu was shocked and said in disbelief. Qiu Siluo nodded as well. Indeed, he's very powerful. However, the reason why he can release such terrifying combat strength is also because of this black light essence severing formation. This person's physique is extremely strong. He can maximize his advantage in this formation, Gu Tongyu said. Even so, it's truly terrifying to be able to cross 3 cultivation realms and kill 3 Grade 8 Earth Immortals under the encirclement of 10 execution guards. As the 2 of them spoke, both parties on the battlefield exchanged blows once more. Although Su Zimo killed 3 execution guards, the remaining 7 had already closed in. 7 execution sabers slashed down, forming an impenetrable saber net that sealed Su Zimo's escape path. It's over. Gu Tongyu shook his head. That person is surrounded and has nowhere to hide. No matter how strong his body is, he won't be able to take on the 7 execution guards head-on. Qiu Siluo looked nervous as well. It was as though Su Zimo would be sliced into pieces the next moment. Roar! Suddenly, Su Zimo took a deep breath and shouted. Instantly, the world went silent. To be precise, this could no longer be considered as a shout. Instead, it was a deafening roar that shook the world and contained endless might. Against that howl, cultivators would feel an uncontrollable fear in the depths of their hearts. Lin Ming and Zhuo Xian, who were watching from afar, were shocked. Their ears buzzed and their vision blurred. Their legs went limp and they could barely stand. Shangguan Qian's body swayed slightly and her face turned pale. Even Gu Tongyu and Qiu Siluo, who were proficient in music and the Tao of sound domains, were shocked. That sound domain's secret skill was way too terrifying. It was clear that the roar was not targeted at them. Even so, the two of them could sense the terrifying power contained in the roar. The roar resembled a dragon's howl, a phoenix's cry, a thunderous rumble, and thousands of elephants trumpeting. That did not sound like a human at all. After Su Zimo cultivated the divine elephant breathing technique, he fused the myriad elephant roar into the secret skill of the Azure Dragon Roar. The power of the Azure Dragon Roar had already transformed to an extremely terrifying degree. If not for the black light essence severing formation, once heaven and earth essence chi was infused into this skill, the 7 execution guards in the surroundings would have died on the spot if their cultivation realms and physiques were not strong enough when the Azure Dragon Roar was released. Right now, even without the help of heaven and earth essence chi, the Azure Dragon Roar still produced an extremely terrifying impact. Against the roar, the 7 execution guards shuddered and froze in midair. 4 of them widened their eyes and their ears were pierced by the sound, spurting with 2 streams of blood. Among the 4 of them, 2 of their eyeballs exploded on the spot. Ah! 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 The crowd was in chaos as the 4 of them let out tragic cries and staggered in retreat. The remaining 3 were Grade 9 Earth Immortals, Commander Li and Commander Xiong included. The 3 of them had different physiques, blood chi and cultivation realms. At the Tsunami Blood Realm, Commander Xiong's blood chi was the strongest and he received the least impact and damage. As for Commander Li and the remaining Grade 9 Earth Immortal, although they were not injured, they had pained expressions and their features were squeezed together. They lost their hearing for a moment and their consciousnesses went blank. The encirclement of the sabers dissipated instantly. Su Zimo's expression was cold. He did not choose to chase after the 4 injured execution guards. Instead, he strode forward and slapped Commander Li on the head with his left hand. His right finger pierced the glabella of the other Grade 9 Earth Immortal. Their essence spirits were destroyed on the spot. Su Zimo's analysis of the situation and battlefield was unparalleled. He had fought his way through Tianhuang mainland and was always surrounded. As such, he could determine the other party's weaknesses and openings right away. During such rare opportunities, he would get rid of the people who posed the greatest threat to him. In other words, his targets were the Grade 9 Earth Immortals present. Unfortunately, Commander Xiong's blood chi was strong and he was not affected much. He retreated right away and escaped. Otherwise, Su Zimo would have been able to kill Commander Xiong instantly. The tides had turned entirely. Earlier on, Su Zimo was surrounded by 7 people and the situation was dangerous. In the blink of an eye, he killed 2 more people and had the upper hand. There were only 5 execution guards left on the battlefield. 4 of them were injured and the only one who retained his peak combat strength was Commander Xiong, a Grade 9 Earth Immortal. Right then, Su Zimo's body swayed and he spat out a mouthful of blood with a pale expression. His Tao heart was damaged and had not recovered. Now that a huge battle had broken out, it affected his internal injuries. 2096 Massacre Gu Tongyu and Qiu Siluo could not help but feel emotional when they saw Su Zimo release his might and break out of his predicament, killing a few people consecutively with his sound domain secret skill. If this continued, the outcome of this battle would be unpredictable. However, right then, Su Zimo's body swayed and he spat out a mouthful of blood, as though something was amiss. Both of them frowned. Initially, Commander Xiong was stunned by Su Zimo's methods and was momentarily bewildered. He did not dare to advance and even wanted to retreat. However, he was puzzled when he saw Su Zimo vomiting blood. Could it be that this Grade 5 Earth Immortal was severely injured after clashing head-on with the other execution guards in the battle earlier on? That was indeed a possibility. It was truly unusual for a Grade 5 Earth Immortal to release such terrifying strength and methods. There was a high chance that he had used some secret skill to stimulate his potential. Secret skills that could stimulate one's potential would also be accompanied by extremely strong sequelae. Although this person managed to take down a few execution guards head-on, he was severely injured as well. Just as Commander Xiong was pondering, Lin Ming on the other side suddenly reacted and shouted, "Commander Xiong, this person just failed his breakthrough earlier on and his injuries have yet to recover." "That's right." Zhuo Xian stood out as well. "In addition, this person's Dao heart is damaged. If he attacks consecutively, it will definitely aggravate his Dao heart injuries." Shang Guanqian glared at Zhuo Xian and Lin Ming coldly. Although she did not dare to stand out and help Su Zimo, she would not do the despicable act of kicking someone when they were down. When he heard that, Commander Xiong's eyes lit up and he calmed down. "Ha ha ha ha." Commander Xiong burst into laughter. "Thief, you sure are bold to dare to kill so many execution guards of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Commander Xiong, we can't give him a chance to catch his breath. Let's kill him together." Because they were isolated from heaven and earth essence chi, the injuries of the remaining 4 execution guards could not heal yet. However, the 4 of them could determine Su Zimo's location with the help of their spirit consciousnesses. "This is bad." Gu Tongyu shook his head. "This fellow Taoist's Dao heart is damaged and he's injured. I'm afraid." Qiu Siluo sighed gently as well. "The 2 of us are severely injured and are trapped in this black light essence severing formation, so we can't help much." Sigh. "Kill!" Wielding the execution saber, Commander Xiong's blood chi surged as he strode towards Su Zimo. The other 4 execution guards dispersed as well and advanced at the same time, charging towards Su Zimo. "Die!" Before the 4 of them arrived, a domineering spirit consciousness fluctuation spread out from their glabellas. The 4 execution guards had just sent voice transmissions with their spirit consciousnesses and had already decided to use their spirit consciousness secret skills to join forces to kill Su Zimo's essence spirit. The 4 of them did not want to give Su Zimo any chance to retaliate. "This is bad." Gu Tongyu's heart skipped a beat when he sensed the intense spirit consciousness fluctuation on the battlefield. He had been worried about this the entire time. The difference in their cultivation realms was too great. If the execution guards released their essence spirit secret skills, this grade 5 Earth Immortal would have no chance of winning. For essence spirit secret skills were released and arrived instantly. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he raised his head and looked at the 4 of them indifferently. Suddenly, a palm-sized scale floated out from his glabella. It was silent but emitted a shuddering aura. Essence spirit secret skill, reverse scale. Fufu, the light of a firefly. An execution guard could not help but sneer when he saw Su Zimo activate his essence spirit secret skill as well. In his opinion, there was a difference of 3 cultivation realms between them. In a fight between essence spirits, he could kill Su Zimo's essence spirit with ease while his essence spirit could escape unscathed. However, that person stopped before he could finish. His smile froze on his face as well with a dull gaze. The other 3 execution guards paused as well. The 4 essence spirit secret skills of the execution guards collided against the reverse scale. There was not much noise in a fight between essence spirit secret skills. However, cracks appeared in the essence spirits of the 4 execution guards. Before long, the essence spirits of the 4 execution guards were destroyed on the spot. Su Zimo was in seclusion in the cave abode of Astral Sect for a long time. Although his Dao heart was damaged because of Ji Yaoshua's passing and his failed breakthrough, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra that he cultivated became more complete and perfected. This cultivation technique was extremely terrifying when it came to cultivating the essence spirit. Although Su Zimo had not broken through to the grade 6 Earth Immortal realm, his essence spirit realm had already reached the level of a grade 8 Earth Immortal. In other words, the essence spirit realms of both parties were not different. As for Su Zimo's essence spirit, it was formed from the Green Lotus essence spirit and Dragon Phoenix essence spirit's synthesis of illumination and nether glow. With the help of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, it was even more condensed and pure. Now, he had even released the reverse scale secret skill. The 4 execution guards could not defend against it at all. Anyone who touched the reverse scale of a dragon would die. Even Commander Xiong might not be able to escape unscathed if his essence spirit secret skill clashed against the reverse scale head-on, let alone the 4 grade 8 Earth Immortal execution guards. Of course, the reverse scale could not withstand the impact of the four essence spirit secret skills and dissipated into the void, vanishing. On the other side, Commander Xiong had a terrible expression. There were more than 10 Earth execution guards and 3 commanders. They were considered top-tier experts among Earth immortals. To think that they were almost completely annihilated by a single grade 5 Earth immortal. Right now, he was the only one left. If he removed the black light essence severing formation and recovered heaven and earth essence chi, he was absolutely confident that he could kill this grade 5 Earth immortal with the difference in their cultivation realms. However, once the formation was dispelled, it was equivalent to Gu Tongyu at the side recovering his combat strength as well. He could not defend against the sound of the fallen soul flute at all. Commander Xiong had already closed in and had no way out. He could only fight with all his might. Kill! Commander Xiong roared and channeled his blood chi to its limits. Wielding the execution saber with both hands, he slashed down viciously at Su Zimo's head. Earlier on, he sensed that Su Zimo's essence spirit realm was very high. Therefore, he did not dare to use his essence spirit secret skill. Instead, he chose to fight Su Zimo in melee combat with his powerful blood chi. However, although he did not use his essence spirit secret skill, Su Zimo had no intention of giving up. A golden Sanskrit talisman condensed in Su Zimo's consciousness and flew towards Commander Xiong. The Gautama Dharmic Seal. With the help of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, the might of the Gautama Dharmic Seal was not to be underestimated. If Commander Xiong ignored the essence spirit secret skill, although he could kill Su Zimo, he would not be able to escape death either. Helpless, Commander Xiong could only release his essence spirit secret skill to fight against the Gautama Dharmic Seal head-on. The two essence spirit secret skills collided. Su Zimo and Commander Xiong shuddered. In this essence spirit secret skill fight, Commander Xiong had the slight advantage. He was delighted and was about to continue swinging his execution saber to kill Su Zimo. Another beam of light shot out from Su Zimo's glabella with an extremely sharp edge, piercing towards his glabella. The green lotus sword burst forth. 2097 Annihilation U. When Commander Xiong saw an exquisite green sword tearing through the air, his expression changed. He hurriedly condensed his spirit consciousness to defend against the green lotus sword. However, the green lotus sword was extremely sharp and passed through his spirit consciousness instantly, entering his consciousness and slashing his essence spirit. Clang! A dull sound echoed when it struck the essence spirit. The green lotus sword trembled gently and its glow dimmed, turning into 90 green lotus seeds that returned to Su Zimo's consciousness and went back to the lotus cave to be nourished once more. Commander Xiong's essence spirit was wearing an essence spirit dermic treasure that resembled an inner armor. Essence spirit dermic treasures were extremely rare. They were extremely difficult to refine and could save lives most of the time. They were equivalent to additional lives. If not for the essence spirit inner armor, Commander Xiong would have died for sure. Of course, the green lotus sword was formed from the green lotus seeds nurtured by the grade 10 creation green lotus. It was too sharp and extremely powerful. Even with the inner armor, Commander Xiong's essence spirit was shaken violently and was even injured. The surging blood chi in his body turned chaotic instantly, and his body shuddered as blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. In that instant, Su Zimo counterattacked. The two of them were close to one another to begin with, and Su Zimo had already closed in with a single step. Kneeling forward like a galloping horse, he smashed heavily against the chest of Commander Xiong. At the same time, Su Zimo's hands gripped Commander Xiong's wrist tightly like two iron hoops and yanked to both sides. Crack, crack, crack. The armor on Commander Xiong's arms collapsed instantly and cracks appeared. He felt a sharp pain in his arm, as though it was about to be torn off. In reality, if not for the protection of the black gold feather armor, that attack earlier on would have torn his arms off. Of course, Su Zimo had reservations and did not use his blood chi the entire time. If he channeled the blood chi of the green lotus true body, that attack would be enough to severely injure Commander Xiong. Even so, Commander Xiong was scared out of his wits. He had never seen such ferocious offensive skills and fighting styles. Up till this point of the battle, Su Zimo did not seem like a cultivator at all. Instead, He looked like a man-eating ferocious beast with a torrential ferocity. Commander Xiong had a horrified expression and retreated instinctively, wanting to escape from this place. However, the two of them were too close. At that distance, he would not have a chance to escape even if he wanted to. If not for the black light essence severing formation, Su Zimo would have to use all his trump cards if he wanted to kill more than 10 execution guards. In fact, he would even have to release the Hell Suppression Tripod and Green Lotus phenomenon. However, with this black light essence severing formation, he was saved a lot of trouble. With the Green Lotus True Body, the Thunder Bones, the divine elephant breathing technique that he cultivated, the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and the offensive skills of the Azure Dragon, he could bury everyone here in an invincible manner. The existence of the black light essence severing formation trapped the execution guards. However, this array formation was targeted at Gu Tongyu and Qiu Siluo to begin with. Who would have thought that a monster like Su Zimo would appear? When Commander Xiong retreated, Su Zimo was like a shadow, chasing even faster. He flipped his palm and crushed down on the head of Commander Xiong. Helpless, Commander Xiong could only raise his arms to defend. His essence spirit was injured and it was difficult for him to circulate his blood qi. His pure physique could not defend against the Green Lotus True Body at all. Crack! Su Zimo's palm descended and snapped Commander Xiong's arms. Ah! Commander Xiong shrieked tragically and his spirit consciousness moved, wanting to summon the messenger talisman in his storage bag to send a distress signal. However, Su Zimo's attacks were like a storm and would not give him any chance to catch his breath. After that palm strike, Commander Xiong felt his vision blur and Su Zimo's figure vanished. The bystanders had a clearer view of things. In the eyes of Gu Tongyu and the others, under the suppression of Su Zimo's palm, he suddenly lowered his body and slithered forward like an agile anaconda, circling behind Commander Xiong. The next moment, the anaconda coiled around Commander Xiong and raised its head to take a deep breath, as though it wanted to devour the sun and the moon. The anaconda's body expanded continuously. Under their shocked gazes, Commander Xiong's burly body transformed rapidly and a jarring crackling sound came from his body. Commander Xiong's bones were minced by the anaconda and his body exploded into blood mists. Swoosh! An essence spirit flew out from the top of his head. Before it could escape, it was whipped into pieces by the anaconda's tail and destroyed on the spot. On the other side, Lin Ming was shocked. Suddenly, he shook his head and rubbed his eyes with both hands. He seemed to have hallucinated earlier on. The drunkard seemed to have vanished, and in his place was an anaconda. By the time he focused his gaze once more, Commander Xiong had already turned into a pile of grisly red meat and was sprawled on the ground, dead. The ugly drunkard stood at the side expressionlessly. Everything that happened earlier on merely seemed like a hallucination of his. Actually, he was not the only one. Zhua Zhuxian and Shangguanqian had the same hallucination. Gu Tongyu and Qiu Siluo exchanged glances. Both could see the shock in the other's eyes. Both of them could see things clearer and sharper. Throughout history, many cultivation techniques and offensive skills were imitated from ferocious beasts and demon beasts. It was easy to imitate them, but it was difficult to capture their actual spirits. Someone like Su Zimo, who possessed both form and spirit, and could even cause one's vision to go haywire such that it was difficult to differentiate between reality and illusion, was completely unheard of. Although the battle sounded slow upon narration, the process was extremely short. It had been less than 20 breaths since Su Zimo attacked and killed Commander Lu's group of 3 before going on to mince Commander Xiong to death. Zhua Zhuxian and Lin Ming had always been on the side of the execution guards. Before the two of them snapped out of their stupor from the shock of how Su Zimo dared to attack the execution guards, all the execution guards present were annihilated without exception. The battle ended before the two of them even had the chance to attack. How was that possible? Who was this Mo Ling? Not only did he attack the execution guards, he even massacred them mercilessly. He was only a grade 5 Earth Immortal. How could he release such terrifying power? Could it be the legacy cultivation technique of Astral Sect? That did not make sense. Right from the beginning, they had not seen him use any methods of Astral Sect. Furthermore, he could not release them in the black light essence severing formation. Zhuo Zhuxian and Lin Ming's minds were in chaos. Right then, Su Zimo turned around and looked at the two of them. Zhuo Zhuxian and Lin Ming met with Su Zimo's gaze and their expressions changed. They felt a chill run down their spines and their hearts seemed to leap into their throats. The two of them were not fools and realized something. Notwithstanding the fact that they had been targeting Su Zimo repeatedly previously, it would be difficult for the two of them to leave alive after witnessing today's scene. 2098 Silence. Not good. This Mo Ling wants to silence me. The same thought crossed the minds of Zhuo Zhuxian and Lin Ming. Right then, Su Zimo had already walked slowly towards the two of them expressionlessly. However, both of them were still scared out of their wits. At that moment, the wisest choice for the two of them was to turn and escape. However, for some unknown reason, against Su Zimo's gaze, their legs no longer obeyed them. In their eyes, the execution guards was a supreme existence that could not be offended. But now, the drunkard before him had killed 13 execution guards. In their eyes, Su Zimo was no longer the crazy and ugly drunkard. Instead, he was more like a cold-blooded and ruthless fiend who killed without batting an eyelid. Both of them were scared out of their wits and shivered. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo had already arrived before Zhuo Zhuxian and Lin Ming, watching the two of them with a calm expression. The two of them did not dare to meet Su Zimo's gaze and averted it. "You guys wanted to see my capabilities earlier on," Su Zimo spoke slowly and said in a seemingly casual manner. "I hope I didn't disappoint the two of you." Initially, Commander Lu and the others wanted to make use of Gu Tongyu and Xiao Siluo to kill Zhuo Zhuxian and the others. Zhuo Zhuxian, Lin Ming and Xie Tianfeng pushed Su Zimo out. Indeed, Su Zimo stood out. He started a massacre in an incomparably shocking manner and killed all 13 execution guards. When Zhuo Zhuxian and Lin Ming heard Su Zimo's question, they did not know how to reply. They could only grin dryly with horrified expressions. Fellow Taoist Mo Ling. Zhuo Zhuxian took a deep breath and tried his best to compose himself. "I've offended you in the past. Fellow Taoist, please be magnanimous and give me a chance on account of our relationship as fellow sect mates." Why yes. Lin Ming nodded hurriedly and smiled apologetically. "I've also made a mistake in the past. Fellow Taoist Mo Ling, please be magnanimous, heh." Su Zimo was unmoved and merely looked at the two of them calmly. Beside them, Shangguan Qian sighed gently. She was extremely fearful as well. However, she could not bring herself to wag her tail and beg for mercy like Zhuo Zhuxian and Lin Ming. Zhuo Zhuxian continued, "Fellow Taoist Mo Ling, don't worry. I can swear that I'll pretend that I've never seen you before and never tell a second person about what happened today. If I break that vow, I'll die a terrible death." He thought to himself that even if he did not tell a second person, he could tell it to a third or a fourth person. That way, it would not be considered as a violation of the vow. Lin Ming was enlightened and hurriedly followed suit, making a vow. "Are you done speaking?" Su Zimo asked indifferently. Lin Ming nodded instinctively. "You can die then?" With a backhand slap, Su Zimo slapped the side of Lin Ming's face. Crack, crack, crack. Lin Ming's head spun a few times around his neck before coming to a slow stop. His entire neck was completely shattered. His eyes were widened. Su Zimo's seemingly casual palm strike had already shattered the essence spirit in his consciousness. When Zhuo Zhuxian saw that, he could not help but gulp and clench his fists instinctively. Immediately after, a vicious glint flashed through his eyes. Suddenly, he channeled his blood chi and retreated, circulating his essence spirit to condense a greater divine power. Frost barrier. Zhuo Zhuxian pointed at Su Zimo. An almost transparent frost barrier was formed around Su Zimo, trapping him within. Shangguan Qian's heart skipped a beat when she saw that. It was only at that moment that she suddenly realized that the black light essence severing formation had lost its effect, and she could clearly sense the surrounding heaven and earth essence chi. Gu Tongyu and Xiao Siluo were not surprised. Although it was convenient to set up such array flags and they were fast, there was a disadvantage. The 49 array flags were equivalent to dermic treasures. If anything happened to the owner of the flags, they would become ownerless and the black light essence severing formation would lose its effect. If one were to carve formation patterns on the ground or in the void bit by bit, although it was extremely troublesome to set up and took a long time, it could be maintained for a long time. Therefore, the moment Commander Xiong died, the black light essence severing formation lost its effect and heaven and earth essence chi recovered. To Gu Tongyu and Qiu Siluo, this was naturally a good thing for them. However, it was not good for Mo Ling, who had just gone on a massacre. The reason why Mo Ling could release such a terrifying killing power was mainly because of the black light essence severing formation. If heaven and earth essence chi was recovered, this person's cultivation realm would only be at grade 5 Earth Immortal after all. The difference between him and Zhuozhuxian and the others was too great. Therefore, although Gu Tongyu and Qiu Siluo sensed the change, they did not remind him because they were worried that Zhuozhuxian and the others would sense it and they would put Mo Ling in danger instead. In reality, Lin Ming and Shangguanqian truly did not notice this change. However, Zhuozhuxian realized it. He was forced into a corner by Su Zimo and finally overcame the fear in his heart to counterattack. That was the reason for the scene earlier on. Mo Ling, I don't want to be your enemy. Zhuozhuxian conjured the frost barrier and trapped Su Zimo within, shouting, "But don't force me. I'm a grade 8 Earth Immortal after all and I'm 3 realms above you. Without the black light essence severing formation, you might not be able to win in a life and death battle." To be honest, even after recovering heaven and earth essence chi, Zhuozhuxian did not dare to fight Su Zimo. There was a hint of cowardice in his words as he forced himself to put on a calm composure. After all, the scene of Su Zimo killing 13 execution guards in succession earlier on had a huge impact on him. The Zhuo family is one of the 5 major family clans of Solar Luna County. Zhuozhuxian shouted as he retreated, wanting to intimidate Su Zimo so that he could escape from this place. I even dared to kill the execution guards. Yet, you're trying to scare me with the 5 major family clans of Solar Luna County. Su Zimo sneered and in a flash, disappeared from the barrier conjured by the frost divine power. By the time Su Zimo reappeared, he was already behind Zhuozhuxian. When they saw that, Gu Tongyu and Qiu Siluo were shocked and their expressions changed. This is teleportation. Qiu Siluo looked at Gu Tongyu beside her in confusion. Gu Tongyu shook his head gently. It shouldn't be teleportation. Teleportation is a supreme divine power that can only be released by heaven immortal experts. This method is more like a secret skill of the dragon race. Pust! Zhuozhuxian's pupils constricted and he gasped. Vanished. He had been staring at Su Zimo fixedly the entire time, afraid that something might happen. However, Su Zimo suddenly vanished from his line of sight. The next moment, he felt an aura of death descend from behind him. Without hesitation, Zhuozhuxian pointed to Shangguanqian, who was not far away, and hollered, "Nether swap!" Swoosh! Zhuozhuxian and Shangguanqian swapped positions instantly. 2099 old friends, it was no wonder why Zhuozhuxian was a genius of the Zhuo family. It was indeed extremely rare for him to be able to react in such a short period of time and release Nether Swap to avoid Su Zimo's killing move after the first flash of the true Dragon 9 flashes. However, Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he disappeared once more in a flash. Zhuozhuxian had just escaped. Before he could catch her breath, he turned back instinctively and was horrified to discover that Su Zimo had vanished once more. "Are you looking for me?" A calm voice sounded behind him. He was close by. Bang! The next moment, Zhuozhuxian felt a sharp pain at the back of his head. An arrow of blood burst forth from his eyes and spilled down slowly. Su Zimo pierced his head with a single finger. His essence spirit was destroyed. Zhuozhuxian fell limply to the ground with widened eyes. His expression was still filled with fear and his gaze dimmed. He was dead. Even after recovering heaven and earth essence chi, the grade 8 Earth Immortal, Zhuozhuxian, could not last 2 rounds. On the other side, Shangguanqian was swapped into midair by Zhuozhuxian's nether swap. At that moment, she did not escape. Instead, she descended slowly from midair. She knew that even if she chose to escape, she would not be able to escape. The strength of Mo Ling before her had far surpassed her imagination. Shang Guanqian looked at Su Zimo, who was walking over slowly with a conflicted expression. She was the first to notice that this person was unusual. However, she had not expected that this person would be so unusual that it was unbelievable. Before long, Su Zimo arrived before Shang Guanqian. Shang Guanqian sighed internally. She knew very well that although there was no feud between the two of them, there was no way Mo Ling would let her leave after witnessing this scene today. However, she was still puzzled and wanted an answer. You were pretending to be drunk when you joined the sect, right? Shang Guanqian looked at Su Zimo and asked softly. She knew that she would definitely die. Instead of fear, she became calm. Yes. Su Zimo nodded and did not lie. Shang Guanqian thought for a moment and continued. Did something happen for you to fail your breakthrough previously? She had once seen a heartbreaking sadness in Su Zimo's eyes. Even she felt terrible when she saw that sadness. After a long silence, Su Zimo said, Someone very, very important to me has left. Shang Guanqian went silent as well. She did not know how to persuade him about something like that either. In fact, she even felt a hint of envy towards the person who left. Most cultivators were pure and heartless. Even if she died, there would not be many people in this world who would feel sad for her. At the thought of this, Shang Guanqian laughed self-deprecatingly and thought to herself, If I have to die, so be it. Make your move. Shang Guanqian closed her eyes. After a while, she did not feel any pain or killing. She opened her eyes and looked over. Unknowingly, Su Zimo had already left her and was tidying up the battlefield at the side, collecting the storage bags of the many execution guards, Zhuxian and the others. You can leave, Su Zimo said with his back facing Shang Guanqian. Why didn't you kill me? Shang Guanqian frowned slightly in confusion. Su Zimo asked instead, Why should I kill you? In truth, apart from the fact that he wanted to silence them, there was another reason why he killed Zhuxian and Lin Ming. More importantly, it was because the two of them had provoked him repeatedly before and even wanted to kill him. The first time he came out of seclusion, both of them sent cultivators to follow him. The second time he came out of seclusion, when he was receiving the inheritance of the exalted mystic spirit Big Dipper True Sutra, Lin Ming wanted to interrupt him as well. After the inheritance was over, Zhuxian even threatened to snatch the cultivation technique. Although Shang Guanqian was the first person to notice his abnormality, she had stood up for him countless times during this period of time. While Su Zimo did not express anything, he remembered everything. Although he had changed his appearance, his personality had not changed and he was clear about gratitude and hatred. Zhuxian and Lin Ming deserved to be killed. However, Su Zimo would not kill Shang Guanqian, who had helped him before, just to silence her. Furthermore, Shang Guanqian did not know his true identity at all. He had the Trinity Auspicious Jade and could change his appearance at any moment. Shang Guanqian had a conflicted expression and naturally did not know what Su Zimo was thinking. After a long silence, she suddenly said, Thank you, fellow Taoist. However, I still have to make a vow. I, Shang Guanqian, will definitely not reveal anything that I saw today. If I break this vow, the heavens will smite me and my soul will disperse. With that said, Shang Guanqian cupped her fists and bowed to Su Zimo before turning to leave, disappearing into the horizon before long. During this period of time, Su Zimo had already tidied up the battlefield. He turned around and walked towards Gu Tongyu and Xiao Siluo. At that moment, Gu Tongyu and Xiao Siluo felt uneasy as well. That was because the two of them did not know Mo Ling at all and did not know why he would suddenly start a massacre and kill the execution guards. The two of them were not sure if Mo Ling would attack them to silence them. Looking at Su Zimo, who was gradually approaching, Gu Tongyu tightened his grip on the fallen soul flute. At that moment, heaven and earth essence chi had already recovered. Although he was injured with the fallen soul flute around, he could fight Mo Ling. Benefactors, we meet again. Su Zimo came before Gu Tongyu and Xiao Siluo and bowed. At that moment, Gu Tongyu and Su Zimo were stunned. Benefactors? With a single thought from Su Zimo, his appearance gradually changed and his figure returned to normal. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a refined man with a scholarly aura. You? Gu Tongyu looked at Su Zimo with a confused expression, still unable to recognize him. He felt that the person before him looked familiar, as though he had seen him somewhere before. However, he could not recall where. Dragon Abyss Star, Su Zimo said. When Qiu Siluo heard those words, a thought flashed through her mind and she came to a realization. I remember now. You're that black immortal. Gu Tongyu gradually recalled as well. More than 2,000 years ago, the two of them visited a secret ground on the Dragon Abyss Star. It was also there that the two of them obtained the soul-reaping zither and the fallen soul flute. Before entering the secret ground, they encountered an earth immortal who wanted to kill another black immortal because of a dermic treasure. The two of them could not take it lying down and helped to save the black immortal. This was an extremely ordinary matter for the two of them, and neither of them took it to heart. To think that they would meet that black immortal again today. What surprised Gu Tongyu and Qiu Siluo even more was that the former black immortal had already grown to such a terrifying extent. It had only been more than 2,000 years, and even with their talent, they had only advanced a single cultivation realm. This black immortal had already cultivated to become a grade 5 earth immortal. Furthermore, his combat strength was so terrifying that both of them felt wary. 2100 Reminiscence. I haven't seen you for more than 2,000 years, but you've grown so quickly. Impressive. Recognizing Su Zimo's identity, Gu Tongyu let down his guard as well, and could not help but praise. Qiu Siluo smiled. Although we saved you before, you saved us earlier on as well. Don't call us your benefactors. That will make us seem distant. That's right. Gu Tongyu nodded slightly and asked again. How should I address you, fellow Taoist? I'm Su Zimo. Su Zimo did not hide his identity against Gu Tongyu and Su Zimo. Gu Tongyu's expression changed. As though he recalled something, he asked, all these years, a prince of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom has been hunting down somebody. That's me, Su Zimo nodded. Gu Tongyu said, Brother Su, your disguise technique is truly impressive and flawless. It's no wonder why you could hide for more than 2,000 years against the pursuit of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom. However, because you saved us and exposed your identity, I'm afraid you can't stay in Astral Sect anymore. Qiu Siluo looked guilty. Su Zimo shook his head. Even without this matter, I was prepared to leave. Previously, he was in a hurry to raise his cultivation realm in seclusion. After coming out of seclusion this time round, he did not intend to continue staying in the great Jin Immortal Kingdom. He had to find an opportunity to leave this place. In the great Jin Immortal Kingdom, he had offended a prince and could be hunted down at any moment. The only way to resolve the current situation was to leave the territory ruled by the great Jin Immortal Kingdom. If he wanted to break out of the situation, the best way was to look for protection, a faction that could go against the great Jin Immortal Kingdom. There's only hope after leaving the great Jin Immortal Kingdom, Gu Tongyu said in a deep voice as well. The situation they were facing was not much different from Su Zimo. Furthermore, the person they offended was even stronger and had a higher status than Prince Yuanzhua. What are your plans from now on? Su Zimo asked. Gu Tongyu and Qiu Siluo exchanged glances, and the melancholy in their eyes deepened as they sighed gently. The two of us have offended Zither Immortal Meng Yao. We probably can't even stay in the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain anymore. Is Meng Yao that terrifying? Su Zimo asked with a frown. Qiu Siluo explained. If Meng Yao was only a princess of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom, she wouldn't have such an impact. However, she's also a legacy disciple of Flying Immortal Sect. There aren't many legacy disciples in each of the 4 immortal sects. One can only be conferred the title of a legacy disciple after their cultivation reaches the perfected 1 realm and they become perfected immortals. The legacy disciples of the 4 immortal sects have noble statuses even in the 9 firmament immortal domain, let alone the divine firmament immortal domain. Furthermore, Meng Yao is one of the 4 great fairies. In the entire divine firmament immortal domain and even the experts of the 9 firmament immortal domain, it's their honor to be able to listen to the sound of Meng Yao's zither. In the 9 firmament immortal domain, the zither immortal's music is even described to be a heavenly sound that's priceless. None of the top factions in the divine firmament immortal domain will offend zither immortal Meng Yao for the 2 of us. Su Zimo was silent. In that case, the situation Gu Tongyu and Qiu Siluo were facing was even worse than his. We might head to other immortal domains. At that point, Gu Tongyu paused for a moment before saying, if we truly have no way out, we can only head to the Fiend Domain. Fiend Domain. Su Zimo could not help but think of the Thunder Emperor who had already headed to the Fiend Domain. He did not know how the Thunder Emperor was and if his injuries had healed. Brother Su, I heard you mention that your Dao heart was damaged because someone very important to you has left. Suddenly, Gu Tongyu asked. That's right. Su Zimo sighed sadly. He recalled Ji Yaoshua's voice and expression and was in a daze. Although many things happened today, it had only been less than a day since Ji Yaoshua passed away. Su Zimo could not break free from that dejected mood. His chest felt stuffy and he felt terrible, but he had nowhere to vent it. The more he was like this, the more difficult it was for his Dao heart to heal. If he could not get out of this predicament, there was a high chance that he would form a vicious cycle and sink into it. Gu Tongyu and Qiu Siluo exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Qiu Siluo placed the soul-reaping zither on her knees and plucked the strings gently with her jade-like fingers, letting out a sound like flowing water. It was like water droplets dripping or meteors streaking through the night sky, vast and quirky. Instantly, Su Zimo seemed to have passed through a water barrier and ripples appeared, as though he had returned to the past. Gu Tongyu picked up the fallen soul flute and placed it by his lips. A mellow sound of sobbing could be heard. Su Zimo caught sight of Ji Yaoshua again. That unforgettable woman. From their first encounter to the capital of Great Zhou, everything seemed to be the same. However, in this memory, Su Zimo and Ji Yaoshua became Dao companions and accompanied one another, leaving behind countless happy times. Su Zimo did not ascend and merely accompanied Ji Yaoshua to grow old. Eventually, the 2 of them fell asleep in each other's embrace and were buried together. The sound of the zither and flute gradually faded until it was silent. By the time Su Zimo woke up, his face was already covered in tears. Upon receiving the news of Ji Yaoshua's departure, he had nowhere to vent and kept it in his heart. Both Gu Tongyu and Qiu Siluo could tell that Su Zimo was in an extremely bad mental state. There was a high chance that he would suffer qi deviation if he cultivated in the future, let alone recover his Dao heart. The 2 of them were proficient in the Dao of music and played the zither and flute together, bringing Su Zimo into a memory. Su Zimo's emotions rose and fell along with the sound of the zither and flute, venting out in this memory and obtaining freedom. By the time Su Zimo woke up, the injuries on his Dao heart had already healed. The heaven and earth essence qi in his body surged continuously and washed through his body like a tsunami. The inheritance obtained by astral sect was only of use at this moment. When Su Zimo received the inheritance, the green lotus true body endured the starlight of 2 star regions. The starlight came from the vast stars. Every single starlight contained rich and pure heaven and earth essence qi. Su Zimo's acceptance of the inheritance also meant that he was absorbing the heaven and earth essence qi into his body. However, his Dao heart was damaged and prevented him from breaking through, causing the heaven and earth essence qi to accumulate in his body. Now that his Dao heart had recovered, the accumulated heaven and earth essence qi surged rapidly as well. Su Zimo's cultivation realm broke through once more. Grade 6 Earth Immortal. After breaking through to the level 6 Earth Essence realm, the heaven and earth essence qi in his body was still extremely vast. If he refined all the heaven and earth essence qi, he could even reach the peak of a grade 6 Earth Immortal. However, this was not a suitable place for cultivation. Su Zimo suppressed the essence qi in his body for the time being and wiped away the tears on his face. He bowed deeply to Gu Tongyu and Qiu Siluo. There were no words that could express his gratitude. He had already engraved this favor in his heart. Qiu Siluo smiled gently. Su Zimo lamented. I've never heard the sound of the zither immortal before. However, I think that she can only be worthy of the title of the zither immortal if her zither sound can be compared to yours. How can I compare to the zither immortal? Xianxia smiled. What was the name of that song earlier on? Suzimo asked again. Reminiscence, Xianxia said. Reminiscence, reminiscence? Suzimo murmured softly. Brother Su, 13 execution guards have died. The great Jin Immortal Kingdom will definitely not let this go. We can't linger here. Let's part ways here, Gu Tongyu said. In that short period of time, their injuries healed significantly and they could move freely. Since all of us want to leave the great Jin Immortal Kingdom, why don't we travel together so that we can take care of one another? Xianxia suggested. Gu Tongyu shook his head gently. Brother Su, I had the same thought but decided against it. We provoked zither immortal Mengyao, a perfected immortal expert. Now that her pursuit failed this time round, there's a high chance she'll send out the heaven execution guards next time, or even come out personally. You'll be implicated instead if you travel with us. Xianxia nodded as well. That's right. After pondering for a moment, Suzimo suddenly said, Guys, the heaven execution guard commanders have a blood guidance secret skill that can determine your location through the blood that you've spilled. It's fine. Gu Tongyu waved it off. The fallen soul flute and the soul-reaping zither in our hands can sever the connection to blood guidance. That's good. Suzimo was finally relieved. Suddenly, Gu Tongyu said, Brother Su, take this fallen soul flute with you. A look of reluctance flashed through Gu Tongyu's eyes, but he still handed the fallen soul flute over. Suzimo was touched. He knew that Gu Tongyu was worried that he would be found by the blood guidance secret skill and captured by the execution guards. It was self-evident how important the fallen soul flute was to Gu Tongyu. Treasures like the fallen soul flute and the soul-reaping zither had even alarmed zither immortal Mengyao. It was clear how precious those two treasures were. But now, Gu Tongyu wanted to hand over the fallen soul flute without hesitation because he was worried about Suzimo's safety. Suzimo shook his head. Brother Gu, don't worry. I have something on me as well such that the blood guidance secret skill of the heaven execution guards can't sense me. This was the Thunder Jade Pendant given to him by the Thunder Emperor. It was because of this Jade Pendant and the Trinity Auspicious Jade that Suzimo was able to remain dormant in Astral Sect for more than 2,000 years. Gu Tongyu said in a deep voice, All right, Brother Su, let's bid farewell here. If we're lucky enough to survive, we'll meet again if we're fated. We'll meet again if fate allows it. Suzimo bid farewell with cupped fists as well. Gu Tongyu and Xianxia soared into the air and left towards the west. Suzimo waved his hand and put away all 49 array flags. Those array flags were now ownerless. If they could be refined and used properly, they would be a powerful method of victory. Although he had the Thunder Jade Pendant out of caution, Suzimo still condensed the Kacharati Dao fire and burned the corpses on the ground. The execution guards were already dead. Without essence chi or essence spirits, the Kacharati Dao fire alone was enough to burn the corpses clean. Flames surged into the skies. Just as Suzimo was about to leave, a streak of light sped over from afar at an astonishing speed. Suzimo's heart skipped a beat. At that moment, it was already too late for him to activate the Trinity Auspicious Jade to change his appearance. What was even more frightening was that the pressure released by the cultivator covered the skies and was far beyond what he could withstand. A heaven immortal expert. Furthermore, it was a high-level heaven immortal expert. He had almost no means of defending against a heaven immortal expert. The 3 awakened sacred souls in the Hell Suppression Tripod had already lost their strength and fell asleep because of the consecutive battles. If a heaven immortal expert were to attack him, he would definitely die. Suzimo's expression changed when he saw who it was. That cultivator was Astral Rain, the sect master of Astral Sect. In the blink of an eye, Astral Rain arrived and was slightly stunned when he saw Suzimo. He was even more shocked when he saw the fire at the side. At that moment, the flames were raging and had yet to incinerate the many corpses. One could still vaguely make out their figures. Astral Rain could naturally tell that the 13 execution guards as well as Wu Zhuxian, Lin Ming and Xie Tianfeng had died here. You're Su Zimo who's wanted by the great Jin Immortal Kingdom? When Astral Rain saw Su Zimo, he recognized the latter quickly and asked with a frown, "Why are you here? Where's Mo Ling of my sect?" Su Zimo remained silent. He found it strange as well. Logically speaking, Astral Rain should have attacked the moment he recognized him. Why would he ask about Mo Ling's location? Eh? Astral Rain's gaze scanned Su Zimo a few times and noticed something unusual. Although Su Zimo's physique and appearance had changed, he was still wearing the same attire as before Mo Ling left the sect. Su Zimo did not even have time to take off the Astral Sect badge on his waist and throw it away. Su Zimo Mo Ling? You're Mo Ling? That speculation flashed through Astral Rain's mind as he suddenly asked. Although that speculation seemed ridiculous, he recalled that the time when Mo Ling joined the sect was when the great Jin Immortal Kingdom was hunting down Su Zimo. Furthermore, it was truly strange that Mo Ling rarely showed himself after entering the sect and was in seclusion the entire time. There was also the scene before him. Mo Ling left Astral Sect with many execution guards. Now that Mo Ling was gone, Su Zimo was standing here in Mo Ling's clothes. Answer me. Suddenly, Astral Rain released a massive spirit consciousness and locked onto Su Zimo. With a sharp expression, he asked slowly, "Are you Mo Ling or not?" Su Zimo was still silent and tense. Suddenly, Astral Rain waved his sleeves and scattered starlight that enveloped Su Zimo. The starlight was way too strong and any single streak of it was enough to kill Su Zimo. However, Su Zimo had just received the inheritance of the exalted mystic spirit Big Dipper True Sutra. When he was attacked by the starlight, the cultivation technique sensed it and circulated on its own. Whoosh! 2 large star regions appeared above Su Zimo's head. They were led by the Alcade and Mizar stars and were surrounded by millions of stars. The 2 star regions were still far from the true Big Dipper star region. Even so, the 2 star regions hovered above Su Zimo's head, forming a gigantic phenomenon that shone with endless starlight. It was shocking enough. Starlight shone brightly from Su Zimo's body like a god beneath the starry skies and his aura surged. The mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram. It's indeed you. When Astral Rain saw the 2 star regions appear, he had a conflicted expression and did not continue attacking. Instead, he sighed gently and dispersed the surrounding starlight. The mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram in the skies dissipated as well. Su Zimo was puzzled. He could not sense any killing intent from Astral Rain. In fact, he could not even sense any hostility. Right now, his life was worth 1,000,000 essence spirit stones. If he was captured alive, the rewards would be even greater. However, Astral Rain did not seem to have any intention of attacking him. The scene earlier on was merely a test to confirm Su Zimo's true identity. Senior. Now that things had come to this, there was no need for Su Zimo to hide anything. I'm Mo Ling. 2102 Immortal Sect Selection, Sci. After a long silence, Astral Rain finally sighed. Leave. Leave the great Jin Immortal Kingdom as soon as possible. Senior, why are you... Su Zimo was puzzled and could not understand Astral Rain's thoughts. The two of them did not have any relationship. If Astral Rain captured him, he would be able to exchange for a large number of treasures. Even without handing him over, he could force out the exalted mystic spirit Big Dipper True Sutra. Astral Rain seemed to have read Su Zimo's mind. When I saw that you were taken away by Commander Liu, I guessed that he was after the inheritance you just obtained. Although I'm the sect master and don't want you to meet with such a calamity, I don't dare to offend the execution guards either. Astral Rain did not conceal his fear towards the execution guards and the great Jin Immortal Kingdom. However, I could not calm down after returning to my cave abode, Astral Rain said. After so many years, the inheritance of Astral Sect has finally appeared in this generation. Am I going to let the execution guards snatch it away just like that? As the sect master of Astral Sect, am I going to watch the successor die prematurely because of this? At that point, Astral Rain laughed self-deprecatingly. I came this time round with the intention of risking my life to kill these execution guards and save you. To think that they're already dead. Although Astral Rain did not say it explicitly, one could imagine how difficult it was for him to make that decision. Attacking the execution guards was equivalent to taking on a massive existence like the great Jin Immortal Kingdom. If you're just Su Zimo, I won't let you off, Astral Rain said. However, you're Mo Ling and have received the inheritance of Astral Sect. I hope that this inheritance can shine once more in your hands. His tone was sincere and there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Even in the upper world, not everyone was evil and would bully the weak. Not everyone was greedy and cold-blooded. Astral Rain knew in his heart that since this inheritance chose Su Zimo, it meant that he was the most suitable candidate. Suddenly, he took out a talisman from his storage bag and handed it to Su Zimo. This is a major transference talisman. It can teleport you directly to a city at the border of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom, Seven Feather City. Su Zimo was secretly speechless. The territory of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom was vast and there were 16 counties and more than 1,000 cities. Given Su Zimo's cultivation, even if he traveled day and night, it would take him months to cross a county, let alone the entire Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. It was clear how precious that talisman was. Tear this talisman apart and descend at the border. After leaving Seven Feather City, it's equivalent to breaking free from the pursuit of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Pausing for a moment, Astral Rain continued. However, leaving the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom doesn't mean that it's safe. In Divine Firmament Mainland, only half of the territory controlled by the three Immortal Kingdoms is occupied. Most of the remaining half is ownerless and contains all sorts of powerful living beings that are filled with danger and unknowns. Some of the spirit grounds are occupied by powerful itinerant cultivators. Some of the mountain ranges are occupied by terrifying demon beasts. Some of the blessed lands are under the jurisdiction of immortal sects. There are countless similar places. If you enter by mistake, your life will be in danger at any moment. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and asked, "How can I leave the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain after leaving the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom?" Astral Rain said, "After leaving the city, head south. If nothing goes wrong, given your cultivation, it might take you dozens of years to cross more than half of Divine Firmament Mainland's territory to reach the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain." Dozens of years? Su Zimo frowned slightly. That time estimate was under the most ideal conditions. According to Astral Rain, he had to experience countless dangers crossing those ownerless lands where various factions and powerful living beings resided. If anything were to happen during this period of time, it would be normal for him to take hundreds or even thousands of years. "Isn't there any teleportation method?" Su Zimo asked with a frown. "Yes," Astral Rain said. "However, the teleportation hall is located in the capitals of the three immortal kingdoms, the four immortal sects and Divine Firmament City. Without a special status, you can dream about entering the capitals of the three immortal kingdoms or the four immortal sections. As for Divine Firmament City, that's the territory of the Divine Firmament Immortal Emperor with countless experts living in seclusion. Even if you possess myriad transformations, you'll definitely reveal flaws there." Su Zimo shook his head. The path of using a teleportation formation was even more unrealistic. "Where's the Green Firmament Immortal Domain?" Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he asked. The Thunder Emperor had once told him that the human emperor, Lin Zhan, was in the Green Firmament Immortal Domain right now and controlled an immortal kingdom. "The Green Firmament Immortal Domain is even further." Astral Rain shook his head. "The south of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain is the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain. Further south is the Elixir Firmament Immortal Domain and further south is the Green Firmament Immortal Domain. That's two immortal domains in the middle and it's even further." Su Zimo shook his head. Given his current capabilities, there was no way he could reach the Green Firmament Immortal Domain. Astral Rain thought for a moment and suddenly said, "Actually, if you can join one of the four immortal sects, you might be able to resolve this calamity." "Four immortal sects?" Su Zimo murmured softly. Back on the Dragon Abyss Star, he had come into contact with cultivators of the four immortal sections. The four immortal sects of Divine Firmament Mainland were the Mountain Sea Immortal Sect, Imperial Wind Temple, Heaven and Earth Academy, and Flying Immortal Sect. Astral Rain said in a deep voice, "In the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain, the four immortal sects are the only factions that can fight against the three immortal kingdoms. Although they are sects, their foundations are terrifying and are definitely not weaker than an immortal kingdom. If I can join one of the four immortal sects, will I be able to escape the threat of Prince Yuanzhua?" Su Zimo asked again. Astral Rain nodded and said, "More than 2,000 years ago, because of Feng Cantion, Prince Yuanzhua's status among the many princes and princesses of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom plummeted. The current prince and county governor of Green Cloud County have changed as well. Although you're being hunted by him, as long as you leave the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and join the four immortal sects, no matter how arrogant Yuanzhua is, he won't dare to capture anyone from the four immortal sects." However, Astral Rain wanted to speak but stopped. "However," Su Zimo asked. Astral Rain hesitated for a moment. "Given your current cultivation, it's probably unrealistic for you to join the four immortal sects. Let's forget about this matter." "Why?" Su Zimo frowned and asked, "What are the conditions required to join the four immortal sects?" "Every 100 years, the four immortal sects will hold an immortal sect selection in the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. The most talented and powerful Earth Immortals of Divine Firmament Mainland will be gathered." Astral Rain said, "The entire selection will last for a year, and only 100 Earth Immortals will be invited to join the four immortal sects in the end. There's a restriction on one's cultivation realm in the immortal sect selection?" Su Zimo asked. "Not really, as long as you're an Earth Immortal," Astral Rain said. "However, those taking part in the immortal sect selection are all top Earth Immortal experts from all over Divine Firmament Mainland. The weakest among them are Grade 7 Earth Immortals. The ones who stand out in the end are almost entirely Grade 9 Earth Immortals. Although you have the help of the Mystic Spirit Big Dipper diagram, the difference in your cultivation realm is still too great. You won't stand a chance even if you take part in the immortal sect selection. The competition for the immortal sect selection is way too intense and cruel. If you're careless, your life might be in danger." When Astral Rain saw the corpses of the execution guards strewn all over the ground, he instinctively thought that these people had died in the hands of the people hunted down by the execution guards. He had not thought that Su Zimo had anything to do with their deaths. 2103 Leaving the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom initially, Su Zimo had no intention of joining the four immortal sects. However, according to Astral Rain, given his current cultivation, it would take way too long for him to leave the territory of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain and head to the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain. The journey was long, and he did not know what changes and dangers he would encounter. If he could join one of the four immortal sects and gain the protection of the immortal sects, it would be much more convenient for him to leave the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. Among the four immortal sects, there were also super teleportation formations that could lead to the other immortal domains. Over the years of roaming the upper world, Su Zimo had a deeper understanding that it would be difficult for him to establish himself in the upper world without the support of a powerful faction. And now, only the four immortal sects could fight against the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Furthermore, even if he could reach the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain, it was not the best solution. Apart from the fact that the entire journey was extremely dangerous, the distant Jade Firmament Immortal Domain was also filled with unknowns. Su Zimo's greatest threat in the upper world, King Yunyu, might even be in the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain. If that was the case, he would be walking into a trap by entering the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain. But now that the four immortal sects were selecting disciples, it was a rare opportunity. At that thought, Su Zimo decided to take a look at Coiling Dragon Mountain Range and asked, "Senior Astral Rain, how should I get to Coiling Dragon Mountain Range?" Astral Rain frowned in deep thought. He counted with his fingers and shook his head. No, I've calculated the time. The immortal sect selection began a long time ago and more than half a year has passed." "Senior, didn't you say earlier that the immortal sect selection will last for a year before the final outcome is decided?" Su Zimo asked. Yes. Astral Rain nodded and said, even if you rush over now, you'll probably only reach the end. The immortal sex selection is about to end. How are you going to take part? Pausing for a moment, he continued, of course, you can choose to hide and wait for the next immortal sex selection. A selection as such is held once every 100 years. There's no need for you to take part in it in a hurry. Astral Rain took out a map from his storage bag as he said that. The map was filled with dense black dots. If one's spirit consciousness was immersed in it, the black spots would expand and names would appear one after another. He handed the map to Su Zimo. After leaving the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom, head southwest and pass through the Sunset Immortal River and Nine Light Stream. Cross Heavenly Anaconda Mountain Range and Cloud Dream Swamp, and you'll reach Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. Although Astral Rain made it sound simple and there were only a few names, the journey was countless kilometers. Astral Rain said, the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range is majestic and vast. It's horizontal across Divine Firmament mainland. As long as you have a good approximate direction, you'll definitely be able to see it. Thank you, Senior. Su Zimo put away the map and expressed his thanks in a deep voice. Leave. Leave as soon as possible. Astral Rain waved it off. I hope that you can make the Mystic Spirit Big Dipper diagram shine once more in Divine Firmament mainland. Take care, Senior. Su Zimo bowed. Astral Rain nodded and turned to leave. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and did not linger. The Green Lotus Essence Spirit held the Trinity Auspicious Jade and changed its appearance once more. This time round, Su Zimo transformed into a sickly young man. He took out a white robe from his storage bag and wore it. Back in Tianhuang mainland, he was once severely injured by the life-severing curse of the witch race and his essence spirit was in this state. Therefore, Su Zimo would not reveal any flaws even in his current appearance. Although the Trinity Auspicious Jade's ability was not offensive, it was way too important to him. Su Zimo did not walk far before he took out the teleportation talisman. He had doubts about whether there was anything wrong with the teleportation talisman as well. However, given Astral Rain's cultivation realm, there was truly no need for him to go through so much trouble to deal with Su Zimo. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo tore the teleportation talisman apart. The shards of the talisman spun continuously and a dark spatial tunnel appeared in midair. Su Zimo walked in. When traveling through the spatial tunnel, one could not sense the passage of space and time or the weight of their bodies. All their senses would be greatly weakened. An unknown period of time passed. After a few breaths, Su Zimo's eyes lit up and he felt his body lighten as he fell rapidly from midair. He controlled his body hurriedly and released his spirit consciousness on guard. There was no danger in the surroundings and it was empty. He had already left the spatial tunnel. In the distant horizon, a gigantic ancient city could be vaguely seen. Speeding in the direction of the ancient city, Su Zimo recognized before long that there were 3 words written on the ancient city. Seven Feather City. Seven Feather City was an ancient city at the southern border of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. This teleportation talisman had indeed teleported Su Zimo to the borders of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. As long as he passed through this ancient city, he would leave the territory of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. At that time, with the help of the Trinity Auspicious Jade, he would be able to roam freely. Su Zimo disguised himself as a sickly young cultivator. His face was yellow and his lips were pale without any color. He did not encounter any obstacles when he entered Seven Feather City. When he left Seven Feather City, many city guards checked on him many times and asked him some questions. Unlike other cities, the ancient cities at the borders were heavily guarded. Su Zimo had long prepared for answers and managed to leave the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom safely. After speeding for a while, Su Zimo stopped and turned around. He looked deeply in the direction of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom with a cold gaze. Thereafter, he followed the map and sprinted in the direction of Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. 13 execution guards died in Solar Luna County, incurring the wrath of the county governor. At the same time, Prince Yuanzhua, who was in Solar Luna County, received the news as well. He brought a commander of the execution guards, Lone Star, and a group of Earth execution guards to the location of the incident. Back then, Prince Yuanzhou was shocked by the heir of King Jin and was scared out of his wits. When the heir of King Jin wanted him to get rid of all the remnant knight forces in the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom, there was no way he could disobey. Because of Feng Xantian's escape, King Jin was enraged and removed his authority in Green Cloud County, as well as perfected Immortal Jing Yu's Green Cloud County governor position. Over the years, apart from chasing after Su Zimo, Prince Yuanzhou spent most of his time traveling around the territory of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom to search for and exterminate the survivors of Remnant Night. He did not dare to relax at all with the warning of the heir of King Jin. The days of peace and comfort were long gone. Right now, Prince Yuanzhou was exhausted from the workload. Among the many princes and princesses, his status was already ranked below average. More importantly, the true body that he had tirelessly and painstakingly condensed was crippled, and the prime body was implicated at the critical juncture of breaking through to the perfected One realm. Without a huge opportunity, he might never be able to become a perfected immortal. With a single mistake, he fell from the clouds to the bottom of the valley. Everything that happened after that, the Jade Talisman was snatched away and he was injured by the heir of King Jin. Everything was because of a single person. Su Zimo, 2104 Emergence of the Zither Immortal Solar Luna County. By the time Prince Yuanzhou arrived with the commander of the execution guards, Lone Star, and a group of Earth execution guards, many cultivators were already gathered at the scene. Apart from some execution guards, there were also immortal soldiers guarding the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom that sealed the vicinity. The county governor of Solar Luna County was also here. "Greetings, Your Highness." When the Solar Luna County governor saw Prince Yuanzhou arrive, he cupped his fists and greeted. Although Prince Yuanzhou's status had decreased over the years and he had lost the rule of Green Cloud County, he still had the bloodline of King Jin. The county governor of Solar Luna County did not dare to be negligent and retained the most basic respect for him. Of course, Prince Yuanzhou could not command the county governor of Solar Luna County either. What happened? Prince Yuanzhou entered the center and swept his gaze across some traces of the battlefield, asking with a frown. There was nothing left on the battlefield except piles of ashes. In the ashes, there were even a few fragments of the black gold feather armor that had not been completely incinerated. There were almost no valuable clues. 13 Earth execution guards died, including 3 commanders, the county governor of Solar Luna County said in a deep voice. According to the information I received, these Earth execution guards should have been ordered by Princess Mengyao to hunt down a man and woman. However, all of those execution guards were annihilated here. Right then, an immortal light sped over from afar and arrived before them in the blink of an eye, emitting a tremendous might. It was a woman. She was tall and wore plain blue palace robes. Her face was fair and flawless. Her black hair was tied into a bun, and she had an extraordinary aura. Many cultivators present were stunned when they saw the woman, as though they had lost their souls. However, the woman exuded a cold and extremely dangerous aura that prevented strangers from approaching, causing many cultivators to sober up right away. "What are you guys looking at? Kneel down and greet Princess Mengyao," the county governor of Solar Luna County hollered and swept his gaze across the surrounding immortal soldier guards. The guards of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom usually did not have the chance to see the true appearance of Zither Immortal Mengyao. Now that they saw her, they were deeply attracted to her peerless beauty and could not extricate themselves. Many execution guards reacted right away and knelt down to greet. Most of the surrounding guards snapped out of their stupor after being reminded by the county governor of Solar Luna County. They lowered their heads hurriedly and knelt on the ground. There were also dozens of guards who were still motionless, looking at Mengyao in a daze. This was Princess Mengyao, one of the 4 great fairies, the Zither Immortal Mengyao. Notwithstanding the sound of Fairy Mengyao's zither, that face alone was enough to captivate them. The 4 fairies had been famous for many years. All of them had different personalities and unique characteristics. However, the faces of the 4 fairies could be said to be the best in the Divine Firmament Immortal domain. Even in the 9 Firmament Immortal domain, they were top-tier beauties. Otherwise, they would not have been qualified to be called the Four Great Fairies. Qin Shuang, it's time to discipline your guards, Meng Yao said slowly and coldly. You are right, Princess Meng Yao. When we go back, I'll punish the dozens of guards severely and let them remember today's lesson, the county governor of Solar Luna County said hurriedly. Meng Yao said indifferently, There's no need to go back. I'll discipline these people for you today. The moment she said that, Meng Yao extended her slender fingers and flicked the void. Clang. Suddenly, the sound of a zither sounded in midair. The eyes of the dozens of guards exploded and blood spurted out. Ah! The dozens of guards let out tragic cries. Right from the beginning, Meng Yao did not even look at them. She could not be bothered to look at them. On account that you guys are guards of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom, I'm giving you a small punishment by blinding your eyes. Although Meng Yao's words were filled with killing intent, they seemed to have a magical power and her voice was indescribably pleasant. The dozens of guards were blinded and endured the pain. However, strange and infatuated smiles appeared on their faces, as though they were extremely satisfied and excited. It's worth it even if I have to go blind to be able to see Fairy Meng Yao's face in this lifetime. I no longer have any regrets in my life after hearing Fairy Meng Yao speak to me. The dozens of guards merely took a single look at Meng Yao and were subdued. Even if they were blinded, they did not have any resentment. When she heard that, Fairy Meng Yao was not enraged. Instead, her beautiful eyes seemed to smile. She loved the feeling of others bowing down to her. Sister Meng Yao, you've really gotten prettier after so many years. Prince Yuanzhua hurried forward and said with a smile, I couldn't even recognize you right away. Thinking that a beautiful fairy had descended, Meng Yao was indeed worthy of those praises. However, Prince Yuanzhua's words were more or less pandering and flattering. Even if Meng Yao could sense it, she would not expose him. She enjoyed the feeling of being praised and admired by everyone. She was confident. She was deserving of any and every praise out there. Yuanzhua, it's been a long time. Princess Meng Yao nodded slightly. The two of them were from different mothers and did not have a deep relationship. However, no matter what, both of them had the bloodline of King Jin flowing through their bodies. Meng Yao's reply to Prince Yuan's was served as a greeting. Any clues? Meng Yao turned to look at the county governor of Solar Luna County and asked in a deep voice. This place was burned to ashes by a fire. I haven't gained anything yet. The county governor of Solar Luna County shook his head. Although Princess Meng Yao did not control any territory in the great Jin Immortal Kingdom, apart from the heir of King Jin, she was second among the many descendants of King Jin. It was not only because Princess Meng Yao was a legacy disciple of Flying Immortal sect and was strong in combat, but also because she was the Zither Immortal. The Zither Immortal's influence was extremely great and was even above the heir of King Jin. Therefore, Princess Meng Yao could even command all the county governors of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Sister Meng Yao, let Lone Star try using the blood guidance secret skill. Prince Yuanzhua stood out hurriedly and made a suggestion. Lone Star did not dare to hesitate and channeled his secret skill hurriedly, attempting to gather the blood in the area to sense the direction. However, a long time later, Lone Star dispersed his dermic formulation and shook his head with a bitter smile. No, I can't sense it. It's as though it's blocked by some power. Meng Yao pondered for a moment. It must be because of those two treasures. The soul-reaping zither and the fallen soul flute were two ferocious weapons of the ancient era that could isolate the detection of blood guidance. Humph! Meng Yao sneered and thought to herself, I'll come out personally this time round and catch the two of you ants. At that thought, she sped into the distance. Before long, her voice sounded. Get all the heaven execution guards of Solar Luna County out and search for those two with all your might. Understood. The county governor of Solar Luna County bowed and replied. It was clear how much Meng Yao valued this matter by using the heaven execution guards of a county to search for two Earth Immortals. Prince Yuanzhua raised his brow slightly and looked at Lone Star, saying softly, Let's go too. We can't interfere in this matter. Yes, Lone Star replied. 2105 a month, Su Zimo advanced in the direction of Coiling Dragon Mountain Range according to the map. He encountered dangers along the way as well. Thankfully, he was already a grade 6 Earth Immortal now. With the treasures such as the Hell Suppression Tripod and many powerful methods, he could already protect himself and was safe. Dangers lurked everywhere as he traveled with all his might, and Su Zimo did not dare to divert his attention to Cultivate. Although he had accumulated a large amount of heaven and earth essence chi in his body after receiving the inheritance of the exalted mystic spirit Big Dipper True Sutra, he still did not have the chance to absorb and refine it. Therefore, his cultivation realm was still at the level of a grade 6 Earth Immortal. 2 months later, Su Zimo finally caught sight of Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. Even without checking against the map, he was certain that the endless and majestic mountain range before him was the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. Astral Rain was not wrong. Anyone who was here could not ignore the majestic mountain range before them. Arriving in the vicinity, the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range on the map became increasingly clear and transformed into a curved, pitch-black, thick line that crossed almost the entire divine firmament mainland, splitting it into two. Coiling Dragon Mountain Range could no longer be judged purely by its length. The terrain of Coiling Dragon Mountain Range was complex and varied. Some regions meandered like a divine dragon traveling, while others formed a circle like a divine dragon coiling around with a celestial charm. Su Zimo continued forward. Before long, he heard a commotion ahead. There were many figures densely packed on the mountain range. For gigantic auspicious clouds floated in the skies of Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. Hundreds of people stood on them and looked down. It was only when he approached Coiling Dragon Mountain Range that Su Zimo truly experienced the grandeur of the Immortal Sect selection. Many cultivators stood at the peak of the mountain range. At a glance, there were at least millions of cultivators, and it was bustling. Those cultivators had different cultivation realms: Black Immortals, Earth Immortals, and Heaven Immortals. Some of them were itinerant cultivators, while others were cultivators of some sects and factions. Gathered together, they glared at the bottom of the mountain range and exclaimed or cheered from time to time. Su Zimo soared into the air. Before long, he arrived at the peak and looked down as well. Beneath the mountain range, a gigantic water barrier rose slightly and hovered in midair. Images were reflected on the water barrier, and it could be seen clearly that some cultivators were fighting with their lives. Some were walking alone, and some were escaping with all their might. The water barrier was similar to the mirage mirror and could reflect many situations in an area on the water barrier. Su Zimo looked around and arrived beside a Black Immortal, coughing gently. The Black Immortal was shocked by the voice and turned back. "Let me ask you a few things." Su Zimo's expression was calm and his tone was indifferent. "Exalted Immortal, please speak." The Black Immortal could not figure out Su Zimo's background. Coupled with the fact that his cultivation realm was not high, he did not dare to delay and replied hurriedly. "Tell me about the rules of the Immortal Sect selection." Su Zimo did not beat around the bush and asked straightforwardly. The Black Immortal was slightly stunned, but he reacted quickly. The Immortal Sect selection is actually a gathering of many Earth Immortal experts to kill one another. The terrain of this Coiling Dragon Mountain Range surrounds itself internally and forms a valley. I heard that experts of the 4 Immortal Sects once joined forces and used this terrain to set up a sealed formation. The water barrier below can reflect the situation in the valley at any moment. The Black Immortal explained as he pointed to the valley formed by Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. "How many Earth Immortals are taking part in the Immortal Sect selection this time round?" Su Zimo asked. The Black Immortal said, "Before the selection began, the 4 Immortal Sects announced a total of 180,451 people." So many! Su Zimo was secretly speechless. Those participating in the Immortal Sect selection were not ordinary Earth Immortals. Those who dared to take part in the Immortal Sect selection were all top-tier Earth Immortal experts, and the weakest were Grade 7 Earth Immortals. The fact that 180,000 top Earth Immortals were gathered here was proof of how attractive the 4 Immortal Sects were to many cultivators. What was even more cruel was that only 100 of the 180,000 top Earth Immortals would be selected in the end. The competition was way too intense. The fact that they could take part in the immortal sex selection meant that they had already surpassed most Earth Immortals. Even in this group, only 100 of the most outstanding Earth Immortals were selected to join the 4 immortal sects. Su Zimo glared at a pair of cultivators fighting in the water barrier below. One of them was defeated and was severely injured. Just as he was about to die in the other party's hands, the person suddenly took out a golden badge. Immediately after, the golden badge shone with a golden light, forming a golden barrier that protected the person and blocked all the attacks of the cultivator opposite him. Thereafter, a vortex appeared above the heads of the 2 people. It dragged the severely injured cultivator outside but left the golden badge in his hands in the valley. Before entering the vortex, the storage bag on the person's waist suddenly exploded and dozens of identical golden badges appeared. The cultivator on the other end waved his hand and put away the dozens of badges with a delighted expression. The cultivator that was taken away by Vortex was thrown out of the battlefield and landed outside Coiling Dragon Mountain range with a sorry expression. "What's that golden badge?" Su Zimo asked. "That's the Coiling Dragon badge issued by the 4 immortal sects. Every Earth Immortal participating in the immortal sect selection has won," the Black Immortal said. "If you truly can't defeat your enemy in the valley below or encounter a life and death crisis, inject your essence chi into the Coiling Dragon badge and activate the golden barrier. Your life will then be saved. Of course, that also means failure. You will be taken away from the battlefield and leave your Coiling Dragon badge in the valley." Pausing for a moment, the Black Immortal said, "Right. There's one more thing. The immortal sect selection will last for a year. No matter how many people are left on the battlefield in the end, the 100 people who obtain the most Coiling Dragon badges will be the final victors." Su Zimo nodded slightly. That way, it could avoid the situation where cultivators hid passively and avoided challenges until the end. Su Zimo thought of something else. There was a high chance that the rules of Absolute Thunder City's 10 Absolute Hell were copied from the immortal sect selection and the 2 were similar. However, the 10 Absolute Hell was in a killing mode and there was no other way out. At the very least, the immortal sect selection left a chance of survival for the Earth Immortals who entered the battlefield. As long as one knew how to give up and activated the Coiling Dragon badge at a critical juncture, they would definitely not die. Su Zimo thought of an extremely critical matter and suddenly asked, "How long more before the immortal sect selection ends?" "There's only a month left." The Black Immortal pointed to the valley. There were originally more than 180,000 Earth Immortal experts. After more than half a year of competition, there are only slightly more than 1,000 left on the battlefield. It'll end soon. A month? Su Zimo's gaze was deep as he looked at the valley below and murmured, "That's enough time. 2106 Princess Scarlet Rainbow actually." Su Zimo was in no hurry to take part in the immortal sect selection this time round. As long as he cultivated in peace and absorbed and refined all the heaven and earth essence chi in his body before entering seclusion for a period of time, he might even have a chance to break through to become a grade 7 Earth Immortal. At that time, he would have a greater chance and advantage if he participated in the immortal sect selection. However, even for the next immortal sect selection, he would have to wait another 100 years. Although 100 years seemed short, there were many unpredictable changes that could happen. Furthermore, for some unknown reason, Su Zimo had always felt uneasy. Perhaps it was the pressure from the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom, the threat of King Yun Yu or some other unimaginable danger. Su Zimo wanted to get out of his current predicament as soon as possible. For others, a month was extremely pressing. However, it was enough for him. With more than 180,000 Earth Immortal experts taking part in the immortal sect selection, it meant that there were an equivalent number of Coiling Dragon badges in the valley. If Su Zimo could obtain around 1,800 Coiling Dragon badges, he would be able to get into the top 100 to win. Ah! Hurry! Look! Princess Scarlet Rainbow won. Princess Scarlet Rainbow defeated another person and obtained quite a number of Coiling Dragon badges. She should have more than 3,000 badges in total. A series of exclamations sounded from the side. Princess Scarlet Rainbow? Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Right now, he was a little sensitive when he heard about cultivators with titles of princes and princesses. Which immortal kingdom is Princess Scarlet Rainbow from? She's also here for the immortal sex selection. Su Zimo asked softly. Princess Scarlet Rainbow is from the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom. The black immortal pointed at a young girl on the water barrier with a look of admiration. The girl had a high ponytail and wore a red martial arts outfit. Her waist was slender and she had a ribbon tied around it. She wore red cloud boots and looked extremely heroic. Dozens of blood-red flying swords circled around the girl. Their sword chi surged into the skies and they were extremely sharp. No one dared to approach them. The black immortal paused for a moment before saying, over the years, some of the princes and princesses of the various immortal kingdoms will choose to take part in the immortal sex selection as well, hoping to join the 4 immortal sects and learn some dermic daos that are different from their own countries. Princess Meng Yao was such a cultivator. Of course, in Su Zimo's opinion, apart from what this person said about learning different dermic daos, there should be another reason why the princes and princesses of the various immortal kingdoms chose to join the 4 immortal sects. It was to use the princes and princesses as a bridge to establish a connection with the 4 immortal sects lest there were too many conflicts. The top factions of the divine firmament immortal domain were way too massive and intertwined. They would try their best to control themselves and not cause too many conflicts. Of course, when he heard that, Su Zimo's confidence in the 4 immortal sects increased. Even as princes and princesses, there were no shortcuts to joining the 4 immortal sects. They had to take part in the immortal sex selection. That alone was enough to prove that the 4 immortal sects were indeed existences that could fight against the 3 immortal kingdoms. Su Zimo's gaze shifted to the 2 factions with many cultivators in unison and uniform attire. Those cultivators were disciplined and did not discuss and whisper to one another like the other cultivators. It was clear that they were an army of cultivators from the immortal kingdoms. Among them, there was a place where the army's attire was mainly scarlet. If he was not wrong, it should be the camp of the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom. From the looks of it, there were at least tens of thousands of them. The Black Immortal followed Su Zimo's gaze and smiled. Because Princess Scarlet Rainbow is here to take part in the immortal sex selection, the army of the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom is here as well to support her. Su Zimo nodded slightly and looked at the other side. The attire of the army in this camp was different from the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. If he was not wrong, it should be the Zixin Immortal Kingdom of the 3 Immortal Kingdoms. The Black Immortal said, apart from Princess Scarlet Rainbow, a prince of the Zixin Immortal Kingdom is also extremely strong and can be called a monster incarnate. He killed everyone in this valley and has yet to meet his match. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he asked, Prince Yun Ting? And no, the Black Immortal waved it off repeatedly. Prince Yun Ting is way too proud. He doesn't care to take part in the immortal sex selection, nor does he want to join the 4 immortal sections. An Earth Immortal at the side said emotionally, Prince Yun Ting once said that he could defeat all disciples of the 4 immortal sects of the same cultivation realm with his sword. That did sound like Yun Ting. Yun Ting was also the strongest opponent Su Zimo had encountered in the same cultivation realm since he ascended. Recalling the scenes of his fight with Yun Ting, Su Zimo could not help but smile and say casually, You're not old, but you sure are arrogant, huh? After saying that, the discussions around them suddenly went silent. Many cultivators turned around and looked at Su Zimo with strange gazes. When the Earth Immortal at the side saw that Su Zimo was a little lost, as though he truly did not know, he sighed. Not long after Prince Yun Ting said that, around 500 years ago, he visited the 4 immortal sects and challenged the Earth Immortal experts of the 4 immortal sections. At that time, Prince Yun Ting was only a grade 7 Earth Immortal. He challenged a total of 32 Earth Immortal experts of the 4 immortal sects. At that point, the Earth Immortal paused for a moment. He won all 32 battles. Although he was only a grade 7 Earth Immortal, he was already invincible in the Earth Essence realm. How domineering is that? Although Prince Yun Ting did not take part in the fight for the Earth ranking, everyone knows that he's the number 1 Earth Immortal. It was clear that the surrounding cultivators had heard of this matter before. Now that Yun Ting was mentioned, they were all shocked. This matter was indeed extremely sensational back then. However, Su Zimo was in seclusion in Astral Sect all year round and had almost no contact with outsiders. Naturally, he had not heard of this matter. The Earth Immortal said, "Prince Yun Ting is not bragging. He does have the strength and qualifications. I heard that ever since Prince Yun Ting appeared, he has fought countless battles and roamed the 9 firmament immortal domain. He fought against countless paragons and monster incarnates and has never tasted defeat. What sort of a battle record is that? Indeed impressive." Su Zimo nodded slightly. Su Zimo won the battle between the two of them in the Emperor's tomb. However, his remark was not perfunctory. The environment of the Emperor's tomb was special after all. Be it him or Yun Ting, neither of them released their full combat strength. If the two of them were to fight again, it would be hard to predict who would win. Su Zimo recalled something and suddenly asked, "Yun Ting was already a grade 7 Earth Immortal 500 years ago. What's his cultivation now?" "No one knows about that." The Earth Immortal shook his head. "I reckon that he might have already cultivated to become a grade 9 Earth Immortal." Su Zimo was silent. He had the Green Lotus true body and sufficient cultivation resources. His cultivation speed was already extremely rare in history. To think that Yun Ting's cultivation speed would be even faster than his. He did not have any deep feud with Yun Ting. On the contrary, Su Zimo had a good impression of Yun Ting. Although the two of them had a conflict and Yun Ting was proud and conceited, he had never bullied with numbers or hit someone when they were down. Su Zimo still remembered everything that happened clearly. Just as the two of them were fighting, Fang Xian suddenly attacked him. However, Yun Ting ignored Su Zimo's attacks and changed his target decisively, wanting to kill Fang Xian on the spot. Su Zimo did not continue attacking Yun Ting and chose to turn to deal with Fang Xian as well. At that moment, the two of them formed a tacit understanding. 2107 Provocation? "Look, that's Prince Yun Lei." The Black Immortal pointed to a man surrounded by the electricity on the water barrier and said softly, "Prince Yun Lei has obtained close to 3,000 coiling dragon badges." Someone at the side said, "Speaking of which, there are princes and princesses participating in the Immortal Sect selection this time round. But there's nobody from the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. I heard that many things have happened in the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom over the years. It's about Feng Cantian escaping, right?" "More than that." The other person shook his head. "There's also a man and woman who obtained 2 dermic treasures, and even alarmed the zither immortal Mengyao. There's also someone called Su Zimo who offended a prince of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and was hunted down. The impact is not small. I heard that the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom has been chasing after cultivators of Remnant Night all these years. It's said that Remnant Night suffered immense losses and is almost extinct." The surrounding cultivators discussed casually. For a grand event like this where hundreds of people were gathered, news circulated the fastest and there were many different types of news. Under Su Zimo's questioning, the Black Immortal pointed out a few more Earth Immortal experts in the valley. Apart from Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Prince Yun Lei, these Earth Immortals had also obtained enough coiling dragon badges. They were extremely strong and were definitely among the top 100. Su Zimo glanced at the 4 gigantic auspicious clouds floating above coiling Dragon Mountain Range and asked, "The ones on the clouds should be cultivators of the 4 immortal sects, right?" The Black Immortal said, "The one on the left is from Flying Immortal Sect. The person in charge of Flying Immortal Sect this time round is the number 1 Heaven Immortal of Flying Immortal Sect, White Sea." Heaven Immortal White Sea sat on a chair and waved a folding fan in his hands. He had a smile on his face and a relaxed expression as he looked at the water barrier beneath and sipped tea. A few other Heaven Immortals sat beside Heaven Immortal White Sea. However, their seats were clearly lower than Heaven Immortal White Sea's. The remaining cultivators of Flying Immortal Sect were all Earth Immortals. Apart from Heaven Immortals, will perfected Immortals appear among the 4 major sects? Su Zimo asked again. No. The person shook his head. Let's put it this way. Even if the final 100 victors of the Immortal Sect selection join the Immortal Sects, they will only be Outer Sect disciples. Only by entering the Heaven Immortal realm can they become Inner Sect disciples. One can only be promoted to a legacy disciple after becoming a perfected immortal. I heard that there are hundreds of thousands of inner sect disciples in the immortal sects, namely heaven immortal experts. However, there are only a few hundred legacy disciples. Why would legacy disciples step in for something like the immortal sect selection? Furthermore, there's no need for that. When the person saw that Su Zimo was silent, he continued, even without the appearance of legacy disciples, the heaven immortal experts who came to host the immortal sect selection are also famous figures. Even if they are not the number one heaven immortal, they are also extremely strong and renowned in divine firmament mainland. Su Zimo nodded. Continue talking. Tell me about the situation of the other three immortal sections. The person said, above the two auspicious clouds in the middle are the Mountain Sea Immortal Sect and Heaven and Earth Academy. The Tao title of the Heaven Immortal expert in charge of the Mountain Sea Immortal Sect is Heaven Abyss, the number one of the upper world's heaven ranking. Su Zimo was secretly speechless. This person was even more powerful. It was said that the heaven ranking was a grand event held by Divine Firmament Palace that gathered the heaven immortal experts of the Divine Firmament Immortal domain to fight for a position on it. The number one of the heaven ranking also meant that Heaven Abyss was also the number one heaven immortal of the Divine Firmament Immortal domain at that time. Su Zimo looked deeply in the direction of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect. Back on the Dragon Abyss Star, he had an intense conflict with perfected Immortal Wu Feng of Imperial Wind Temple, Sword Immortal Yu Hua of Heaven and Earth Academy, and the Zither Immortal Meng Yao of Flying Immortal Sect. Although he was hidden in the Dragon Corpse and the three perfected immortals did not know his background, it was still better if he could avoid them. Therefore, in Su Zimo's heart, he was more inclined towards Mountain Sea Immortal Sect. This person from Heaven and Earth Academy. The Black Immortal paused for a moment. He isn't very famous. His name is Yang Ruoxu. I heard that he's a rising star and has the strength to compete for the title of the number one heaven immortal of Heaven and Earth Academy. The Yang Ruoxu that this person was referring to wore a white robe and sat on a bamboo chair. His posture was upright and his complexion was bronze. His face was defined and his gaze was bright as he looked at the water barrier below with a focused expression. The one on the right is Imperial Wind Temple and their leader is Heaven Immortal Green Peak. It's said that he's a strong contender for the top 10 of the next heaven ranking. Before long, the Black Immortal introduced the situation of the four immortal sects to Su Zimo. Is there any way to take part in the immortal sect selection now? Su Zimo asked. Now? The Black Immortal was slightly stunned and could not understand what Su Zimo meant. The immortal sect selection this time round is about to end. You can only take part in the next one. He would have to wait another 100 years for the next immortal sect selection. Su Zimo did not want to wait. He looked up at the four auspicious clouds floating in the skies and took a deep breath. Suddenly, he soared into the air and flew in the direction of the four immortal sects. Apart from the cultivators of the four immortal sects, even the army of cultivators from the two immortal kingdoms had to watch from the peak. Su Zimo soared into the air and arrived above the heads of millions of cultivators, attracting many gazes. He did not mind being the center of attraction. Right now, he had the Trinity Auspicious Jade and was disguised as a skinny young man. No one could tell his background. Furthermore, if he wanted to take part in the immortal sect selection, he would have to attract the attention of this millions of cultivators sooner or later. There were also cultivators from the four immortal sects who noticed Su Zimo. Who's there? What are you doing up here? A few Earth immortal cultivators of the immortal sects stood out and hollered. Something happened in between and I was delayed on the way. I want to take part in the immortal sect selection this time round. Exalted immortals, please permit me. Su Zimo stopped in his tracks and raised his head slightly with cupped fists. After saying that, there was a momentary tranquility in the initially noisy coiling Dragon Mountain range. Immediately after, a commotion broke out mixed with mockery and ridicule. Does that person know what he's talking about? Haha, I'm dying of laughter. A grade 6 Earth Immortal has the courage to jump out and want to partake in the immortal sect selection. I'm already a grade 7 Earth Immortal, but I didn't even dare to take part. People should really know their own limits. That person looks sickly and his face is withered. He's dispirited, and I might be able to take his life if I push wind in his direction with my palm. Another grade 6 Earth Immortal declared proudly. The Black Immortal who spoke to Su Zimo initially was shocked as well. Some of the surrounding Earth Immortals shook their heads. I realized that this person was abnormal earlier on. He actually spouted nonsense and said that Prince Yun Ting was arrogant. That person might be delirious and was spouting nonsense. Initially, many cultivators were watching the battle. However, the appearance of this scene attracted the attention of all the cultivators and caused them to burst into laughter. The leaders of the 4 immortal sects such as Heaven Abyss and Yang Ruoxu merely glanced at Su Zimo indifferently before retracting their gazes. A grade 6 Earth Immortal was not enough to attract their attention. Are you causing trouble? A grade 8 Earth Immortal of Heaven and Earth Academy stood out and looked at Su Zimo coldly, saying slowly, "Or perhaps, you're provoking our 4 immortal sects?" With this accusation, this grade 8 Earth Immortal could even strike to kill Su Zimo in public. Whoa, whoa! Many cultivators could sense the killing intent in that person's words, and could smell a hint of blood as they cheered. 2108 Attention of everyone. Lu Wenbin. Yang Ruoxu of Heaven and Earth Academy said indifferently, "Just chase him away. There's no need to kill him." The grade 8 Earth Immortal named Lu Wenbin bowed hurriedly. "You're not going to leave by yourself?" Lu Wenbin turned to Su Zimo and hollered coldly. Su Zimo said in a deep voice, "I'm not here to cause trouble or provoke you. I just want to take part in the immortal sect selection." Ha 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 ha. Another series of laughter sounded from the mountain range below. Humph! Lu Wenbin's expression darkened as he released the might of his spirit consciousness towards Su Zimo, saying coldly, "Get the hell down." Lu Wenbin's spirit consciousness pressure did not have much offensive power, nor did he use his full strength. He merely wanted to make Su Zimo suffer and embarrass himself in front of everyone. Although he only released the power of a level 6 Earth Essence Realm spirit consciousness, as a disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy, he cultivated an extremely famous spirit consciousness cultivation technique. Naturally, his spirit consciousness was much purer and more condensed than other cultivators. He could almost see the sickly young man falling from midair onto the mountain range in a wretched manner. However, when his spirit consciousness descended, Su Zimo did not dodge or avoid. He stood in midair motionlessly, as though he was not affected at all. This scene made Lu Wenbin feel embarrassed and infuriated. Even the laughter from below sounded piercing to him, as though someone was mocking him for not being able to deal with a grade 6 Earth Immortal. "Get the hell down!" Lu Wenbin shouted once more. This time round, he had no intention of holding back and released the full power of a grade 8 Earth Immortal spirit consciousness, wanting to blast Su Zimo down from midair. Su Zimo's expression did not change and his body swayed slightly. However, he still stood in midair and looked in the direction of the 4 immortal sects with a resolute gaze. Oh! This time round, it attracted the attention of the other cultivators of the 4 immortal sects. The fact that he could withstand the spirit consciousness pressure of a grade 8 Earth Immortal meant that the essence spirit realm of this grade 6 Earth Immortal was definitely not too low. It was at least at the level of a grade 8 Earth Immortal. He was only at the level 6 Earth Essence Realm, but his essence spirit was at the level 8 Earth Essence Realm. That was rare. The laughter in Coiling Dragon Mountain Range gradually died down as well. The scene before them had exceeded everyone's expectations, and the scene they were looking forward to did not happen. This person seems to have some tricks up his sleeves. Fufu, what's wrong with that? The grade 8 Earth Immortal of Heaven and Earth Academy did not even truly attack and merely released a single spirit consciousness pressure. If he had truly attacked this person, he would have been crippled a long time ago. That's right. If this person pushes his luck and angers Heaven and Earth Academy, not only will he be embarrassed, he might even lose his life. Many cultivators pouted and shook their heads with disdainful expressions. Indeed, Lu Wenbin's expression turned extremely terrible. He had attacked twice but could not chase Su Zimo down. At that moment he felt his face burn. Not only did he embarrass himself, this might even affect Heaven and Earth Academy. If word were to spread that disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy could not even suppress an ordinary grade 6 Earth Immortal, it would be utterly humiliating, and he did not wish for that to happen. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. With a cold expression, Lu Wenbin slapped his storage bag and a flying sword soared into the skies, turning into a streak of light that circled around him. This person looks interesting. Why don't we ask him over? Heaven Immortal White Sea of Flying Immortal Sect waved his folding fan gently and said with a smile, I'm a little bored from watching this Immortal Sect selection. Sure, let's let him over. Heaven Immortal Green Peak of Imperial Wind Temple smirked and said slowly with a mocking look in his eyes. This, Lu Wenbin was stunned. Although he was a disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy, now that 2 Heaven Immortals had spoken, it was not appropriate for him to attack without permission. He turned to look at his senior brother, Yang Ruoxu. Yang Ruoxu remained silent as a silent acknowledgement. Helpless, Lu Wenbin could only glare at Su Zimo viciously before returning to his formation. Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief and continued rising into the air. Arriving before the 4 immortal sects, he cupped his fists in thanks to Heaven Immortal White Sea and the others. This time round, all the cultivators of the 4 immortal sects looked at Su Zimo. Even the 4 Heaven Immortal experts, Heaven Immortal White Sea, Heaven Abyss, Yang Ruoxu, and Heaven Immortal Green Peak looked at Su Zimo. This was an unimaginable, invisible pressure. If it was anyone else, they would definitely feel uneasy against experts of the 4 immortal sects and 4 Heaven Immortals who had been famous for many years and whose cultivation realms far surpassed theirs. The gazes of the 4 Heaven Immortals were like daggers. It was only logical if one was at a loss and drenched in sweat. However, Su Zimo stood in front of the 4 immortal sects with a calm expression the entire time. He did not avoid the gazes of the 4 Heaven Immortals, nor did he look guilty. Everything else aside, his courage and boldness surpassed ordinary people. Heaven Abyss nodded slightly with a hint of approval in his deep eyes. Although Heaven Immortal White Sea, Yang Ruoxu, and Heaven Immortal Green Peak did not say anything, they praised internally. Up till this point of the immortal sect selection, the number of cultivators in the valley decreased and there were only slightly more than 1,000 left. The frequency of the battles gradually decreased as well. Many cultivators focused their attention on Su Zimo. He was the center of attention. Everyone wanted to see what this seemingly weak young man was up to. You want to take part in the immortal sect selection? Heaven Immortal White Sea waved his folding fan gently and asked with a smile, do you know the cultivation realms of the cultivators taking part in the immortal sect selection? My cultivation realm isn't too high, but my methods aren't weak, Su Zimo said. How arrogant. He truly doesn't know his place. Many cultivators scoffed. To others, Su Zimo's words naturally sounded like bragging. However, in reality, he was already being humble. Do you know that there's only a month left for the immortal sect selection and the number of people is decreasing? It'll also be increasingly difficult for you to obtain enough coiling dragon badges. Heaven Abyss asked. Su Zimo said, Exalted Immortal, you're right. However, the less time there is, the fewer people there will be. At the same time, it means that the remaining cultivators will have more coiling dragon badges in their storage bags. If I'm lucky and manage to defeat dozens of people, I will be able to obtain enough coiling dragon badges. The initial 180,000 coiling dragon badges were now in the hands of 1,000-odd people. Some Earth Immortal experts might have hundreds or even thousands of coiling dragon badges in their storage bags. If Su Zimo could defeat them, he could naturally take over all the coiling dragon badges in their possession. Suddenly, Yang Ruoxu spoke. You're right. But have you ever thought that the remaining 1,000-odd Earth Immortal experts only managed to survive till now after more than 10 months of bloodshed? Indeed, there are many coiling dragon badges in the storage bags of these Earth Immortals. However, these people are not to be trifled with either. Yang Ruoxu was not wrong. There were not many Grade 7 Earth Immortals left in the valley right now, and almost all of them were Grade 8 or 9 Earth Immortals. As time passed by, the remaining Earth Immortals in the valley would become stronger and more terrifying. Yang Ruoxu said, You're not old. To be able to cultivate to this realm, your talent should not be bad. Why don't you wait to take part in the immortal sex selection 100 years later? At that time, you can be more confident of your odds as well. 2109 Surrounded by wolves, Su Zimo could tell that Yang Ruoxu was reminding him out of goodwill. If not for the pressure and some invisible threats, Su Zimo would not have been in a hurry to take part in the immortal sex selection. However, he was different from others. He did not know what changes would happen if he waited for 100 years. Su Zimo was silent for a moment before saying with cupped fists, I still want to take part in the immortal sex selection this time round. Exalted immortals, please agree to it. Humph. In the crowd, Lu Wenbin sneered and muttered, You don't know what's good for you. Suddenly, Heaven Immortal Green Peak said, It's not impossible to take part in the immortal sex selection midway. However, there's a condition. What condition? Su Zimo asked. Heaven Immortal Green Peak said slowly, You can't bring a coiling dragon badge in. All the cultivators participating in the immortal sex selection had coiling dragon badges that could save their lives at critical moments. Despite that, 30,000 cultivators were dead after half a year. There were even more cultivators who were severely injured with destroyed physical bodies. In the battles, there were often cultivators who hesitated and died before they could even take out their coiling dragon badges, or those who were killed by attacks that came out of nowhere. The fights in the immortal sex selection were not restrained. They were filled with bloodshed and killing. The fact that he can't bring the coiling dragon badge into the valley means that he won't have any life preservation methods. Not necessarily. He can defeat the others and steal their coiling dragon badges. Fufu, the people remaining are all ruthless. It won't be so easy to snatch a badge. If that person is unlucky and lands beside some ruthless person when he enters the valley, he'll die the moment he goes down. After Heaven Immortal Green Peak said that, a commotion broke out in the crowd. Heaven Immortal White Sea waved his folding fan gently and said leisurely, That's a good suggestion. If you take part in the immortal sex selection midway, you'll have to be different from others and bear greater danger. That's more fair. Although Heaven Abyss and Yang Ruoxu did not express anything, they were in silent acknowledgement as well. Participating in the immortal sex selection midway was a violation of the rules. If one wanted to violate the rules, they would have to undertake greater risks. No problem, Su Zimo said. Is he crazy? He even agreed to that. I think he hasn't experienced the bloodshed of the immortal sex selection and doesn't know how terrifying it is inside. He truly doesn't know his place. Heaven Abyss and Yang Ruoxu frowned slightly as well. There was another reason why the two of them acknowledged it earlier on. They hoped that Su Zimo would back off and come again next time. To think that Su Zimo would agree to it without hesitation. All right. Heaven Immortal White Sea closed his folding fan and praised loudly, Courageous! I like it. Heaven Immortal Green Peak revealed a hint of interest as well. By now, he had looked at the people in the valley for half a year and was bored of them. Now that someone who was not afraid of death had appeared, it was unknown what sort of ripples he might bring about when he was thrown into the valley. At that moment, no one realized it. Throwing Su Zimo into the valley would not bring about ripples, but raging tides. The impact of the subsequent development of this matter would be so great that it exceeded everyone's expectations. Heaven Immortal Green Peak stood up and asked in a deep voice, If you're prepared, I'll send you into the valley. Thank you, Su Zimo nodded. Heaven Immortal Green Peak waved his sleeves and a tremendous essence chi enveloped Su Zimo's body, carrying him rapidly into a spot on the water barrier with ripples forming. When Heaven Abyss and Yang Ruoxu saw that, they frowned and glared at Heaven Immortal Green Peak at the side. Others might not be able to tell, but both of them could tell that Heaven Immortal Green Peak was clearly up to no good by choosing this landing spot for Su Zimo. Yang Ruoxu sneered, Green Peak, what's the difference between your move and killing him directly? Ha ha! Green Peak burst into laughter. That's not for sure. I can tell that this lad must definitely have some qualities superior to others for him to be this courageous. That's more interesting. Heaven Immortal White Sea waved his folding fan and said with a smile. The hundreds of cultivators on Coiling Dragon Mountain Range stared at Su Zimo's landing spot as well, and gradually realized what was going on. Where did that person land? The key to how long this person can live is his landing spot. If he lands in an uninhabited area, he might be able to last a few days. If he lands beside some ruthless person, Look, he seems to have landed on... Ah! He fell into a crowd. The cultivators in the mountain range exclaimed. It's Lai Feng and the others. They're the only group left in the valley with more than 100 people, right? It should be. The other groups have less than 10 people remaining. That person is doomed. He won't even have a chance to escape if he falls into the group of Lai Feng. As the immortal sex selection advanced, the remaining cultivators in the valley would often choose to join forces with others and form groups to try their best to hold out till the end. Apart from the fact that their leader, Lai Feng, was strong, the reason why this group could last till now was because they were smart. When they encountered true top-tier experts such as Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Prince Yun Lei, even if they had the advantage in numbers, they would avoid the battle. Under Lai Feng's lead, the group searched for cultivators whom they could deal with absolute confidence. Some lone cultivators that were not strong overall would be devoured mercilessly by Lai Feng's group. The cultivators watching from the mountain range praised that Lai Feng was cunning as a fox and savage as a wolf. Su Zimo was only a grade 6 Earth Immortal. One could imagine his outcome if he was surrounded by this group. Coiling Dragon Valley. The 100-odd cultivators led by Lai Feng were resting on a mountain peak. From this position, one could look into the distance and observe any activity from all directions. If they encountered any strong foes that they could not afford to offend, they could retreat at any moment. Right then, the water barrier in the skies shook. Right on the heels of that, a faint blue figure descended rapidly from the skies. Someone else is here? The cultivators scattered all over the peak looked up. Lai Feng narrowed his eyes as well and released his spirit consciousness, scanning the person. Level 6 Earth Essence Realm. Hee. Lai Feng grinned and declared, Brothers, there's fresh meat. The cultivators in the valley did not know that Su Zimo did not have a coiling dragon badge with him. When Lai Feng's group saw this lone cultivator who was a grade 6 Earth Immortal, there was no way they would let him off. Many cultivators stood up one after another and looked at the figure in midair with ferocious gazes, as though they wanted to skin Su Zimo alive. From midair, Su Zimo looked down and naturally caught sight of Lai Feng and the others. However, after he passed through the water barrier, he was shrouded by a faint blue barrier that enveloped his body. He could not control his body and could only let himself fall to the top of the mountain peak. He was surrounded by wolves. The moment Su Zimo landed on the ground, the faint blue barrier on his body dissipated silently. The battle was on the verge. 2110 divine powers when Lai Feng saw that someone was already prepared to attack. He sat on the stone and waved it off. Don't worry, he can't run. Let me ask him a few questions first. Su Zimo's spirit consciousness moved and he scanned his surroundings. There were more than 100 Earth Immortals and most of them were grade 9 Earth Immortals. Of course, he could fight. However, there was no need. He was a grade 6 Earth Immortal and would definitely have to expose many trump cards in order to fight this group of people. He was here for the immortal sex selection and all he had to do was obtain enough coiling dragon badges. There were millions of cultivators watching outside and he did not want to expose too much. Furthermore, he had just arrived and was unfamiliar with his surroundings. There was no need for him to fight this group of people head-on. A grade 6 Earth Immortal like you is here to take part in the immortal sex selection? Lai Feng looked askance at Su Zimo and raised his brow. Yes, Su Zimo replied. However, I don't have a coiling dragon badge with me. No coiling dragon badge? Who would believe you? You want to bluff your way through with such nonsense? The surrounding cultivators burst into laughter with relaxed expressions. Lai Feng frowned slightly and asked again. The immortal sex selection is almost over. Why did you only come in now? It's exactly because I'm entering midway that I have no coiling dragon badge. Su Zimo did not hide anything and told the truth. Lai Feng sneered with a disdainful expression. Naturally, he did not believe Su Zimo's words and was about to wave his hand for the surrounding cultivators to attack. Su Zimo's gaze intensified and he suddenly stomped his foot. Boom! Boom! Instantly, the ground shook. At that moment, the entire mountain shook slightly and countless rocks rolled down, causing dust to fly everywhere. Caught off guard, the many cultivators on the mountain peak staggered and jumped in shock. In that instant, Su Zimo moved and charged out of the encirclement of many cultivators at an astonishing speed. When those cultivators saw that Su Zimo was only a grade 6 Earth Immortal, they naturally underestimated him and did not expect him to escape. Therefore, everyone's formation was a little scattered. The mountain shook violently and everyone's positions became much more scattered. Su Zimo seized the opportunity to break through the encirclement of more than 10 people and sped forward. Hold him back! Lai Feng was enraged and roared. The surrounding cultivators reacted instantly and moved one after another, summoning various dermic treasures to block in front of Su Zimo. These cultivators who could remain in the valley were naturally not easy to deal with. Some of them released movement techniques, dermic treasures, immortal arts, and various divine powers. Although Su Zimo broke out of the first layer of encirclement, he was stopped by the cultivators charging over from the side before long. He was blocked at the front and pursued at the back. Many divine powers and dermic treasures descended from midair. Just as it seemed like Su Zimo had no way out, his figure flashed and he vanished from the spot. By the time he reappeared, he was already outside the encirclement. All the divine powers and dermic treasures missed. Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. Fufu, that person's reaction is quite fast. However, it's useless. He still can't escape. The difference in numbers and cultivation realm is too great. It's not so easy to break out of the encirclement. Where is he? Just as many cultivators were discussing, they realized that Su Zimo had suddenly vanished. Look, over there. He seems to have escaped. What happened just now? Commotion broke out in the crowd. Above the mountain range, above the 4 auspicious clouds. When they saw Su Zimo's movement technique in the valley, the eyes of Heaven Immortal White Sea, Heaven Abyss, Yang Ruoxu, and Heaven Immortal Green Peak lit up. This movement technique is not bad. Although it can't compare to teleportation, it's similar to Nether Swap. Heaven Abyss nodded slightly. Heaven Immortal Green Peak shook his head. He only caught them off guard. If the other party is prepared, this movement technique won't be of much use. Heaven Immortal White Sea waved his folding fan and said leisurely, "From what I know, Lai Feng has backup plans everywhere he goes. The true danger has yet to come." Yang Ruoxu said, "No matter what, from his performance so far, be it in terms of reaction, attack, or judgment, he's not bad. If it was anyone else, they might not even be able to break out of the first layer of encirclement if they were surrounded by Lai Feng's group." Coiling Dragon Valley. After Su Zimo broke out of the encirclement, he sped with all his might and released boundless golden light, ethereal wings, heavenly feet, and many other divine powers and secret skills. Electric arcs coiled around ethereal wings and created a thunderstorm with every flap. Those were Zephyr Thunder wings from the Void Thunder Manual. Although Su Zimo was only a grade 6 Earth Immortal, with so many secret skills and divine powers released, his speed had risen to an extremely terrifying level, and he could travel 500 kilometers instantly. Despite the fact that the ones chasing behind were all grade 8 and 9 Earth Immortals, the distance between them and Su Zimo was gradually increasing. Even Lai Feng and the others with the fastest movement techniques could only hang behind Su Zimo temporarily such that they did not fall behind. Lai Feng glared at Su Zimo's back view with a cold expression and smirked. Suddenly, he conjured hand seals and his spirit consciousness moved. At the same time, Su Zimo, who was speeding forward, felt a sense of danger. He stopped in his tracks as though he was possessed and changed directions, sprinting to the other side. Right in front of the area he was about to pass by originally, a gigantic net appeared on the ground. It was coiled with spikes and shone with dark light. It was clearly smeared with poison. If Su Zimo had not changed directions, he would have been captured by the poison net. But now that Su Zimo's direction had changed, the poison net instantly missed. Lai Feng frowned and harumphed coldly. However, he did not stop and continued chasing. As Su Zimo sprinted, his heart skipped a beat, and he changed directions again without warning, charging towards a towering ancient tree at the side. Bang! The towering ancient tree was snapped by Su Zimo. The many cultivators watching outside the valley did not know what Su Zimo was doing. To everyone, such an action was completely unnecessary and would reduce their speed instead. But soon, everyone noticed something unusual. After the towering ancient tree broke, a figure was sent flying along with it. He spat out blood in midair and landed in the mud far away with a dispirited expression and feeble breathing. This was also a killing move set up by Lai Feng. This assassin was lying in ambush nearby and was fused with the towering ancient tree such that no one could detect him. To think that Su Zimo would send this assassin flying before the latter could attack. That seemingly simple collision shattered all the bones in the assassin's body by Su Zimo. The assassin was scared out of his wits when he saw Su Zimo chasing after him. Hurriedly, he summoned his coiling dragon badge and a vortex sucked him away, leaving behind a coiling dragon badge. Su Zimo did not stop at all. He picked up the coiling dragon badge and continued speeding. Before long, he arrived at the foot of the mountain, leaving Lai Feng and the others behind. 2111 Cat and Mouse? Heavens! That person's movement technique is so fast. He managed to escape just like that? It's not that easy. The toll on him after releasing so many divine powers and secret skills is unimaginable. If they continue hunting him, he will die the moment his essence chi is depleted. This time round, the millions of cultivators on Coiling Dragon Mountain Range were attracted by the scene in the valley. Out of sympathy for the weak, many cultivators were secretly nervous and worried for Su Zimo. In midair, Heaven Abyss shook his head. This can't continue. This area is filled with forests and shrubs. He can't release his speed and won't be able to escape the pursuit of Lai Feng and the others completely. Right then, Su Zimo, who was in the valley, suddenly transformed after turning around the foot of a mountain. He shrank into a tiny ant and crawled slowly through the cracks of the rocks. 72 transformations? Yang Ruoxu frowned slightly and murmured. This choice was a little risky. If he used the 72 transformations and transformed into flora or insects, he could naturally hide his tracks. However, it also meant that he would lose his previous burst speed. After transforming into an ant, he had to crawl on the ground like the other ants. Once seen through, it was equivalent to no way out and he would fall into danger once more. Before long, Lai Feng and the others caught up to this place but realized that they had lost track of Su Zimo completely. What happened? Someone asked. Lai Feng frowned and said deeply, "There's no way he could have escaped so quickly. Search carefully and see if he's hiding nearby." Everyone released their spirit consciousnesses hurriedly and scanned the vicinity carefully, not missing any birds, beasts, flora, or insects. However, no one discovered Su Zimo's location. During this period of time, the spirit consciousnesses of cultivators swept past the ant that Su Zimo transformed into, but they did not notice anything unusual. Under normal circumstances, if Su Zimo used the greater divine power, the 72 transformations, although he transformed into an ant, he would definitely reveal an opening with traces of divine powers and aura. However, Su Zimo was using the Trinity Auspicious Jade right now. His transformation could practically hide from the entire world. After lingering for a long time, more than 100 cultivators caught up to them, but Lai Feng and the others could not find Su Zimo. "Leader Lai Feng, that person must have escaped far away," someone said. Lai Feng cursed. "How unlucky. Where did this lad come from? I was a little careless. If we meet again, I'll definitely not let him off." "What should we do now?" another person asked. "Let's leave this place first." Glancing into the distance, Lai Feng seemed wary as he waved his hand and left with the 100-odd cultivators. Before long, the forest returned to normal. Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. Millions of cultivators watched everything with dumbfounded expressions. When Lai Feng and the others searched the area earlier on, everyone could clearly see through the water barrier that the ant that Su Zimo conjured was not far away from Lai Feng and the others. However, both parties passed just like that. Many cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. This outcome had not only exceeded the expectations of the millions of cultivators in the mountain range, even the cultivators of the 4 immortal sects in Midair were surprised. Making a move to break out of the encirclement, dodging the killing dangers, knocking away the assassin who was lying in ambush, obtaining the coiling dragon badge, and eventually hiding from the entire world, his series of actions felt astonishing even at this point. Not only did that person who was bound to die not die, he even obtained a coiling dragon badge. This also meant that as long as this person was careful, he could at least survive in the valley. Not bad. Heaven Abyss nodded slightly. Although Heaven Abyss did not say much, it was already rare for him to give such praise. Yang Ruoxu nodded as well. Everything else aside, that reaction and judgment is enough to tell that this lad's talent is indeed extraordinary. No one outside the valley knew that the methods displayed by Su Zimo were merely the tip of the iceberg. Or rather, it could not even be considered as the tip of the iceberg. What a pity! Heaven Immortal White Sea shook his head and chuckled. That person will still be eliminated. Why? Heaven Immortal Green Peak asked. Look, who's that? Heaven Immortal White Sea pointed at a figure not far away from Su Zimo on the water barrier. Everyone looked and saw that the figure was dressed in red martial arts attire. She wore red cloud boots and rode on a sword. The ponytail behind her head fluttered slightly. It was one of the strongest Earth Immortals in the Immortal Sect selection this time round, Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Yang Ruoxu shook his head gently with a look of pity. This person's luck is bad. Right after he got out of the encirclement of those wolves, he's now targeted by Scarlet Rainbow. Heaven Immortal White Sea smiled. After more than half a year of observation, among the remaining Earth Immortals, Princess Scarlet Rainbow is number 1 in terms of movement technique speed. No matter how fast this person is, he can't compare to Princess Scarlet Rainbow. We'll be able to watch a good show of cat and mouse soon. Coiling Dragon Valley. A long time after Lai Feng and the others left, the ant that Su Zimo transformed into reverted to his human form and revealed his sickly young man appearance. At the same time, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he looked in another direction. A red light was speeding over from the other side and arrived before him in the blink of an eye. Paused in midair and looked down at Su Zimo. Su Zimo frowned slightly. Earlier on, he sensed that someone was spying in the vicinity as well. Because it was only a single person, he was not bothered and was prepared to snatch the person's coiling dragon badges. However, he had not expected that this was one of the strongest Earth Immortals in the valley, Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Princess Scarlet Rainbow was a grade 9 Earth Immortal. Even if she could not compare to Yun Ting, her talent and combat strength would not be bad. Furthermore, there was a difference of 3 cultivation realms between them. If they were to fight, it would be troublesome and he would have to expose too much. Hee. Just as Su Zimo was pondering, Princess Scarlet Rainbow suddenly laughed. You sure are bold. A grade 6 Earth Immortal dares to take part in the Immortal Sect selection, and even transformed into a little bug to avoid a calamity. Princess Scarlet Rainbow had witnessed everything earlier on. The reason why Lai Feng and the others left so quickly was because they sensed her existence. Hand your coiling dragon badges to me and I won't hurt you, Princess Scarlet Rainbow chuckled. You look sickly. If I attack casually, you might die. Expressionlessly, Su Zimo cupped his fists. Pardon me for not complying. With that said, Su Zimo did not waste his breath and turned to flee, releasing boundless golden light, heavenly feet, ethereal wings, zephyr thunder wings, and many other divine powers and secret skills. He pushed his speed to its limits right away. Hee. Princess Scarlet Rainbow could not help but laugh. Interesting. To think that you want to compete in speed with me. If I can let you escape, I'll be damned. As she said that, Princess Scarlet Rainbow rode on her flying sword and transformed into a scarlet streak of light, chasing after Su Zimo. Princess Scarlet Rainbow Long had enough coiling dragon badges. After spending more than half a year in the valley, she was already getting tired of killing. Now that a puny grade 6 Earth Immortal wanted to compete in movement techniques with her, she felt that it was extremely interesting. The corners of Princess Scarlet Rainbow's mouth curled up slightly as she revealed a smile. A mocking look flashed through her eyes as she decided to have fun with this puny grade 6 Earth immortal. 2112 Sudden speed burst. Su Zimo channeled his essence spirit and sprinted with the help of many divine powers and secret skills. He was a grade 6 Earth immortal. However, with the augmentation of boundless golden light, heavenly feet, ethereal wings and zephyr thunder wings, the speed released was something that even most grade 9 Earth immortals could not catch up to. Yet, after a while, Su Zimo realized that he could not shake off Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Princess Scarlet Rainbow's figure was almost one with the flying sword beneath her feet. Speeding through the air, one could only see a streak of scarlet light flash at an astonishing speed. Even the many cultivators watching outside could easily lose track of Princess Scarlet Rainbow if they were careless. When Su Zimo saw that he could not shake off Princess Scarlet Rainbow for the time being, he repeated the same trick. Channeling the Trinity Auspicious Jade, he transformed into a chickadee and mixed into a group of chickadees, traveling through the forest. Princess Scarlet Rainbow behind him seemed to have vanished as well. Suddenly, a warning flashed in Su Zimo's mind. A shadow shrouded down from above and a gigantic goshawk swooped down. Its gaze was sharp as a sword as it glared at Su Zimo, who was among the chickadees, and grabbed down viciously. The surrounding chickadees dispersed in fright. Humph! Knowing that he was exposed, Su Zimo reverted to his human form instantly and continued speeding into the distance. Hee hee! Princess Scarlet Rainbow smiled gently and revealed herself, chasing after him once more. The two of them continued dueling. During this period of time, Su Zimo made use of the Trinity Auspicious Jade to conjure various birds, beasts, flora, and insects. However, he could not escape the detection of Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Princess Scarlet Rainbow transformed as well and hunted Su Zimo with all sorts of living beings. The complexity of the changes was dazzling. Although the chase and duel between the two of them did not take place head-on, it was even more exciting and dangerous to the outsiders. Many cultivators on Coiling Dragon Mountain Range widened their eyes and held their breaths. Even so, many cultivators would often lose track of Su Zimo and Princess Scarlet Rainbow. From time to time, shouts could be heard from the crowd asking for their location. Heaven Immortal Green Peak clapped and laughed. This lad is truly unlucky to have met Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Princess Scarlet Rainbow sure seems cheery. To think that she would play with this lad for so long. Heaven Immortal White Sea waved his fan and smiled. Yang Ruoxu shook his head gently and said regrettably, "It's already not easy for this lad to achieve such a movement technique as a grade 6 Earth Immortal. Unfortunately, he's targeted by Princess Scarlet Rainbow." Within the valley, Su Zimo realized that he had already been locked onto by Princess Scarlet Rainbow's aura. Even with the unpredictable Trinity Auspicious Jade, he could not break free from her. Su Zimo stopped in his tracks and turned around. Hee hee! Princess Scarlet Rainbow appeared and looked at Su Zimo with a playful expression, smiling. "Puny grade 6 Earth Immortal, why aren't you running anymore? Princess, why are you chasing after me?" Su Zimo frowned. "I've just arrived in this valley and I only have a single Coiling Dragon badge with me. It's totally insignificant to you." When Su Zimo arrived at the valley, he was hunted down by Lai Feng's group before he did anything. Now that he was targeted by Princess Scarlet Rainbow, he could not help but look impatient and his tone did not have much respect. Humph! Princess Scarlet Rainbow pouted her lips slightly. "Puny grade 6 Earth Immortal? Who do you think you're talking to? Let me tell you, I might not even be bothered to chase someone even if they beg me to. Is that so? I'm truly flattered," Su Zimo said indifferently. Princess Scarlet Rainbow waved it off magnanimously. "Initially, I wanted to play with you and snatch your Coiling Dragon badge away. However, along the way I saw that you are truly talented. Alright, let me give you an opportunity. From this day forth you'll follow me and be my lackey." No, a guard sounds better. "Of course, I won't mistreat you either. I'll help you get enough Coiling Dragon badges. After that, you'll join the same immortal sect as me and listen to me. Understand?" Princess Scarlet Rainbow spoke to herself and even reminded Su Zimo as though things had already panned out. Suppressing the urge to roll his eyes, Su Zimo said in a deep voice. Princess, you're overestimating me. I'm eccentric and unruly, so I can't be someone's guard. Please find someone else. Having finished his words, Su Zimo left without even turning back. Swoosh! In a flash, Princess Scarlet Rainbow arrived before Su Zimo and blocked his path. Hey, what's wrong with you? Princess Scarlet Rainbow said seductively. From the looks of it, you seem to have yet to recover from a serious illness. You definitely lack tonics. At that time, I'll help you look for some treasures in the palace to nourish your body. I'll definitely be able to nourish you until you're fair and chubby. Princess, if there's nothing else, don't stand in the way. Su Zimo's tone turned increasingly impatient. Humph! When Princess Scarlet Rainbow saw that the soft approach did not work, she was a little angry as well. Grinding a pair of petite canine teeth, she threatened, You really don't know what's good for you. You can't beat me, nor can you escape. Do you believe that I'll snatch your coiling dragon badge right now? Is that so? Su Zimo cupped his fists and said indifferently, Princess, farewell. We'll meet again if fate allows it. With that said, Su Zimo released many divine powers and secret skills once more and sped into the distance. Humph! Princess Scarlet Rainbow sneered. You still want to escape? Before her sentence was finished, Princess Scarlet Rainbow transformed into another streak of light and chased after Su Zimo. This time round, she did not want to continue playing. She used her full strength and the distance between them closed slowly. Suddenly, a pair of gigantic golden wings grew behind Su Zimo. They shone brightly and were filled with a powerful divine power aura. Phew! The pair of golden wings flapped, creating a storm. Instantly, Su Zimo's speed increased exponentially. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the spot and transformed into a golden streak of light that tore through the air. The rock wings were one of Su Zimo's strongest trump cards, and he had not intended to expose them initially. However, Princess Scarlet Rainbow was truly troublesome to deal with. Su Zimo was unwilling to get entangled with her and released his innate divine power to flee far away. Princess Scarlet Rainbow was stunned, but she reacted quickly and released all her blood chi to chase. However, not long after, she lost track of Su Zimo completely. She had actually lost him. Princess Scarlet Rainbow stood in midair in a daze with a lost expression. For a moment, she could not accept the truth. What was going on? What happened earlier on? How did that little guard gain a sudden speed burst? Princess Scarlet Rainbow was puzzled. Initially, she thought that this was a game of cat and mouse. To think that the rat would suddenly grow wings and fly away. Even the crowd outside the valley was in an uproar. Let alone Princess Scarlet Rainbow, who was involved. Where is he? Where did he go? I don't know. He disappeared instantly. Commotion broke out. Even the eyes of the 4 Heaven Immortal experts in the skies lit up. This lad's movement technique is truly... Heaven Immortal White Sea hesitated. This movement technique could no longer be described as extraordinary. All right. Heaven Abyss nodded slightly and a smile appeared on his cold face. Yang Ruoxu revealed a look of admiration as well. Even Heaven Immortal Green Peak, who threw Su Zimo into the crowd, had a change in attitude. 2113 Who is this lad? He's only good at escaping. I don't think he's that capable. Lu Wenbin of Heaven and Earth Academy muttered at the back. Previously, he had a short conflict with Su Zimo and was embarrassed. Naturally, he disliked Su Zimo no matter what. Yang Ruoxu shook his head gently and asked, Isn't it impressive for someone at the level 6 Earth Essence realm to possess such a movement technique, and even surpass Princess Scarlet Rainbow? Can you compare to him? Yang Ruoxu's words had a hint of lecturing in them. In reality, he was telling Lu Wenbin to be humble and not be arrogant. Lu Wenbin was indignant and his face flushed red as he argued, Senior brother, you can't say that. What's the use of his movement technique no matter how fast he is? This is the Immortal Sect selection, not a trial of movement technique. Back when I was selected to enter the academy, I relied on my own combat strength to fight my way out. Furthermore, the rules of the Immortal Sect selection are clear. One requires sufficient coiling dragon badges to become the final victors. Even if he can survive till the end with that movement technique, he won't be able to join the 4 immortal sects without the coiling dragon badges. Heaven Immortal White Sea chuckled. Your junior brother isn't wrong. Yang Ruoxu remained silent. If the person in the valley could not obtain enough coiling dragon badges, the rules of the immortal sect selection could not be broken no matter how much he admired this talent. Within the valley, after a while, Princess Scarlet Rainbow gradually snapped out of her stupor and could not help but stomp her feet. Grinding her petite canine teeth, she said angrily, "Run then! There's only a month left. I don't believe that I won't be able to catch you in this valley." With that said, Princess Scarlet Rainbow left as well. On the other side, after Su Zimo broke free from the entanglement of Princess Scarlet Rainbow, he changed directions a few times before slowing down. His goal was to get his hands on coiling dragon badges. There was only a month left. That was enough time. This stage was unlike the initial stage of the immortal sect selection where cultivators could be encountered everywhere and battles were fought constantly. Right now, there were only slightly more than 1,000 people left. Even if he searched everywhere, he might not find people. For example, some cultivators who had already obtained enough coiling dragon badges could choose to hide in a secluded spot out of caution and appear only when time was almost up. It was even more impossible to find cultivators as such. After circling the valley for almost half a day, Su Zimo finally encountered another cultivator. It was a lone cultivator and his cultivation was at the level 7 Earth Essence realm. This time round, Su Zimo did not escape. This was the type of cultivator he was looking for. A lone target whose cultivation was not high. He could get rid of this person with ease and snatch his coiling dragon badges without having to expose too many methods. When the grade 7 Earth Immortal opposite saw Su Zimo, he suddenly became extremely nervous and wary. However, after checking Su Zimo's cultivation realm, he heaved a sigh of relief. To think that I would encounter a grade 6 Earth Immortal here. I'm truly lucky. The grade 7 Earth Immortal looked at Su Zimo calmly and pouted. Lad, hand over your coiling dragon badges and I'll spare your life. All right, I'll spare your life, Su Zimo said as well. Before his sentence was finished, he had already charged over in a flash. The moment the word life was said, Su Zimo had already arrived before the grade 7 Earth Immortal. It was too fast. The distance between the two of them was extremely close. You! The grade 7 Earth Immortal was shocked and only had time to say a single word before his remaining words were blocked by the surging aura. Instantly, the grade 7 Earth Immortal had an illusion. It was not a grade 6 Earth Immortal that was charging over. Instead, it was a terrifying ancient ferocious beast that wanted to devour him in a single mouthful. The ancient ferocious beast extended its menacing claws and grabbed down at him. At that moment, it was already too late to condense divine powers and immortal arts. He did not even have time to take out the dermic treasures in his storage bag. The grade 7 Earth Immortal could only raise his arm instinctively to defend. Bang! Su Zimo's palm landed on the person's arms. Crack! Right on the heels of that, the sound of bones cracking echoed. The person's arms were snapped by Su Zimo's palm, and a tremendous force broke through the obstruction of his arms, landing on his chest and sending him flying dozens of feet away. As the grade 7 Earth Immortal was sent flying, Su Zimo followed him closely behind with a cold gaze. Initially, this person wanted to consume some elixir pills to stabilize his injuries before escaping from this place. However, he was scared out of his wits when he met with Su Zimo's gaze. He hurriedly took out his coiling dragon badge and activated the protective barrier on it, allowing himself to be dragged out of the valley by the vortex of the water barrier. After that person left, his storage bag with the coiling dragon badges landed in the valley and exploded. Dozens of coiling dragon badges fell out and floated in midair. Su Zimo waved his sleeves and put away the dozens of coiling dragon badges. With an unchanged expression, he turned to leave. Given his capabilities, it was naturally extremely easy for him to kill that person earlier on and snatch the coiling dragon badges. However, the two of them met by chance and had no grudges. Su Zimo was not someone who killed indiscriminately. If he took someone's life just for the sake of the immortal sex selection, he would be no different from those bloodthirsty people in the 10 absolute hell. He won just like that? Isn't that way too easy? That grade 7 Earth immortal was careless. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost the initiative. If you say that this person is unlucky, it's true. He was surrounded by Lai Feng and the others and encountered Princess Scarlet Rainbow. However, if you want to say that he's lucky, it's true as well. To think that he would encounter one of the few remaining grade 7 Earth immortals in the valley. He only obtained dozens of coiling dragon badges. He's still far from 1,800. As time passed, the rough candidates were already decided and there were not many variables. Therefore, many cultivators focused their attention on Su Zimo. They wanted to see how much longer this grade 6 Earth immortal could last. Soft. Heaven Abyss did not say much and merely said a single word. However, Heaven Immortal White Sea and the others understood what he meant. He was referring to being soft-hearted. This person was not tough, decisive, or ruthless enough. In the mortal world, this was naturally a good quality. However, in the cultivation world, it was easy for unnecessary trouble to arise if one was soft-hearted. Yang Ruoxu shook his head. Not really. He leaves a way out and doesn't kill everyone. At the very least, he won't sow too many grudges with others or make strong foes. Heaven Immortal Green Peak said, "Let's continue watching. As time passes, it will become increasingly difficult for this lad to obtain coiling dragon badges. The remaining grade 7 Earth Immortals are decreasing. He will definitely have to face grade 8 or even grade 9 Earth Immortals." Suddenly, Yang Ruoxu asked, "Who is this lad?" Everyone was at a loss. Some cultivators asked around, but no one knew his name. At that moment, everyone in the Coiling Dragon Mountain range had yet to realize what sort of a person the seemingly sickly young man they threw into the valley was. Before long, everyone's impression of this young man would be completely overturned. 2114 Mysterious Letter Solar Luna County, Sangyu City. After coming here to investigate the murder of the 13 execution guards, Prince Yuanzhu did not leave. Instead, he rested temporarily in Sangyu City. Although he was also residing in the residence of a prince at the moment, the difference was stark compared to his residence in Green Cloud City. There was nothing he could do about that. Ever since he met that person more than 2,000 years ago, his fate had begun to change. To be precise, he had fallen from the clouds to the bottom. According to the normal trajectory, if he obtained the Jade Talisman, he would have a chance to obtain a Taboo Mystic Classic. If he cultivated the Mystic Classic, he would definitely be able to advance to the Perfected One realm and become a Perfected Immortal. At that time, his status among the many princes and princesses would rise once more, second only to the heir of King Jin and Zither Immortal Meng Yao. With the Taboo Mystic Classic, his combat strength would increase exponentially, and he might even become famous in the 9 firmament in the future. However, everything was ruined. Ruined in the hands of a cultivator from the lower worlds named Su Zimo. He lost Green Cloud County, the adoration of his father, a clone, his former status, and almost everything he once had. In the dark hall, Prince Yuanzhu was sat alone with a grim expression that was even darker than the surrounding light. All these years, he did not dare to stop. Once he calmed down, he would fall into endless pain and hatred. Unknowingly, he would recall the power and status he once possessed and the cultivator of the lower worlds that he hated to the core. For more than 2,000 years, Prince Yuanzhu had not given up on searching for Su Zimo. However, what he could not understand was that Su Zimo seemed to have vanished into thin air without a trace. Even with Feng Santian's cultivation back then, he paid an extremely high price to escape from the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Su Zimo had just entered the Earth Immortal Realm. How could he leave the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom? Prince Yuanzhu had a feeling that Su Zimo was in the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and had not left. However, if he was still in the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom, where had he been hiding for the past 2,000 years? The execution guards were everywhere in the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom, and there was a bounty on his life in the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. How could he have hidden for more than 2,000 years? Right then, hurried and flustered footsteps sounded from outside the hall. Why, Your Highness? An execution guard rushed in hurriedly. What is it? Prince Yuanzhua frowned slightly. The execution guard raised a letter in his hands. Someone handed this letter to me and asked me to pass it to you so that you can open it personally. Who was it? Prince Yuanzhua asked. I am not sure, the execution guard stammered. You're not sure? Prince Yuanzhua's gaze turned cold. The execution guard shuddered in fear and explained hurriedly. For some reason, I felt my consciousness blur for a moment. Immediately after, this letter appeared in my hands right on the heels of that. Thereafter, a voice sounded in my mind, asking me to hand the letter to Your Highness and have you open it personally. When the execution guard spoke about this matter, his expression was still bewildered and lost. Right from the beginning, I didn't see anyone. I asked a few more questions, but there was no response. That's all, Prince Yuanzhua asked with a frown. Ah! The execution guard seemed to have thought of something and continued hurriedly. The voice even said that Your Highness will definitely be interested in the contents of the letter. Oh! Prince Yuanzhua sneered internally. Hand it over. Let's see who's being mysterious and what's in the letter. The execution guard held the letter with both hands and handed it over respectfully. Prince Yuanzhua received the letter and was about to tear off the seal when his heart skipped a beat. He handed it back to the execution guard in front of him and said indifferently, Help me open it, but don't read the contents. The execution guard's heart turned cold. Naturally, he could tell that Prince Yuanzhua was worried that there would be danger lurking in the sealed letter, and that was why he wanted him to give it a try. Although he could tell Prince Yuanzhua's intentions, he did not dare to resist. He could only grit his teeth and wipe away the seal before withdrawing a page of paper from within. Nothing happened throughout the entire process. The execution guard broke out in cold sweat and heaved a sigh of relief. Prince Yuanzhua was emotionless as he took the letter and opened it. He merely glanced at it casually and his expression changed. The execution guard stole a glance. Prince Yuanzhua stared at the letter in his hands with a changing expression. It was unknown what was written on the letter. The execution guard could vaguely see that there seemed to be a portrait drawn on the back of the letter. However, most of it was covered by Prince Yuanzhua's palm and could not be seen clearly. A moment later, Prince Yuanzhua said slowly, Get Commander Lone Star to meet me. After a brief pause, he continued, As soon as possible. Understood. The execution guard turned to leave hurriedly. Before long, the commander of the Heaven Execution Guards, Lone Star, arrived and entered the hall hurriedly, asking in a deep voice, Your Highness, what happened? Take a look. Prince Yuanzhua handed the letter to Lone Star. Lone Star took a look and his expression changed as well as he exclaimed, Su Zimo. He has already left the great Gene Immortal Kingdom and is taking part in the Immortal sex selection in Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. Who wrote this letter? Is the source reliable? Lone Star asked hurriedly. I don't know who wrote it. Prince Yuanzhua frowned deeply and shook his head. There's no way to determine if the news is reliable. However, the contents of the letter seem real and there are even many details that match it. The letter said that Su Zimo knows a transformation technique that can change his appearance for a long time. That's the reason why he was able to hide in the great Gene Immortal Kingdom for more than 2,000 years. And now, Su Zimo has transformed into a sickly young man and is taking part in the Immortal sex selection. Behind the letter is a portrait of this young man. Although the drawing is ordinary, his attire, physique, countenance, and facial features have been drawn. If you see the real person, you'll definitely be able to recognize him. Just as Prince Yuanzhua was discussing, the letter in Lone Star's hands suddenly burned without warning. The two of them hurriedly tried to extinguish the flames on the letter, but to no avail. In the blink of an eye, the letter turned into ashes and dissipated in midair without a trace. This, Prince Yuanzhua and Lone Star exchanged glances. Both could tell of the other's fear. The methods of the person who wrote the letter were unfathomable and far surpassed the two of them. Suddenly, the hall went silent. A long time later, Lone Star asked, What do you think, Your Highness? Prince Yuanzhua clenched his fists slightly and said in a deep voice, "I'd rather believe it than not. Since I've obtained this news, I've got to check things out at Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. If Su Zimo truly manages to join the 4 immortal sects after the immortal sect selection ends, it'll be difficult to deal with him then." Lone Star nodded as well. "Even if the news is wrong, we'll just make a wasted trip at most without any losses." However, Coiling Dragon Mountain Range is no longer under the jurisdiction of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. Even if we appear, it won't be easy to deal with him. "Yes." Prince Yuanzhua pondered for a moment. "Go down and gather the execution guards first. I'll leave after sending a message. The immortal sect selection is about to end. Let's move immediately and not delay." 21:15 Change in situation. Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. The immortal sect selection was still ongoing, and as time passed by, the number of cultivators remaining in the valley decreased. Unexpectedly, the grade 6 Earth Immortal who should have been eliminated soon did not leave. On the contrary, the sickly young man seemed to have suddenly become lively and energetic when he arrived in the valley. He ran around without resting at all. On the first day he entered the valley, that person escaped from the encirclement of Lai Feng and the others. Furthermore, he managed to escape from the pursuit of Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Thereafter, he defeated a grade 7 Earth Immortal and obtained dozens of Coiling Dragon badges. On the third day, that person encountered another grade 7 Earth Immortal, and his methods were still simple. He made use of his movement technique speed to catch the other party off guard and obtained more than 10 Coiling Dragon badges. In the following period of time, when the young man encountered grade 8 or 9 Earth Immortals, he turned to flee without hesitation. In this valley, even Princess Scarlet Rainbow could not catch up to him, let alone others. They could only watch him leave each time. If he encountered a lone grade 7 Earth Immortal, the young man would take the initiative to fight and would always win without any exceptions. However, on the 15th day, the situation gradually changed. There were still more than 10 days left, and the immortal sect selection was about to end. As for the cultivators in the valley, there were only slightly more than 500 left, and most of them were eliminated. Among the remaining 500-odd people, almost all of them were grade 8 or 9 Earth Immortals. As for Su Zimo, he had not encountered a single grade 7 Earth Immortal for more than 4 days. Right now, he had more than 300 Coiling Dragon badges in his storage bag and was quite a distance away from 1,800. If I'm not wrong, there shouldn't be much changes in the number of Coiling Dragon badges he has anymore. "It's way too difficult," a spectating cultivator said. "That person's movement technique is so strong and his methods are not weak. He can even kill above his level, but he only obtained slightly more than 300 Coiling Dragon badges." Another person pouted. "The immortal sect selection is held once every 100 years, and only 100 people are selected at a time. What do you think that means?" "It means that on average, there's only one Earth Immortal in Divine Firmament Mainland who gets to join the 4 immortal sects every year. How difficult is that? It's even harder than ascending the heavens." High in the skies, clouds surged and immortal chi was ethereal. Yang Ruoxu shook his head. "This can't continue. If he wants to obtain enough Coiling Dragon badges, he has to find against grade 8 Earth Immortals. There were not many grade 7 Earth Immortals left in the valley. Furthermore, grade 7 Earth Immortals did not have many Coiling Dragon badges to begin with. Even if Su Zimo searched for all the remaining grade 7 Earth Immortals and snatched their Coiling Dragon badges, it would be difficult for him to gather 1,800. Grade 8 Earth Immortal? Difficult, Heaven Abyss said slowly. Defeating a grade 8 Earth Immortal was a difference of 2 minor realms, and the difficulty was doubled. Furthermore, which of the grade 8 Earth Immortals in the valley who could last till now were not strong with many trump cards. Even in a fight of the same cultivation realm, victory was unpredictable, let alone 2 minor cultivation realms above. Suddenly, Heaven Immortal Green Peak said, "This lad's movement technique is not bad. He's quite suitable to cultivate in Imperial Wind Temple." "What's the use of being suitable?" Heaven Immortal White Sea chuckled. "If that lad only has slightly more than 300 Coiling Dragon badges, we can't break the rules no matter how suitable he is. Right then, Yang Ruoxu exclaimed softly and suddenly said, "That lad has encountered a grade 8 Earth Immortal. In the past 10 days, he has encountered countless grade 8 and 9 Earth Immortals. At most, he would just turn and flee. What's so special about that?" Heaven Immortal White Sea waved his folding fan in disapproval. "He's not fleeing," Heaven Abyss said in a deep voice. Heaven Immortal White Sea and the others focused their gazes. In the valley, the sickly young man was in a standoff with a middle-aged man in yellow robes. However, he did not escape, as though he was prepared to attack. Seems like this lad has also realized the problem. Now he wants to challenge a grade 8 Earth Immortal to obtain enough coiling dragon badges. Yang Ruoxu said. Heaven Immortal Green Peak frowned. This middle-aged man's name is Xiao Yun and he's extremely strong. In a previous battle, he suppressed another grade 9 Earth Immortal. Yes, there should be more than 800 coiling dragon badges in Xiao Yun's storage bag. Heaven Immortal White Sea said. It's naturally easy for that lad to escape with his movement technique. However, there's almost no chance for him to win. In the valley, Xiao Yun looked at Su Zimo, who was not far away, with a mocking expression and chuckled. We've met before and you turned to run. Why aren't you running this time round? The previous time they met, Su Zimo changed directions and sped the entire way without any intention of fighting. Xiao Yun chased with all his might and almost vomited blood, but he could not catch up. This time round, when he saw Su Zimo again, he had no intention of chasing. I'm not leaving this time round. I'm prepared to snatch your coiling dragon badges. Su Zimo shook his head gently and said frankly without hiding his intentions. Ha ha! Xiao Yun burst into laughter and asked in disbelief. You? A grade 6 Earth Immortal. It was truly not because he underestimated Su Zimo. The fact that he could hold out till now with his level 8 Earth Essence Realm cultivation and even obtain more than 800 coiling dragon badges was proof of his strength. In fact, Xiao Yun even had the combat strength to kill opponents above his level. But now, a grade 6 Earth Immortal, a cultivator 2 cultivation realms beneath him, declared that he wanted to snatch his coiling dragon badges. To him, this was the greatest joke in the world. Swoosh! Without a second word, Su Zimo moved and arrived before Xiao Yun in the blink of an eye. Raising his palm, he conjured the great Chaos Essence Palm and crushed down on Xiao Yun's head. In the previous battles, Su Zimo had barely used any secret skills or offensive skills. He merely made use of his movement technique speed to catch his opponents off guard. That was his only combat method. But now, the moment Su Zimo attacked, he used the great Chaos Essence Palm. Although Xiao Yun was smiling, he was actually on high alert and was paying attention to Su Zimo's every move. It was definitely not a fluke that he was able to survive till now. Su Zimo's movement technique was so fast that even he was wary and would naturally not be careless. The moment Su Zimo moved, Xiao Yun swiped his storage bag and summoned a gigantic shield. Raising it high, bang! Su Zimo's great Chaos Essence Palm struck the shield heavily with a dull thud. Good lord! Xiao Yun shuddered and gasped. Although he was prepared, his blood chi fluctuated and his arm went numb from Su Zimo's palm strike. At the same time, he was secretly delighted. His shield was unusual and could be used for both offense and defense. There were countless spikes on the surface of the shield. If it was slapped on the body, a large piece of flesh could be torn off. Su Zimo's palm had exerted such a ferocious power on the shield. This young man's palm was probably pierced and mangled by now. Xiao Yun blocked the palm strike and took the opportunity to take a glance. But he was slightly stunned. Su Zimo's palm was fair as jade and did not seem injured at all. When he looked at the shield in his hands again, there was a palm-shaped dent that flattened all the spikes in the area. 2116 Appearance of the Big Dipper diagram. This shield was a perfect grade Earth Immortal dermic treasure. What's the physique of this person? He's so terrifying. Xiao Yun was alarmed. The battle had already broken out and Su Zimo attacked once more. There was no time for him to think. With a long howl, Xiao Yun channeled his blood chi and withdrew a gigantic axe from his storage bag. He wielded the shield and axe as he fought against Su Zimo. The more Xiao Yun fought, the more alarmed he became. Right from the beginning, Su Zimo did not use any dermic treasures and suppressed him completely with his bare hands. Even then, he did not have any chance to resist. His shield and gigantic axe could not gain any advantage against Su Zimo's body. Both parties had only exchanged 7 to 8 blows when Xiao Yun felt his arm go sore. His teeth were loosened and blood was seeping out of his mouth. The seemingly sickly young man seemed to possess endless strength with every single move he made. Furthermore, the power of every punch and palm strike turned increasingly ferocious and vast as the sea, as though they wanted to devour him and crush him into nothingness. Xiao Yun could not imagine how such a seemingly frail body could possess such terrifying power. Right now, Su Zimo was a grade 10 green lotus true body. Even without using his bloodline, he could fight against a connate earth-grade dermic treasure head-on. He cultivated the Void Thunder Manual and possessed the Thunder Bones. Even without using any blood chi, the power of his punches and kicks far surpassed the past. Xiao Yun had not even cultivated to the Tsunami Blood Realm and was far inferior compared to the Green Lotus True Body with the Thunder Bones. If not for the difference of 2 minor realms, Xiao Yun would not have been able to defend against a single palm strike from Su Zimo. Xiao Yun received a few more punches from Su Zimo and his bones creaked. If this continued, his bones would fall apart and his organs would be ruptured. Good. Xiao Yun's expression was ruthless as he wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and glared at Su Zimo fiercely. This trump card of mine was originally prepared for the other Earth Immortal experts. Since you forced me to this point, don't blame me. With that said, Xiao Yun slapped his storage bag. This was a separate storage bag and 4 figures jumped out. Although the 4 figures were similar to humans, they were wrapped in some sort of metal and shone with a dark golden luster. Puppets. Su Zimo frowned slightly. That's right. Xiao Yun hollered. Hold him back. The 4 puppets split into 4 directions and lunged towards Su Zimo expressionlessly. Su Zimo raised his fist and punched a puppet in the chest, sending it flying. Thereafter, he slapped another puppet on the side of the face and sent it flying dozens of feet away. The 2 puppets crawled up rapidly. One of the puppets' chest had already caved in deeply and was almost penetrated by Su Zimo's punch. The head of the other puppet was contorted by Su Zimo's palm as well. However, the 2 puppets were still unaffected and did not feel any pain as they lunged towards Su Zimo once more. This was the terror of puppets. They felt no pain and were not afraid of death. On the other side, Xiao Yun caught a breather and consumed a handful of elixir pills. He began to channel his essence spirit, circulated his immortal arts and secret skills, summoned his dermic treasures and joined forces with the 4 puppets to launch a ferocious attack on Su Zimo. For a moment, Su Zimo was surrounded and seemed to be struggling. He was in a perilous situation and could not resist at all. Sigh! On the mountain range, a cultivator sighed. What a pity to meet a strong foe like Xiao Yun. Otherwise, I think this grade 6 Earth Immortal has a chance of defeating a grade 8 Earth Immortal. Yes, this person is indeed capable since he dared to take part in the Immortal Sect selection. Unfortunately, he can't hold on any longer. The attitude of many cultivators towards Su Zimo had gradually changed. High in the skies, Heaven Immortal White Sea shook his head. That lad won't be able to hold on for much longer. If he doesn't have any other methods, victory will be decided in another 10 rounds. Heaven Immortal Green Peak said, Unfortunate. The moment Xiao Yun released his puppets was this lad's only chance to avoid them and turn to escape. Now that he's surrounded by the 4 puppets and is suppressed by Xiao Yun's immortal arts and divine powers, there's no chance for him to escape, Yang Ruoxu said. Even a grade 9 Earth Immortal might not have a chance of winning against Xiao Yun and the 4 puppets. Lu Wenbin, who was standing behind Yang Ruoxu, was indignant. He sneered and muttered softly, Even without Xiao Yun, someone like him who doesn't know his place will definitely encounter other strong foes and would be taught a lesson sooner or later. Right then, the situation in the valley changed. The sickly young man shuddered and conjured hand seals repeatedly. Suddenly, a vast star diagram appeared above his head. A large portion of the star diagram was dim. However, the lit area was shocking enough. Stars filled the skies and millions of beams of starlight shone down on the young man. The young man shone with resplendent starlight from head to toe and was like a god beneath the starry skies that could not be ignored. Ah, what's that? Could it be a bloodline phenomenon? I'm not sure. I didn't see him activate his bloodline. A series of exclamations came from outside the valley. In the clouds, the gazes of the four heaven immortal experts intensified. They stood up at the same time and looked at the scene in the valley with shocked expressions. That's not a bloodline phenomenon. Heaven Abyss shook his head slowly. This star diagram seems to be... Heaven Immortal Green Peak was in deep thought. It should be the Mystic Spirit Big Dipper diagram, Yang Ruoxu said in a deep voice. That's right. Heaven Immortal Green Peak's eyes lit up as he blurted. It's the Mystic Spirit Big Dipper diagram. To think that this legendary astral secret skill would reappear. Senior Brother White Sea. Right then, a disciple of Flying Immortal sect went forward and said, previously, there was news that a cultivator had indeed obtained astral sect's inheritance. Thereafter, that cultivator disappeared. Seems like there's no mistake. Heaven Immortal White Sea burst into laughter. This should be the same person. The four Heaven Immortals looked at Su Zimo with a hint of admiration, as though they had seen a treasure. In the valley, Su Zimo summoned the Mystic Spirit Big Dipper diagram and his combat strength increased exponentially. He attacked once more and tore two puppets apart from the middle. The remaining two puppets were shattered by him and lost their combat strength. Instantly, the situation reversed. Xiao Yun no longer had any helpers and was left alone against Su Zimo, who had the Mystic Spirit Big Dipper diagram hovering above his head. There was no doubt about the outcome. Su Zimo charged forward and defeated Xiao Yun within a few rounds, snatching all 800-odd coiling dragon badges from the latter's storage bag. Xiao Yun felt aggrieved. He did not know what the Mystic Spirit Big Dipper diagram was, nor did he know what happened. It was as though he had suddenly been defeated by a grade 6 Earth Immortal while he was in a daze. A series of exclamations sounded from the crowd watching from Coiling Dragon Mountain Range as well. Many cultivators discussed excitedly. However, Su Zimo had a calm expression. Although this battle seemed lively, the ups and downs were all under his control. He even revealed the Mystic Spirit Big Dipper diagram intentionally. This way, firstly, his identity would not be exposed, and secondly, he would reveal some capabilities that would be enough to attract the attention of the four immortal sects. If Su Zimo truly wanted to defeat Xiao Yun, a single round would have probably sufficed. 2117 Demand above Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. Heaven Immortal White Sea waved his folding fan gently and smiled. Including Xiao Yun's 800-odd Coiling Dragon badges, that lad should have more than 1,200. 1,241. Heaven Abyss opened his mouth and said a number. Nobody doubted the authenticity of that figure. Heaven Abyss did not say much, but he had been paying attention to Su Zimo. Yang Ruoxu nodded slightly. He has the help of the Mystic Spirit Big Dipper diagram. Since he can defeat Xiao Yun, who is 2 minor realms above him, it won't be difficult for him to gather 1,800 Coiling Dragon badges in this valley. In the eyes of the four of them, Su Zimo's current methods were enough to rank him among the final 100. This young man might not be the one with the most Coiling Dragon badges by the time the Immortal Sect selection was over. However, to a certain extent, the talent displayed by this person even surpassed others and was definitely not weaker than Princess Scarlet Rainbow or Prince Yun Lei. This person was only a grade 6 Earth Immortal, and his potential was way too great. In the eyes of the four Heaven Immortals, this young man was the most outstanding, dazzling, and worthy cultivator of the Immortal Sect selection. Suddenly, Heaven Immortal Green Peak said, "Everyone, I've said it earlier on. This lad's movement technique is outstanding, and he's most suited to cultivate in Imperial Wind Temple. Fellow Taoists, please don't fight with me for this person. Fellow Taoist Green Peak, if I didn't recall wrongly, you looked down on him back then and even threw him into Lai Feng's group. You hoped that he would be eliminated as soon as possible." Yang Ruoxu sneered and looked at Heaven Immortal Green Peak, mocking, "Why? You want to recruit him to Imperial Wind Temple now? Brother Yang, you must be joking." Heaven Immortal Green Peak's expression did not change. I had my motive for doing this back then. It was mainly to test him and let him reveal his true capabilities. I had no ill intentions. Heaven Immortal Green Peak said such nonsense with an absolutely nonchalant expression. Foo-foo. Heaven Immortal White Sea chuckled. Fellow Taoist Green Peak, even if you tell him that, he might not believe you. In my opinion, Imperial Wind Temple is the least likely sect he will join. Humph. Heaven Immortal Green Peak said proudly. Joining Imperial Wind Temple will mean the greatest improvement for him, and we can maximize his advantage to the limits. He's a smart man and will definitely understand this logic. Not necessarily, Heaven Abyss, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. This lad's physique is all right, and he's also organized in melee combat. Among the 4 immortal sects, Mountain Sea Immortal Sect is the strongest in body tempering. If this lad joins Mountain Sea Immortal Sect, he will be able to cultivate a top-tier body tempering cultivation technique and learn brilliant melee combat skills. That will be the greatest help to him. Heaven Abyss rarely spoke and had always been a man of few words. To think that he would say such a thing in order to fight for Su Zimo. Yang Ruoxu shook his head gently. This lad lacks immortal arts and secret skills while Heaven and Earth Academy has many. In my opinion, the right way is to join Heaven and Earth Academy. Even though Su Zimo had yet to obtain 1,800 coiling dragon badges. The leaders of the 4 immortal sects were already fighting for him. The 4 of them knew that if nothing went wrong, this young man would definitely be able to obtain enough coiling dragon badges. Swoosh! Heaven Immortal White Sea opened his folding fan and said with a smile, "Let's not argue for now. There's still more than 10 days left and we can consider it slowly. Since everyone is interested in this lad, the final choice will still be his." Right then, a group of cultivators sped over from afar. The 2 people in the lead had powerful auras and murderous killing intents. They were hostile. "Look, Prince Yuanzhua of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom is here. The immortal sect selection this time round sure is lively. Including Prince Yuanzhua, there are now princes and princesses from all 3 immortal kingdoms. Prince Yuanzhua has more than 100 Earth execution guards behind him. He doesn't seem to be friendly." Many cultivators on Coiling Dragon Mountain Range whispered when they saw the commotion in the distance. Heaven Immortal White Sea, Yang Ruoxu, and the other 2 had naturally seen Prince Yuanzhua a long time ago. However, the 4 of them were expressionless and did not stand up. Prince Yuanzhua was no longer the same as before. King Jin had many descendants, and a prince or princess without a territory could not compare to them. The fact that the 4 of them could represent their sects to host the immortal sect selection was proof of their status in the sects. Even if they were against the powerful and noble Prince Yuanzhua of the past, they were on par with him and there was no distinction between seniority. Prince Yuanzhua came to stand shoulder to shoulder with Lone Star and brought 112 Earth execution guards to the skies of Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. He looked down and patrolled the valley, searching for a target. "Your Highness, look! Over there!" A moment later, Lone Star's expression changed as he pointed to a figure on the water barrier and suddenly said, Prince Yuanzhua followed the direction of Lone Star and focused his gaze. Indeed, there was a yellow-faced young man in the valley who looked like he had yet to recover from a serious illness. He looked almost the same as the drawing on the back of the letter. Prior to this, Prince Yuanzhua had even suspected if the letter was a trap or if someone was teasing him. However, at this point he was mostly convinced. "Your Highness, should we step in and ask the 4 immortal sects for him?" Lone Star sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. "Don't be hasty." Prince Yuanzhua took a deep breath and composed himself, sending a voice transmission. "Get someone to ask around first to find out the background of this young man." This was no small matter. There were millions of cultivators in Coiling Dragon Mountain Range and everyone was watching. While he could not afford to lose this person, if anything happened, he could not afford to suffer such a loss either. Lone Star hurriedly sent a voice transmission and gestured for the execution guards behind him to head down and ask. Before long, many execution guards returned with the information they had gathered. Lone Star said, "This person's background is unknown and no one knows his name. He suddenly appeared here more than 10 days ago and took part in the Immortal Sect selection midway. He even knows Astral Sect's secret skill. His movement technique is extremely fast. It's said that he knows a divine power of golden wings, and is even faster than Princess Scarlet Rainbow's movement technique. Golden wings. Prince Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He had seen Su Zimo release such methods before. Actually, after hearing the first few pieces of information, Prince Yuanzhua was almost certain that the young man in the valley was Su Zimo whom he had been searching for. However, it had only been more than 2,000 years and Su Zimo had already cultivated to become a grade 6 Earth Immortal. His cultivation speed was so fast that Prince Yuanzhua could not accept it for a moment. "Your Highness, that should be him," Lone Star said in a deep voice. "Good, good, good." Prince Yuanzhua's gaze was cold as he glared at the figure in the valley and grit his teeth. "Su Zimo, I've finally found you. You almost succeeded. Unfortunately, I was still a step faster than you." Prince Yuanzhua sneered and said in a deep voice, "Let's go and ask the 4 immortal sects to demand for him." 2118 scheme. Prince Yuanzhua and Lone Star soared into the air with many execution guards and stood in front of the 4 immortal sects. "Greetings, fellow Taoists. I'm Yuanzhua of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom." Prince Yuanzhua cupped his fists and greeted Heaven Immortal White Sea and the others. He looked at Heaven Immortal White Sea with a slightly more enthusiastic gaze. After all, Heaven Immortal White Sea was an inner sect disciple of Flying Immortal Sect. Meng Yao was also a legacy disciple of Flying Immortal Sect. Furthermore, he and Meng Yao were siblings. From that point of view, he had some connection to Heaven Immortal White Sea. "Prince Yuanzhua, how have you been?" Heaven Immortal White Sea smiled gently and stood up. He closed his folding fan and returned the greeting with cupped fists. Heaven Abyss nodded slightly without standing up as a form of greeting. Yang Ruoxu stood up and returned the greeting. He merely nodded and followed through the motions before returning to his seat. Heaven Immortal Green Peak did not stand up or return the greeting. He merely smiled and asked, "Prince Yuanzhua, you've come from afar. What brings you here?" There was a hint of mockery in Heaven Immortal Green Peak's words. If Prince Yuanzhua was still the same as before, he would naturally not dare to do this. But now that Prince Yuanzhua's status had plummeted, and he had lost his territory, Heaven Immortal Green Peak naturally looked down on him. Lone Star's expression darkened, but he did not say anything. Prince Yuanzhua pretended not to notice and smiled. "It's not a big deal. Recently, I received news that a sinner wanted by the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom for many years is in the vicinity of Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. So I brought people over to take a look." At that point, Prince Yuanzhua paused for a moment and glanced at the expressions of Heaven Immortal White Sea and the others. Heaven Abyss, Yang Ruoxu, and Heaven Immortal Green Peak were experienced and expressionless. Although Heaven Immortal White Sea had a smile on his face the entire time, he did not say anything either. Prince Yuanzhua could not read his mind. When the 4 of them did not reply, the atmosphere fell silent in an awkward manner. Prince Yuanzhua took a deep breath and could only continue. "I want to capture this sinner back to the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. However, out of respect, I still have to greet the 4 of you." "Oh!" Heaven Immortal White Sea raised his brow slightly and asked, "Where is this sinner?" Prince Yuanzhua turned around slightly and pointed to a figure in the valley. "That's him." The direction Prince Yuanzhua was pointing was where Su Zimo was. Heaven Immortal White Sea and the others frowned at the same time. The crowd below stirred when they saw that. Prince Yuanzhua said hurriedly, "This is the sinner wanted by the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom for more than 2,000 years, Su Zimo." The crowd was in an uproar. "That grade 6 Earth Immortal is Su Zimo? I heard that more than 2,000 years ago, Su Zimo was only a grade 1 Earth Immortal. How did he cultivate so quickly? That doesn't seem right. I've seen a portrait of Su Zimo from the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom before. It seems to be different from this young man's appearance." A commotion broke out from the mountain range. Heaven Immortal White Sea frowned slightly as well. "Fellow Taoist Yuanzhua, are you mistaken?" "There's no mistake," Prince Yuanzhua said in a deep voice. Su Zimo specializes in a disguise technique that's almost the same as myriad transformations. His current appearance is a disguise. Everyone, please give me face and detain this person. I'll be extremely grateful if you hand him over to me to take back to the great Gene Immortal Kingdom. This Heaven Immortal White Sea had a conflicted expression as he chuckled dryly and glanced at the three people beside him. Yang Ruoxu and the other two did not react, as though they had not heard Prince Yuanzhua. Earlier on, the four of them were fighting to recruit that person into the sect. Now, they had to hand over this person just because of a single sentence from Prince Yuanzhua? How was that different from slapping themselves on the face? In other words, so what if Su Zimo was a wanted sinner of the great Gene Immortal Kingdom? As long as his talent and potential were strong enough, the four immortal sects would dare to take him in. This time round, even Heaven Immortal White Sea did not say anything. The crowd quietened down once more and Prince Yuan's expression turned ugly. Although he had already lowered his status and said such words in front of everyone, Heaven Immortal White Sea and the other three were still unmoved. The discussions in the crowd below were noisy and even Prince Yuanzhua found them jarring. Finally, Lone Star could not hold it in any longer and harumphed coldly, questioning loudly, "Fellow Taoists, Su Zimo is a sinner of the great Gene Immortal Kingdom. Do you guys want to offend the great Gene Immortal Kingdom just because of a grade 6 Earth Immortal?" "Foo-foo." Heaven Immortal Green Peak sneered with a mocking expression. "Commander Lone Star, you sure are impressive. Why? Just because you're an execution guard of the great Gene Immortal Kingdom, you wish to interfere with our four immortal sects. You!" Lone Star was speechless and his face turned green. "Humph." Heaven Abyss harumphed coldly. "This is Coiling Dragon Mountain Range, not your great Gene Immortal Kingdom." Heaven Abyss's voice surged like a tsunami and reverberated through the valley, rumbling with a powerful might and will. Not only did Lone Star's question fail to do anything, it even incurred the strong resistance of Heaven Immortal Green Peak and the others. It was not Lone Star's fault as well. The execution guards were used to being domineering and arrogant in the territory of the great Gene Immortal Kingdom. Because Lone Star did not rein it in after leaving the great Gene Immortal Kingdom, he was snubbed. No matter how strong the three immortal kingdoms were or how large their territory was, they could not control the four immortal sects. Prince Yuanzhua knew that he could not be tough if he wanted to resolve this matter. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Prince Yuanzhua revealed a smile once more and cupped his fists. "I was a little reckless. Fellow Taoists, please forgive me. Su Zimo is indeed a wanted criminal of the great Gene Immortal Kingdom and is even related to Feng Cantion. Fellow Taoists, please grant my wish. I'll definitely reward you immensely in the future." Feng Cantion. He was a taboo in the entire divine firmament immortal domain, or rather, a sinner. Even the four immortal sects would not dare to back Feng Cantion. The reason why Prince Yuanzhua mentioned Feng Cantion at this moment was because he wanted Heaven Immortal White Sea and the other three to feel the pressure. After a long silence, Yang Ruoxu shook his head. "He's not Feng Cantion. Even if he is related to Feng Cantion, it's nothing much. Furthermore, this lad is taking part in the immortal sect selection in the valley. We can't break the rules and interfere in the process of the immortal sect selection. Everything has to wait till the immortal sect selection is over." When he heard that, Prince Yuanzhua frowned. If the immortal sect selection was over and Su Zimo became one of the last 100 people, he could join the four immortal sects at any moment. Wouldn't that be even more difficult? Yang Ruoxu was clearly stalling for time with his words. Although Prince Yuanzhua realized this, he did not dare to point out his accusation. He looked at Su Zimo in the valley and the hatred in his heart rose to its limits. He wished for nothing more than to charge into the valley and tear this person into pieces. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Prince Yuanzhua's mind as he came up with a plan. His lips curled into a smile. "Since the immortal sect selection has already begun, and you guys can't interfere, I naturally can't force the four of you either." At that point, Prince Yuanzhua paused for a moment before changing the topic. "However, I heard that Su Zimo took part in the immortal sect selection midway?" "Yes." Yang Ruoxu nodded. Prince Yuanzhua smiled. "Since Su Zimo can participate midway, Doesn't that mean that as long as the others meet the conditions, they can enter this valley and take part in the immortal sex selection? As he said that, Prince Yuanzhua turned back and swept his gaze across the 100-odd Earth execution guards behind him. 2119 show begins when they heard that Yang Ruoxu and the other three frowned. Given their cultivation and intelligence, the four of them could naturally tell Prince Yuanzhua's intentions. Prince Yuanzhua intended to send the execution guards behind him to take part in the immortal sex selection. That way, the 100-odd Earth execution guards could enter the valley legitimately and hunt down Su Zimo. All four of them wanted to recruit Su Zimo into the sect. In the depths of their hearts, they naturally did not want Su Zimo to be surrounded by more than 100 Earth execution guards and die in the valley. They did not want him to fall into the hands of Prince Yuanzhua either. At that thought, the four of them fell silent. Prince Yuanzhua sneered internally and asked coldly, "Why? Fellow Taoists, are you guys showing favoritism? So, Su Zimo can take part in it midway but not others." This time round, the four heaven immortals did not refute. Prince Yuanzhua was indeed in the right in this matter, and the four of them had nothing to say. That's right. Why can Su Zimo enter while others can't? That's not fair. The four immortal sects have to treat everyone equally and not be biased. In the crowd of Coiling Dragon Mountain Range, many cultivators were jeering, afraid that the matter would not be serious enough. Yang Ruoxu sighed internally. Others can naturally take part in the immortal sex selection as well. However, that lad did not bring a Coiling Dragon badge with him before he entered the valley. No problem. Prince Yuanzhua said immediately, "There's no need for the 112 Earth execution guards behind me to carry Coiling Dragon badges into the valley either." The Coiling Dragon badge had two purposes: to protect one's life and to fight for a chance to join the four immortal sects. However, the Earth execution guards only had a single goal for entering the valley: to hunt down Su Zimo. They were all top-tier Earth immortal experts and were naturally not in any danger against a grade 6 Earth immortal, let alone having to protect their lives. Since things had come to this, the four heaven immortals could only agree given the circumstances. Otherwise, if word of this were to spread, it would mean that the immortal sex selection was unfair, and it would affect the reputation of the four immortal sects. Heaven Immortal Green Peak asked, "How many people are you prepared to send into the valley, Prince?" "Of course, it's all the Earth execution guards I brought today," Prince Yuanzhua said slowly with a sinister tone. "A full 112 Earth execution guards into the valley. This time round, Prince Yuanzhua would not allow any accidents to happen." The four heaven immortals were silent. Those who could become Earth execution guards were all top Earth immortal experts. Even a few of such Earth immortals might be more than what Su Zimo could handle. If he made use of his movement technique, he might have a chance of survival. However, if all 112 Earth execution guards were sent in, it would be easy for them to form an encirclement given their chemistry. At that time, Su Zimo would not even have the chance to escape. Prince Yuanzhua was clearly bent on killing him. Suddenly, Heaven Abyss spoke. "If more than 100 Earth execution guards enter the valley now, it will definitely affect the final outcome of the immortal sex selection and disrupt the balance. This is inappropriate." Heaven Abyss's words were not without reason. The 100-odd execution guards obeyed Prince Yuanzhua's orders. If they entered the valley and joined forces, who could go against them? Fellow Taoists, don't worry. Apart from Su Zimo, these Earth execution guards won't attack anyone else after entering the valley. Prince Yuanzhua seemed to have expected that someone would raise this point. He smiled gently and said calmly, "As long as we capture Su Zimo, these people will be on standby on the spot and wait for the immortal sex selection to end. They won't do anything unnecessary. What fellow Taoist Heavenly Abyss is worried about will definitely not happen." This time round, the four heaven immortals could not think of any reason to reject. "Prince Yuanzhua, please." Heaven Immortal White Sea nodded slightly, indicating for Prince Yuanzhua to give the order. "Thank you, everyone." Prince Yuanzhua smiled and cupped his fists in thanks. Thereafter, he turned around and looked at the 100-odd Earth execution guards behind him. The smile on his face had already vanished. "Earth execution guards," Heed my orders. Prince Yuanzhua hollered softly. Yes. The 112 Earth execution guards echoed at the same time like thunder. However, no matter what happened outside, the cultivators participating in the Immortal sect selection in the valley could not sense it at all. The water barrier was not only used as a mirror image, but also to isolate sound and vision. Prince Yuan's was said in a deep voice. Enter the valley and split into 10 teams with 11 people each. The remaining 2 people will form a team to search for Su Zimo. After seeing Su Zimo, don't hesitate. Send out a messenger badge and summon the others to gather for an encirclement at the location. This person's movement technique is extremely fast. We can't let him escape this time round. Understood. Many execution guards shouted. Prince Yuanzhua froze again. Remember, I want to capture him alive. The coiling dragon valley beneath was like a cage. In his eyes, Su Zimo was a bird in the cage that could not escape even if he had wings. He hated Su Zimo to the core and would definitely not let the latter die so easily. He wanted to torture Su Zimo day and night after capturing him alive. Furthermore, he had to interrogate Su Zimo about many things, such as the Jade Talisman, myriad transformations, and the divine powers and secret skills of the Golden Wings. Fellow Taoist, may I trouble you to send the people I brought into the valley? After Prince Yuanzhua relayed the order, he said to Heaven, Immortal, White Sea, and the others in a deep voice. Yang Ruoxu hesitated for a moment before waving his sleeves to send the 112 execution guards into the valley. However, he intentionally placed the execution guards in a landing spot furthest away from Su Zimo's location. Even if both parties encountered one another, it might take some time. Actually, Yang Ruoxu and the others knew that given the capabilities of the execution guards, it was way too easy for them to locate Su Zimo in the sealed valley. Such an arrangement would merely delay things slightly. The 112 execution guards entered the valley and split into 10 teams the moment they landed. Most of the teams were Grade 9 Earth Immortals and their leaders were commanders of the Earth Execution Guards. The remaining 2 Earth Execution Guards were both Grade 8 Earth Immortals. Li Xian, Zhang Mao, you 2 form a team, an execution guard commander said in a deep voice. Don't be in a hurry to attack after meeting Su Zimo. Release the messenger order first. Understood. The 2 of them cupped their fists. Disperse. Search for the target. The execution guard commander hollered softly. The 112 Earth execution guards split into different teams and dispersed rapidly in the directions before them, disappearing within the forest. When he saw that, Prince Yuan's was smirked and clenched his fists with a faint smile. The show is about to begin. The crowd on Coiling Dragon Mountain Range was excited once more. The 4 Heaven Immortals exchanged glances in silence. No matter how much the 4 of them valued Su Zimo or admired his talent, they could not interfere in the Immortal sect selection. That was a serious crime that no one could afford. In other words, Su Zimo could not avoid this calamity. 2120 Encounter Xianxia Immortal Kingdom, Capital, Library. A woman in plain clothes and light makeup was holding an ancient book. She stopped in front of a row of tall bookshelves and read intently, flipping a page gently from time to time. Sunlight shone through the window and spilled onto the woman's fair neck, shimmering. She had a flawless side profile and a slender figure. Dressed in a light green dress, she exuded a hint of mystery and elegance in her calmness. Just by standing there, she was stirringly beautiful. Right then, soft footsteps sounded from the side, breaking the peace. Before long, a young girl appeared, panting. She looked at the woman in plain clothes in front of the bookshelves and hesitated, as though she was afraid of disturbing her. What is it? The plain-robed woman asked indifferently without shifting her gaze away from the book in her hands. The girl said, Princess, Su Zimo has appeared. Oh! When the plain-robed woman heard that name, her expression changed as she glanced sideways and asked, Where is he? The girl said, All these years, you've asked us to pay attention to news of Su Zimo. I just received a message that Su Zimo has appeared in Coiling Dragon Mountain Range and is taking part in the Immortal sect selection. The Immortal sect selection? This person is smart to choose the 4 immortal sects as his backing. The plain-robed woman murmured and smiled, asking, "What's his cultivation realm now?" "I heard that he's a grade 6 Earth Immortal. Furthermore, he entered the valley more than 10 days ago when the selection was about to end," the girl replied. "Grade 6 Earth Immortal. He sure cultivates fast." The plain-robed woman was slightly surprised. "Fast? He's still far inferior to our young prince." The girl pouted her lips in disdain. "I heard that the young prince even views this person as an opponent. In my opinion, he's not even worthy of being a servant for the young prince." The plain-robed woman shook her head with a smile and did not refute. She merely said to herself, "Grade 6 Earth Immortal. Given his capabilities, it shouldn't be difficult for him to join the 4 immortal sections." "That's not for sure," the girl gloated. "Su Zimo might not even be able to leave Coiling Dragon Valley alive, let alone join the 4 immortal sections. MMM? The plain-robed woman could tell that the girl was implying something. Her beautiful eyes shifted as she looked at the girl inquiringly. The girl said, "I just received news that Su Zimo used a method similar to myriad transformations to disguise himself and hid from the entire world to enter the valley to take part in the selection. No one recognized him at all. However, for some reason, more than 10 days later, Prince Xianxia of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom suddenly appeared and exposed his identity, asking the 4 immortal sects for him." When she heard that, the plain-robed woman frowned slightly in deep thought. The girl did not notice the change in the plain-robed woman's expression and continued. "Because the immortal sect selection is in progress, the 4 immortal sects did not give him over. Prince Xianxia then had the 112 Earth Execution Guards he brought with him sent into the valley so that they could hunt down Su Zimo." At that point, the girl giggled. "Princess, tell me, how is Su Zimo going to survive?" The plain-robed woman frowned and asked. "The 4 immortal sects allowed more than 100 execution guards to enter the valley to kill? They had no way of refusing. These people entered under the guise of taking part in the immortal sect selection. Since Su Zimo could take part in it, these execution guards naturally could as well." The girl said, "Furthermore, the immortal sect selection has no life and death restrictions to begin with, and cultivators are allowed to fight to the death. Where's Yun Ting?" Suddenly, the plain-robed woman asked. "The young prince is still in seclusion," the girl said. The plain-robed woman placed the book in her hands back on the bookshelf and walked out. "There's no need to call him. Prepare yourself and follow me to Coiling Dragon Mountain Range." "Ha!" The girl was stunned for a moment and asked in disbelief, "Princess, you haven't left the library for many years. Are you going to go out today because of a grade 6 Earth Immortal?" "This grade 6 Earth Immortal is unusual," the plain-robed woman said. The girl frowned and said hesitantly, But even if we rush over as soon as possible, it'll take close to 10 days. At that time, Su Zimo will probably be killed by the execution guards." "Kill him?" The plain-robed woman shook her head gently. "That person won't die so easily. I have a feeling that something else might happen during this immortal sect selection." As she said that, the plain-robed woman had already left the library. The girl followed closely behind. Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. It had already been 10 days since the execution guards entered the valley, and there were only 5 days left until the end of the immortal sect selection. During this period of time, the execution guards had not encountered Su Zimo head-on. Of course, it was because of Yang Ruoxu's arrangement to place the execution guards furthest away from Su Zimo. However, everyone knew that as time passed, an inevitable collision would happen. Prince Xianxia was in no hurry. Everything was under his control. The 100-odd execution guards formed 10 teams and advanced to search bit by bit. They did not miss any corners and would even gather information from the other cultivators in the valley. When the cultivators in the valley saw the groups of 10 execution guards, they naturally did not dare to challenge casually and would tell the truth about Su Zimo. "Why are there suddenly so many execution guards? I saw it too. Those people even asked around for the location of a person. The young man who escaped extremely quickly and looked like he had yet to recover from a serious illness. Let's go. Since there's no hope of entering the top 100, Let's follow and take a look. Many cultivators were curious when they saw that the execution guards were not hostile towards them and followed behind, wanting to watch the show. Through the water barrier, millions of cultivators watching could clearly see that the 100-odd execution guards were advancing and getting closer to Suzimo. The locations of 2 execution guards were almost identical to Suzimo and they would meet soon. These 2 execution guards were the 2 outliers, Li Xian and Zheng Mao. The 2 of them were not weak and were both grade 8 Earth Immortals. Suzimo is truly stupid. He even came to take part in the Immortal sect selection. He practically dug his own grave. In the valley, Li Xian chuckled. Right now, he's trapped in all directions in this valley. There's nowhere for him to escape. That's right, whoever among us meets Suzimo will be the lucky one. This will be a great merit, Zhang Mao said. Li Xian pouted. In my opinion, it's unnecessary to send any messenger order. Anyone who sees this person can just suppress him directly. What can a grade 6 Earth Immortal do? Zhang Mao shook his head. Let's follow His Highness's instructions. Don't make decisions on your own. As the 2 of them conversed, a figure sped over from afar. He was skinny and his face was withered, looking extremely weak. It was the appearance that Suzimo had conjured. Zhang Mao and Li Xian's gazes intensified. Heaven Abyss, Yang Ruoxu and the others frowned slightly and their hearts skipped a beat. To the 4 of them, this was a huge test for Suzimo. That was because all the execution guards knew their motive. However, Suzimo, who was in the valley, was still kept in the dark. If Suzimo were to turn and flee, he might be able to buy some time. If he were to fight the 2 execution guards and fall into a bitter battle, he would definitely die. In the valley, Suzimo was searching for a target in the vicinity when 2 people suddenly appeared in his line of sight. They wore black gold feather armors and had sabers hanging on their waists. Suzimo paused in his tracks and narrowed his eyes. Execution guards. Any Earth Immortal could take part in the Immortal sect selection. The execution guards were naturally in that category as well. However, when the 2 execution guards saw him, they stopped in their tracks as well. Their expressions were strange and their eyes lit up. It was clear that they had discovered something. That reaction was very different from the reaction of others when they saw a grade 6 Earth Immortal. In fact, the 2 execution guards did not even release their spirit consciousnesses to check his cultivation before they stopped in their tracks and locked onto him eagerly. They know me. Based on the reactions of the 2 execution guards, Suzimo made a judgment instantly and a thought flashed through his mind. My identity has been exposed. That speculation was way too terrifying and shocking. However, at that moment, Suzimo no longer had time to think. The execution guard on the left slapped his storage bag and took out a messenger talisman. At that moment, it was already too late to activate his movement technique to get close given the distance between them. In a flash, Suzimo vanished from the spot. True Dragon 9 flashes. Zhang Mao stared at Suzimo fixedly. He had just taken out his messenger talisman when he froze for a moment. Where was the other party? Suzimo had suddenly vanished from his line of sight. Just as Zhang Mao was in a daze, Suzimo reappeared with a cold expression. He was less than 100 feet away from the 2 of them. Suddenly, Suzimo vanished once more. He was gone again? What was that? Teleportation? Zhang Mao's eyes widened and his pupils constricted. On the other side, Li Xian could not react either. Right then, Li Xian seemed to have sensed something and suddenly turned around. He looked behind Zhang Mao and his expression changed, as though he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. At the same time, Zhang Mao felt a chill run down his spine and his scalp prickled. An unprecedented aura of death enveloped down. Bang! A fair palm slapped the top of his head. The tremendous power penetrated his skull and shattered his essence spirit. Zhang Mao's eyes dimmed. Before he could tear the messenger talisman in his hands, his body went limp and he fell to the ground. Suzimo released the True Dragon 9 flashes consecutively. While Zhang Mao was in a daze, Suzimo killed him with a single palm strike without giving him any chance to react. You? Suppressing the shock in his heart, Li Xian was enraged and withdrew his execution saber with a clang. His blood qi surged as he hollered. Initially, he wanted to say, "How dare you?" However, he merely said a single word when he saw Su Zimo turn around and lunge towards him without stopping after killing Zhang Mao. Die as well. Exhaling, Su Zimo extended his palm and conjured the Great Chaos Essence Palm, suppressing Li Xian's face fiercely. The aura released by the Great Chaos Essence Palm was extremely tragic. The power of distortion and suppression caused the surrounding air to explode in a shuddering manner. Before Li Xian could finish his sentence, he was blocked by that tragic aura. Li Xian was alarmed and circulated his blood qi to its limits. He raised the execution saber with both hands and slashed towards Su Zimo's Great Chaos Essence Palm. Su Zimo had no intention of stopping. "You must have a death wish," Li Xian sneered internally. The execution saber in his hands was unusually sharp and was a perfect-grade Earth Immortal dermic treasure. It was not something that a body of flesh and blood could defend against. As an execution guard of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom, his weapon was naturally not bad. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed when the execution saber struck the Great Chaos Essence Palm. It was extremely ear-piercing. Impossible! Li Xian was shocked. Before he could react, he felt a mighty and violent power of distortion explode instantly. His hands could not hold on to the execution saber at all, and it flew out of his hands. Given the current strength of the Green Lotus True Body, he could even take on a Khanate Earth-grade dermic treasure head-on. The execution saber could not injure him at all. Su Zimo snatched the execution saber and threw it in reverse. The saber pierced through the black gold feather armor and Li Xian. His heart exploded and his blood qi deteriorated instantly. In the hands of different people, the lethality of the same execution saber was worlds apart. Su Zimo's slash not only pierced Li Xian's chest, but also shattered the black gold feather armor on his body. The violent saber qi even sliced Li Xian's organs into pieces. His body was completely crippled. At that moment of life and death, Li Xian's reaction was extremely fast and he was prepared to escape with his essence spirit. However, Su Zimo's reaction was even faster. As the saber pierced Li Xian's chest, his palm descended, grabbing Li Xian's face. Essence qi surged and instantly formed a prison. Li Xian's essence spirit could not escape at all and could only stay in his consciousness obediently. Su Zimo's expression was cold and his gaze was sinister as he glared at Li Xian in front of him. As long as he exerted strength in his palm, he could kill the latter. Knowing that he would not be able to escape death, Li Xian looked at Su Zimo in front of him and laughed while coughing blood. "Su Zimo, even if you kill me, you won't be able to escape. His Highness has already brought people over. Just wait for death." Poof! At that point, Su Zimo no longer had any doubts. Exerting strength in his palm, he crushed Li Xian's head and destroyed his essence spirit. Su Zimo's expression was dark. As he had expected, his identity had been exposed. The worst situation was that Prince Yuanzhua had brought people over. The only person who knew where he went was Astral Rain, the sect master of Astral Sect. His first reaction was that Astral Rain had snitched. However, Su Zimo quickly denied that speculation. If Astral Rain wanted to deal with him, there was no need for him to do anything unnecessary. He could have suppressed Su Zimo back then and handed him over to Prince Yuanzhua. Furthermore, although Astral Rain knew that he was here for the Immortal Sect selection, he did not know that Su Zimo had transformed into his current state. However, the two execution guards could clearly recognize him. How could this be? Just as Su Zimo was frowning in deep thought, Coiling Dragon Mountain range fell into a strange tranquility. Everyone's eyes widened in shock as they looked at the figure in the valley in disbelief. Even Heaven Abyss, Yang Ruoxu, and the other two were shocked. Su Zimo's reaction had exceeded everyone's expectations. He did not escape, nor was he embroiled in a bitter battle with the two execution guards. In just 2 or 3 rounds, 2 level 8 Earth Essence Realm execution guards were killed by Su Zimo on the spot without any chance to resist. His movement technique of flashing twice in succession was impressive. However, What was even more shocking was Su Zimo's calmness and instantaneous judgment. Su Zimo was in the valley and did not know what was happening outside. However, the moment he saw the two execution guards, he realized that something was amiss and attacked directly with a decisive killing intent. Even Heaven Abyss, Yang Ruoxu, and the other two Heaven Immortals were shocked. Prior to this, Heaven Abyss had even commented that this lad was a little soft-hearted. This exchange of blows allowed everyone to witness how terrifying this person in the valley was. However, no one realized that the terror they saw was merely the tip of the iceberg for Su Zimo. Su Zimo's true fangs and claws had yet to be revealed. 21-22 Declaration of War. Yang Ruoxu, Heavenly Abyss, and the other two exchanged glances without saying anything. There were many things that everyone had a tacit understanding. Given Su Zimo's methods earlier on, it was clear that this lad was deliberately hiding his strength. Prior to this, the four Heaven Immortals were tempted to recruit Su Zimo into the sect. The stronger Su Zimo was, the more resolute the four of them were. Initially, some of the four of them were hesitant when Prince Yuanzhu arrived menacingly. But now, the four Heaven Immortals wanted to recruit Su Zimo even more. Notwithstanding his methods, his temperament, calmness, and decisiveness to kill were enough to tell that this lad's future accomplishments were limitless. The four immortal sects were not afraid of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Heaven Abyss, Yang Ruoxu, and the other two Heaven Immortals were naturally not wary of Prince Yuanzhu's status. On the other side, Prince Yuanzhu's expression was dark as he looked at the figure in the water barrier. Gritting his teeth, he cursed hatefully, "Too useless trash." The four Heaven Immortals glanced sideways at Prince Yuanzhu. Prince Yuanzhu was filled with confidence and boasted arrogantly in front of everyone, only to be on the receiving end of a setback. One could imagine the frustration in his heart. Sensing the gazes of the four Heaven Immortals, Prince Yuanzhu realized that he had lost his composure and hurriedly took a deep breath to steady himself. "That's nothing much." Prince Yuanzhu pretended to be calm and said, "It's just two grade 8 Earth Immortals. It's fine if they die. There are still 110 execution guards in the valley. Let's see how much longer he can last." The four Heaven Immortals did not reply. However, the four of them knew that Su Zimo was still in a dangerous situation. The reason why he could kill two execution guards in the blink of an eye was mainly because he made use of a movement technique similar to teleportation to kill them by surprise. As for the remaining 110 execution guards, they were divided into 10 teams and each team had 11 execution guards. Furthermore, there were at least 7 grade 9 Earth Immortals in each group. This meant that no matter which group Su Zimo encountered, he would have to face 11 execution guards, most of them grade 9 Earth Immortals. The difference in strength between both parties was so great that Su Zimo would have no chance of winning once a battle broke out. Even back when the four Heaven Immortals were at the level 6 Earth Essence realm, if they were put in Su Zimo's current predicament, they would have no way of breaking out of the situation as well. Furthermore, once he fought against one of the groups, the other 9 groups would definitely rush over the moment they saw the messenger talismans and form a trap. At that time, Su Zimo would not be able to escape even if he had wings. Although the four Heaven Immortals wanted Su Zimo to join their sects, there was a prerequisite. At the very least, he had to survive till the end of the Immortal sect selection. Outside Coiling Dragon Mountain Range, a plain and low-key carriage rode through the clouds and entered the crowd stealthily. Such a carriage was extremely common in the cultivation world. Some paragons and monster incarnates would usually travel in flood dragon carriages or birds, ancient chariots, auspicious clouds, and phenomenons. Naturally, carriages as such would not attract much attention. 2 women sat in the carriage. It was the plain-robed woman from the Xianxia Immortal Kingdom and her maidservant. Furthermore, all the cultivators in Coiling Dragon Mountain Range were focused on Su Zimo in the valley. After a period of silence in Coiling Dragon Mountain Range, many cultivators snapped out of their stupor and exclaimed as well. The clamor was like a marketplace. Su Zimo is way too ruthless. Indeed, that grade 8 Earth Immortal took out his messenger talisman but did not even have time to tear it apart. Fufu, in my opinion, Su Zimo is courting death. This way, there's even less of a chance that Prince Yuanzhu will let him off. Within the carriage. After listening for a while, the plain-robed woman understood what happened. Princess, you've studied a lot and know everything. Earlier on, they were discussing Su Zimo's movement technique that is similar to teleportation. What is that? The girl asked curiously. The plain-robed woman pondered for a moment. I've never heard of such a cultivation technique in the cultivation dermic formulations of the human race. However, the dragon race has a secret skill that is not imparted to outsiders. When cultivated to its limits, one can flash 9 times in succession. That's amazing! The girl exclaimed with widened eyes. Thereafter, she turned her head slightly and asked in confusion, "But how does this person know the secret skill of the dragon race?" The plain-robed woman's expression changed, as though she recalled something but did not explain. She reached out with her slender hand and lifted the curtain of the window slightly, looking into the valley. In the valley, the skinny young man with a withered yellow face stood beside the corpses of 2 execution guards. His head was slightly lowered and he was motionless, deep in thought. Suddenly, the young man raised his head. Right in front of everyone, the young man's figure and face changed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a tall and handsome scholar. Is that his original appearance? The girl blinked. He does look much more pleasing to the eye now. In midair, Prince Yuanzhua clenched his fists tightly and was filled with killing intent when he saw the face that he hated to the core. Right then, the scholar in the valley did something that shocked everyone. The scholar looked at the skies and raised his palm slowly, placing it beneath his neck in a beheading gesture. What's he doing? Is that a provocation? This person is truly audacious. He clearly knows that Prince Yuanzhua is already here, but he still dares to provoke him like this. Is he worried that death won't come soon enough for him? The discussions in the crowd grew louder. Prince Yuanzhua was so angry that he laughed instead and nodded repeatedly. Good, good, good. How dare you provoke me? Once I capture you alive, I'll use all means to torture you. Su Zimo, you might not have realized it yet, but 110 Earth execution guards are waiting for you in the valley. The 4 heaven immortals had different expressions. Initially, their impression of Su Zimo was that he was an extremely low-key, cautious, and even somewhat soft-hearted person. But now, this person had become extremely sharp. Princess, this person is way too arrogant. In the carriage, the girl pouted. He hasn't realized the danger he's about to face, and is still in the mood to provoke Prince Yuanzhua. Provoke? The plain-robed woman shook her head gently. I think that his action is more like a declaration of war. Declaration of war? The girl was surprised and asked, who is he declaring war on? What exactly is he trying to do? The plain-robed woman did not reply and merely looked at the figure in the valley. In the valley, Su Zimo put away the storage bags of the 2 execution guards. Thereafter, in front of everyone, he changed his appearance once more and became a tall and burly man. Su Zimo looked at the skies, although there was a water barrier and he could not see what was going on outside. However, he knew that Prince Yuanzhua was definitely watching him from outside. Su Zimo grinned at the skies and ran not far away. In midair, when Heaven Immortal White Sea saw that, he suddenly said, "That's not a bad idea. There's a chance he can break out of this situation." Heaven Abyss and the others nodded slightly. Now that Su Zimo had changed his appearance once more, the execution guards in the valley might not be able to recognize him. Heaven Immortal Green Peak said, however, that lad's cultivation realm is still at the level 6 Earth Essence realm. That's a flaw. Yang Ruoxu said, as long as he's careful and tries his best to avoid close contact with the execution guards, they shouldn't release their spirit consciousnesses to scan him intentionally. Just as everyone was discussing, someone suddenly said, look, Su Zimo is about to encounter a group of execution guards. Everyone was invigorated and looked over hurriedly. In the valley, Su Zimo, who had transformed into a middle-aged burly man, was far from the group of execution guards. The 11 execution guards saw Su Zimo from afar. When they saw that it was a middle-aged burly man, they averted their gazes and did not pay much attention to him. Heaven Abyss and the others heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Su Zimo left silently, he would not be discovered. However, right then, Su Zimo in the valley walked towards the execution guards after seeing them. What was he trying to do? The four heaven immortals frowned at the same time as a question flashed through their minds. Did he want to test the other party? However, this method of testing was way too risky and unnecessary. The four heaven immortals thought of a possibility but felt that it was unrealistic unless Su Zimo was crazy. Princess, look! Su Zimo took the initiative to walk towards the execution guards. Within the carriage, the girl asked in surprise with widened eyes. What's he doing? Does he have a death wish? He's going to kill. The plain-robed woman's beautiful eyes were deep as she murmured softly, as though she could read Su Zimo's intentions. In the valley, after killing the two execution guards, Su Zimo thought about many things. He did not know who leaked the secret. He could not figure out right away how the execution guards could recognize him either. However, he was certain of a few things. First, the two execution guards were definitely not the only ones in this valley. Since Prince Xianxia came personally, he must have brought enough manpower to suppress him. Second, the stance of the four immortal sects was unclear. However, at the very least, they were not on the side of Prince Xianxia. Otherwise, given Prince Xianxia's status, the four immortal sects could have handed Su Zimo over without any trouble instead of having to send execution guards into the valley. Furthermore, the execution guards did not have coiling dragon badges with them. Third, if he wanted to break free from the threat of Prince Xianxia or the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom, the only way was to join the four immortal sects and seek protection. If it was in the past, all he had to do was reveal some of his methods and obtain enough coiling dragon badges. But now that Prince Xianxia had brought people over personally, he could no longer hide his strength. He had to reveal his powerful talent, terrifying combat strength and unlimited potential to attract the attention of the four immortal sects. Of course, the secret of the Green Lotus true body could not be exposed. Otherwise, he would be killed no matter which sect he joined. Therefore, the moment Su Zimo left earlier on, he was already prepared to start a massacre in the valley. Him and Prince Xianxia were like fire and water. Since Prince Xianxia had chased to Coiling Dragon Mountain Range with the execution guards and wanted to leave him with no way out, he would not be merciful either. Initially, Su Zimo wanted to transform into the appearance of the dead execution guards. However, he did not understand the two execution guards at all. Even if he transformed into the exact same appearance as them, in terms of voice, habits, and actions, he would still easily reveal flaws. There was a flaw in the Trinity Auspicious Jade's transformation to begin with. That was his cultivation realm. Su Zimo did not intend to hide it from everyone. However, as long as he got close to the other party, he could get rid of them as quickly as possible. There were 7 grade 9 and 4 grade 8 Earth Immortals. Su Zimo walked over and swept his spirit consciousness, quickly checking the cultivation realms of the 11 execution guards. Initially, the execution guards did not pay much attention to Su Zimo. However, they could not help but frown when they saw the middle-aged burly man walking over. Fellow Taoists, you're looking for a skinny cultivator with a withered face, right? Before the execution guards could ask, Su Zimo spoke first and asked loudly. You saw him? An execution guard's eyes lit up as he asked hurriedly. Over there. Su Zimo pointed to the side but did not stop walking. He got closer and closer to the execution guards and said, There are 2 more execution guards over there fighting against that cultivator. At that point, the many execution guards no longer had any doubts. Humph! One of them said coldly. Li Xian and Zheng Mao must be trying to fight for credit. They didn't even release a messenger talisman. In that short period of time, Su Zimo had already arrived less than 100 feet away from the many execution guards. The execution guard commander of the group frowned and did not say anything. For some reason, he felt his heart skip a beat, as though a calamity was about to descend upon him. His gaze landed on the middle-aged burly man and he swept his spirit consciousness across. Level 6 Earth Essence Realm. That cultivation realm was a little too low to take part in the immortal sect selection. However, this person was rather capable to be able to last till now. Something's not right. Suddenly, as though he recalled something, the execution guard commander raised his head and pointed in the direction of the middle-aged burly man. "You are—" Before he could finish, Su Zimo's figure suddenly appeared before him. The distance between the two of them was extremely close. Poof! Su Zimo extended his finger and tapped the glabella of the execution guard commander gently. A single finger penetrated that person's consciousness. No matter how high his cultivation realm was, he would die on the spot if his essence spirit was pierced. An uproar broke out outside the valley. It was not only the remaining 10 execution guards. Even the millions of cultivators watching were shocked. Prior to this, no one expected that this grade 6 Earth Immortal named Su Zimo would choose to attack instead of dodging the pursuit of the execution guards. What was he trying to do? Was he trying to challenge 11 execution guards as a grade 6 Earth Immortal? On the battlefield, the moment Su Zimo attacked, it was like thunder. With the help of the true Dragon 9 flashes, he closed in rapidly and killed the execution guard commander of the group with a single finger. Thereafter, his figure flashed once more. At that moment, the other 10 execution guards had just reacted and withdrew their execution sabers one after another. They wanted to attack but realized that Su Zimo had vanished. Poof! Behind another grade 9 Earth Immortal, Su Zimo's figure appeared and pierced his skull with a finger again, shattering his essence spirit. Another person was killed by the true Dragon 9 flashes. Fast. It was too fast. With the sudden change, the few execution guards were flustered and their gazes could not keep up with Su Zimo's movement technique. In the blink of an eye, 2 grade 9 Earth Immortals died. Swish! The execution guards on both sides of the dead men were shocked. However, they reacted extremely quickly and slashed in reverse towards Su Zimo. In a flash, Su Zimo vanished once more. At the level 6 Earth Essence Realm, his essence spirit was at level 8 and he could already flash 5 times in succession. Including the 2 times he killed Li Xian and Zheng Mao previously, this was already the 5th time. 21-24 Annihilation. Form up with groups of 3, back to back. In the chaos, an execution guard shouted. The remaining 9 execution guards moved and formed 3 formations instantly. That way, they could ensure that every single execution guard had their backs facing each other with their blades facing outwards. Those who could become Earth execution guards were all top Earth Immortal experts. After the unified training of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom, they were in charge of punishment and killing and had chemistry with one another. Before long, they regained their composure and formed formations. Although the formation was simple, it was extremely effective. No matter which direction Su Zimo appeared from, someone would be facing him. Indeed, when Su Zimo appeared once more, he was right in front of an execution guard and was extremely close. Kill! The execution guard roared and his blood chi burst forth with the sound of a tsunami. It surged as he raised the execution saber, slashing down at Su Zimo. Tsunami blood. The cultivators watching were shocked. A grade 9 Earth Immortal channeled his blood chi that was like a tsunami and released a terrifying power that a grade 6 Earth Immortal would definitely not be able to take head on. Furthermore, the execution guard did not hold back at all and revealed an extremely brilliant saber technique. Instantly, dozens of sharp saber shadows appeared in midair as the saber chi swept towards Su Zimo. The slash counterattack was way too stunning. Not only did it release a terrifying killing power, it even sealed Su Zimo's escape path. The crowd exclaimed. Even the 4 Heaven Immortals nodded to themselves. Given the capabilities of this execution guard, he would definitely stand out as well if he participated in the Immortal sex selection. As the 4 of them had expected, Su Zimo was able to catch the execution guards off guard by relying on his disguise and taking the initiative to attack. However, as long as the remaining execution guards reacted, they would counterattack violently. At that time, Su Zimo would be in danger. Even if Su Zimo had any trump cards that could defend against that slash, as long as they exchanged blows and there was a slight delay, the remaining 8 execution guards would seize the opportunity to swarm forward. How was Su Zimo going to defend? What a pity! Heaven Abyss shook his head gently and said softly, although it was commendable for him to take the initiative to attack the execution guard, this lad's actions were way too risky and reckless. It was truly unwise for him to fall into a dead end because of his fervor. Right then, in the valley, Su Zimo turned a blind eye to the dozens of saber shadows that were slashing at him. He did not dodge or avoid and suddenly opened his mouth. Roar! A deafening roar burst forth from the depths of Su Zimo's throat. The roar resembled a dragon's roar and a phoenix's cry as it reverberated through the valley. It possessed a supreme will and seemed to be above all living beings, looking down on the world. Dragon Roar Secret Skill. The cultivators in the vicinity of the valley were caught off guard and shuddered when they heard that roar. The 9 execution guards in the center of the battlefield suffered an even greater impact. The Grade 9 Earth Immortal that attacked shuddered. His blood chi that was initially surging dissipated in a chaotic manner because of the roar. The dozens of saber shadows in midair dissipated instantly as well. The Grade 9 Earth Immortal had a pained expression and felt extremely terrible. His blood chi flowed in reverse and his entire body seemed like it was about to explode. Even his mind was buzzing and blank, let alone attacking Su Zimo. If that was the case for a Grade 9 Earth Immortal who had cultivated to tsunami blood, it was even worse for the other 2 who had formed a 3-man formation with him. The body of one of the Grade 8 Earth Immortals was shattered on the spot and a blood mist spread. Although the other was a Grade 9 Earth Immortal, he did not manage to survive either. Blood oozed from all 7 orifices and he had a dull gaze. His essence spirit was already shattered. The person's exposed skin was filled with blood scars in a shocking manner. Although the remaining 2 formations were slightly further away, the Grade 8 Earth Immortals were also killed on the spot by Su Zimo's Dragon Roar secret skill. With a roar, 5 of the remaining 9 execution guards died in the blink of an eye. Although the remaining 4 people were all Grade 9 Earth Immortals, they were injured as well and were in a daze, unable to react for a moment. A single roar shattered the execution guard group. The roar in the valley was isolated by the water barrier and could not be heard from outside. However, at that moment the entire coiling Dragon Mountain range was silent. It was as though everyone's throats were squeezed as they looked at the scene in the valley in shock. What just happened? I'm not sure. Su Zimo seemed to have opened his mouth and those people seemed to be rooted to the spot. Immediately after, someone's body exploded. What's that? A sound domain secret skill. Have you seen a sound domain secret skill that can roar a Grade 9 Earth Immortal to death? Even the cultivators watching outside the valley were dumbfounded. In midair, the 4 Heaven Immortals were dumbfounded as well. This Heaven Immortal White Sea had a hesitant expression. Even he was unsure and probed. This is a sound domain secret skill? Probably. Yang Ruoxu nodded and hesitated. That was because even he had never seen such a terrifying sound domain power. In the valley, after Su Zimo released the Dragon Roar secret skill, he lunged forward and snatched the execution saber in front of him, slashing in reverse. This Grade 9 Earth Immortal who had cultivated tsunami blood was cleaved into 2 by Su Zimo, and his essence spirit was dead. There were 3 left. Wielding the execution saber, Su Zimo strode forward and raised his saber. Descending from the skies, he enveloped the remaining 3 execution guards. Splash! It was as though a blood rain had descended from the skies. The 3 execution guards were surrounded by an endless blood sea. In the middle of the sea stood a mountain filled with corpses. Everywhere the blade passed, it let out a buzzing sound, as though malevolent ghosts were crying and evil wolves were howling. A mountain of corpses with a sea of blood, shrouded by the wails of ghosts and the howls of wolves. The blood sea surged and created raging tides that devoured the 3 execution guards. Su Zimo's slash was fused with the Azura Saber and Sea Calming Manual. He created many intents with a single slash and stacked them continuously. It was even more terrifying and stunning than the slash of the execution guard earlier on. Relying on the Green Lotus True Body, Su Zimo had abandoned his saber for many years. However, his saber technique was still terrifying. The remaining 3 execution guards finally snapped out of their stupor and waved their execution sabers, condensing divine powers to defend. However, Su Zimo's saber intent was formed. Coupled with the fact that the 3 execution guards were stunned by the Dragon Roar secret skill, be it their bodies or essence spirits, they were shaken violently and could not unleash even half of their usual combat strength. They could not defend against Su Zimo's saber intent at all. In just a few breaths, the 3 execution guards could not hold on any longer. A vicious glint flashed through the eyes of one of them as he channeled a secret skill and burned his essence spirit and lifespan. A terrifying potential burst forth from his body as he broke free from the Blood Sea. When he left the Blood Sea, he did not attack Su Zimo. Instead, he tore the messenger talisman apart right away. A red light surged into the skies and exploded rapidly. After doing that, the execution guard could not hold on any longer and died before Su Zimo could attack. The remaining 2 execution guards were devoured by the Blood Sea as well, turning into corpses at the foot of the mountain. 11 execution guards were completely annihilated. 21-25 encirclement. Millions of cultivators on Coiling Dragon Mountain Range were shocked as they looked at the figure in the valley as though they had seen a ghost. How ruthless! 11 execution guards are dead. Did the entire process even take 10 breaths? I don't think so. These execution guards only had time to release a single messenger talisman before they were annihilated. This scene had exceeded everyone's expectations. Even the 4 Heaven Immortals did not think highly of Su Zimo taking the initiative to look for the execution guards. In the eyes of other cultivators, it seemed like he had a death wish and was striking a stone with an egg. However, who would have thought that in the blink of an eye 11 execution guards, including 7 Grade 9 Earth Immortals, would die on the spot? Was this person truly only a Grade 6 Earth Immortal? How could a Grade 6 Earth Immortal release such a terrifying killing power? Could this person be the reincarnation of a perfected immortal? In a carriage in the crowd, a girl who looked like a porcelain doll opened her mouth and stared in silence for a long time. Princess, what methods did Su Zimo use? How did he kill Grade 9 Earth Immortals with a single sound? A moment later, the girl could not help but ask. The plain-robed woman said, "It should be a sound domain secret skill, but I don't know what it is exactly." Up till this point of her cultivation, she had read countless books. However, if she could not hear that sound, it was impossible for her to guess its origin. In reality, even if she could hear Su Zimo's Dragon Roar secret skill, she would not be able to guess it. The Dragon Roar secret skill had fused too many sound domain secret skills, and had already evolved into a killing method unique to Su Zimo. The girl thought for a moment and suddenly said, "If Su Zimo does the same and changes his appearance to get close to the other execution guards, he can still start a massacre. That's going to be difficult." The plain-robed woman shook her head. "These execution guards will definitely be prepared when they receive the news. No matter how Su Zimo's appearance changes, his cultivation realm will always be at the level 6 Earth Essence realm. As long as they are careful whenever they see a Grade 6 Earth Immortal approach, it'll be difficult for him to succeed." Pausing for a moment, she continued, "Furthermore, although the power of that sound domain secret skill is terrifying, it will definitely take a huge toll on the cultivator and he won't be able to release it again within a short period of time. He can't use his movement technique that's similar to teleportation either. Without those 2 trump cards, it'll be difficult for him to take on the remaining 100 execution guards head-on." In midair, Prince Yuanzhou had a cold expression and remained silent. The execution guards were slain consecutively in front of millions of cultivators and various factions. That made his face burn. From time to time, cultivators would look over. Every single gaze seemed to be mocking him. Prince Yuanzhou's expression was extremely dark. Even Lone Star beside him felt uncomfortable and consoled hurriedly, "Your Highness, don't be angry. The news has already spread and the remaining 10 teams are gathering in that direction. That lad won't be able to escape." Prince Yuanzhou closed his eyes and composed himself. A moment later, he opened his eyes and looked at the millions of cultivators below, sneering. A bunch of ignorant fools, shocked by something as trivial as such. Prince Yuanzhou did not hide his voice intentionally, and it spread to every corner of coiling Dragon Mountain Range. The cultivators who were initially discussing frowned. Cultivators of lower statuses and cultivation realms naturally did not dare to say anything. Some of the sect disciples did not dare to say anything either. Almost everyone in the crowd were Black Immortals and Earth Immortals. Cultivators of the cultivation realms of Prince Yuanzhua and Lone Star were completely invincible here. Furthermore, with Prince Yuanzhua's status, apart from the 4 immortal sects and 3 immortal kingdoms, who else would dare to challenge him? Prince Yuanzhua pointed to the valley and said proudly, "Once we capture Su Zimo alive, I'll let everyone witness with their own eyes what sort of torture he's going to endure. I'm going to let the world know the consequences of offending me and the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. The dignity of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom is not to be challenged." The 4 Heaven Immortals were expressionless and sneered internally. Although Prince Yuanzhua's words seemed like they were meant for the cultivators below, in reality, he was expressing his determination to the 4 immortal sections. In the valley, after killing the 11 execution guards, Su Zimo put away their storage bags. He had expected the execution guards to spread the news. In fact, he had no intention of stopping it. Even without the execution guard's message, some cultivators who witnessed the battle earlier on and would definitely inform the other execution guards. In front of everyone, Su Zimo acted unusually and did not leave. Instead, he reverted to his original appearance and assumed a lotus position, resting with his eyes closed while waiting quietly on the spot. What's he doing? Why isn't he escaping yet? Is he waiting to be surrounded by the execution guards? Could he be thinking of surrendering? I'm not sure. Every single action of that person is beyond my imagination. When the 4 Heaven Immortals saw that, their expressions turned grim. Nobody could read Su Zimo's mind. This time round, even the plain-robed woman could not guess. The messenger talisman earlier on had not only attracted the remaining 100 execution guards. In the valley, some cultivators who were confident in their strength and were invincible, or even those who had no hope of reaching the final ranking, rushed over as well. A group of execution guards had been mobilized for an encirclement in the immortal sect selection. Everyone was curious as to why a single cultivator could attract such a huge lineup. The execution guards are here too? In midair, a young man in luxurious robes had a bright gaze and lightning coiled around his body with a torrential aura. It was Prince Yunlei of the Xianxia Immortal Kingdom. Strange. Where did that sickly young guard go? Princess Scarlet Rainbow murmured softly in confusion. Thereafter, she pouted her lips slightly. Forget it. I'll watch the show over there first. More and more cultivators gathered over. Before long, a group of execution guards finally arrived. It's Su Zimo. Who you and the others are dead. Be careful, everyone. The execution guard commander in the lead was extremely cautious. He raised his arm and gestured for the execution guards behind him to not get too close. He took out a messenger talisman from his storage bag and tore it apart once more, summoning the other execution guard teams. The remaining teams were nearby and would arrive before long. Su Zimo, are you prepared to surrender? The execution guard commander in the lead asked slowly. Su Zimo was still sitting on the spot motionlessly. In fact, he did not even open his eyes. Commander Sure, what are we waiting for? Let's just go and suppress him. Another execution guard had a fiery temper and could not hold it in any longer. There's no hurry. Wait for everyone to arrive first, Commander Sure said in a deep voice. This man must have some tricks up his sleeves to be able to kill Hu Yu's group. We must not underestimate him. Before long, a second execution guard team appeared. Thereafter, a third and a fourth. The remaining execution guard teams arrived one after another, and the encirclement was formed. 21-26 Divine Power Explosion in the valley. There were 9 teams left from the execution guards, and there were a total of 99 people. All of them were present and surrounded Su Zimo. Every single execution guard wore the black gold feather armor and wielded the execution saber. Their expressions were cold, and they exuded a steely killing intent. Not far away, many cultivators who were taking part in the immortal sect selection arrived one after another. Among them were the two strongest paragons of the immortal sex selection this time round, Prince Yunlei and Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Given the number of coiling dragon badges you have, you're most likely going to be first this time round, Princess. When Prince Yunlei saw Princess Scarlet Rainbow, he nodded slightly and chatted casually. Although the two of them had met in the valley before, they had a tacit understanding and did not choose to attack each other because they were wary. Princess Scarlet Rainbow was wary of Prince Yunlei's thunder secret skill. Prince Yunlei was not confident of defeating Princess Scarlet Rainbow either, and his movement technique was weaker than hers. There's no difference between first and second. Princess Scarlet Rainbow waved it off nonchalantly. Thereafter, she pointed to the green-robed cultivator surrounded by the execution guards and asked, "That's Su Zimo?" "I think so." Prince Yunlei shook his head. "However, this person is only a grade 6 Earth Immortal. I can't understand why the execution guards mobilized so many people." Grade 6 Earth Immortal. Princess Scarlet Rainbow was slightly stunned in deep thought. Suddenly, Prince Yunlei smiled. "However, this person's guts are not bad. He can still maintain his composure despite being targeted by so many execution guards." Right then, Su Zimo opened his eyes and stood up slowly. "Is everyone here?" Su Zimo surveyed his surroundings and asked indifferently. "What are you talking about?" Commander Shi asked with a frown, not understanding why Su Zimo would ask such a question. "Are you guys all that Yuan's was sent in?" Su Zimo raised his brow slightly. "How arrogant! I alone am enough to kill you." An execution guard stood out with a cold gaze. "Fufu, you must be scared out of your wits, spouting nonsense here." Another execution guard commander sneered. Su Zimo did not refute. Instead, he said with a calm expression, "It's good that you're all here. It'll save me the trouble of looking for you guys one by one." The execution guards present were first stunned before bursting into laughter. The cultivators watching in the valley looked at Su Zimo strangely as well, as though they were looking at a lunatic. When he heard that, Prince Yunlei could not help but laugh as well and shake his head. "Who does this person think he is? Even I can't escape unscathed against so many execution guards, let alone a grade 6 Earth Immortal like him. Why? You want to challenge all of us as a grade 6 Earth Immortal?" An execution guard commander laughed wildly and asked mockingly, "I'm not challenging you guys." After a brief pause, Su Zimo said slowly, "I'll kill all of you and bury you here. Since you wanted my life, you'll have to pay the price for it." Before his sentence was finished, Su Zimo roared into the skies and released his innate divine power, the six-tusk divine strength. Behind him, a gigantic divine elephant with a terrifying might vaguely appeared. It had 6 white and sharp elephant tusks and was raising its trunk, roaring into the skies. The divine elephant seemed to have fused with Su Zimo's figure. Even at the Earth Immortal realm, Su Zimo was unable to unleash the 6-tusk divine strength to its limits. However, for gigantic divine elephant tusks still appeared beneath his ribs. With the augmentation of that innate divine power, the power of his body, essence spirit and bloodline increased by 4 times. Su Zimo's essence spirit was at the level 8 Earth essence realm to begin with. With the augmentation of the 6-tusk divine elephant, the power of his essence spirit was comparable to a level 9 Earth essence realm. At that moment, the tremendous power surging within Su Zimo's body shocked even the surrounding execution guards. "Attack!" Suddenly, Commander Shi roared. All the execution sabers were unsheathed as the execution guards swarmed forward. "Everyone, watch out. Don't kill that lad. His Highness wants him alive," an execution guard commander reminded loudly. 99 execution guards attacking at the same time. What sort of a scene was that? Even if everyone released a single slash and a divine power each, no one would be able to defend against them. However, because of Prince Yuan's orders, these people restrained themselves and did not dare to use their full strength. Su Zimo sneered and channeled his essence spirit to conjure hand seals. Phew! For balls of flames rapidly condensed beside him. The Immortal Dao Fire, Buddhist Dao Fire, Fiend Dao Fire and Southern Mingli Fire. The 4 balls of flames floated in midair and emitted a terrifying heat. Even the execution guards who charged forward felt their faces heat up. However, that temperature was still within the tolerance of many execution guards. "It's just the light of a firefly." An execution guard commander sneered and channeled his greater divine power, shouting, "Watch my great flood technique!" In the crowd, more than 10 execution guards channeled their essence spirits at the same time and released the great flood technique as well. More than 10 greater divine powers gathered and caused the torrent to converge, almost forming a sea. Boom! 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 Turbid waves surged into the skies and poured down like thunder, charging towards Suzimo as though they wanted to devour and drown all living beings. In an instant, Suzimo was drowned by the torrent. Boundless frost seal. Commander Shur hollered, and the other execution guards released their greater divine powers, boundless frost seal as well. The many execution guards had a tacit understanding and pushed their strength to their limits. Crack, crack, crack. Under the finger of the execution guard commander, a white frost fog descended rapidly and enveloped the torrent, freezing everything it passed. "Ha ha! I thought that this lad would have some incredible means. He's so weak that he can't even withstand a single blow from us." Many execution guards had just closed in and realized that the combat was over before they could attack. The torrent on the ground froze on the spot. Suzimo was frozen in the torrent motionlessly. Even the 4 balls of flames were frozen. Uncoiling Dragon Mountain Range, the crowd sighed when they saw that. The 4 heaven immortals shook their heads gently with regretful expressions. The difference was still too great. How could he win against 100 people single-handedly? Furthermore, there was a difference of 2 to 3 cultivation realms between them. "Your Highness, it's done." Lone Star was delighted and heaved a sigh of relief. "Ha ha ha ha." Prince Yuanzhua was relieved and reared his head in laughter. The pent-up anger in his chest was finally released. "This is the outcome of going against me, Yuanzhua, and the great Jin Immortal Kingdom." Yuanzhua was filled with vigor and shouted, "No matter who you are or where you are, even if you leave the territory of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom, you won't be able to escape the punishment you deserve." Within the carriage, the girl said, "It's over." A miracle did not appear at the end of the day. The plain-robed woman was still staring at the water barrier, frowning in silence. "Princess, what are you looking at?" the girl asked. The plain-robed woman shook her head gently. "Something's not right. The 4 balls of flames don't seem to have extinguished." Divine powers countered one another. Apart from the innate counters of the dermic Daos, it was also dependent on the strength of the caster. The frost of the torrent could indeed extinguish flames. However, flames could incinerate seas and sear the heavens as well. 2127 Tragic. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the battlefield, as though something was about to break through the ice and return to the world. Many execution guards shifted their gazes towards Suzimo, who was frozen in the torrent. "The flames haven't extinguished? What secret skill is that? To think that it can defend against the greater divine powers of so many of us." Many execution guards noticed something unusual as well and frowned. Commander Shur said coldly, "No matter what secret skill it is, at most, we'll release another round of divine powers and secret skills. How can he defend against all of us alone? Even through attrition, we can exhaust him to death." Buzz, buzz. Cracks appeared on the ice layer with rumbling fog. The boundless ice was about to melt. Many execution guards channeled their essence spirits once more and condensed their divine powers and secret skills, prepared to attack. Right then, beneath the thin layer of ice, the 4 balls of flames around Suzimo spun and collided rapidly, emitting a blinding light. A shuddering aura spread and flames surged into the skies. The ice on the battlefield melted instantly and turned into a surging torrent once more. The Kachirati Dao fire was condensed. Gulp, gulp. Under the envelopment of the Dao fire, the torrent surged in the blink of an eye and the water surface bubbled with steam. Under the shroud of the fog, Suzimo's figure was faintly visible and became extremely mysterious. From freezing to boiling, it only took 2 to 3 breaths. Under the surging torrent and the high-temperature steam, many execution guards felt suffocated and drenched in sweat in an extremely uncomfortable manner. "Attack!" Commander Shi shouted. Su Zimo's expression was calm as a spirit consciousness flame burst forth from his glabella and entered the Kachirati Dao fire. Phew! The ball of flames exploded instantly and spread around the battlefield like a hurricane. The torrent on the battlefield evaporated instantly. The 99 execution guards fell into a sea of flames. The execution guards thought that Su Zimo was completely frozen and gathered in the vicinity. None of them were spared when the Pankati Dao fire spread. Ah! 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 A series of tragic cries sounded from the battlefield. The first ones to fall were the level 8 Earth Essence Realm execution guards. The power released by the Pankati Dao fire had already exceeded the limits of what they could withstand. Even if the execution guards condensed any divine powers or secret skills, it would be difficult for them to defend against the damage of the Pankati Dao fire. Under the incineration of the Pankati Dao fire, the black gold feather armor was burned red. The flesh of many execution guards sizzled and emitted thick green smoke when they were burned. Some of the black gold feather armors even melted into boiling molten metal that stuck to the execution guards and could not be shaken off no matter how they rolled. One after another, figures burning with flames fled in all directions with pained expressions, wanting to extinguish the flames on their bodies. However, the execution guards did not manage to run far before they could not hold on and were burned to ashes, leaving only their execution sabers on the ground. Before long, close to 40 of the 99 execution guards were burned to death by the Pankati Dao fire. Such a tragic scene caused an uproar. Be it the cultivators in the vicinity or the cultivators watching from Coiling Dragon Mountain Range, all of them were shocked. Prince Yuan's eyes widened with wrath. His body swayed slightly and he almost crushed his teeth. The 4 heaven immortals could not help but bounce up from their chairs and look at the flames on the battlefield in disbelief. That lethality and destructive power was way too terrifying. Nearly 40 execution guards died in the sea of flames instantly, and even more were severely injured. The remaining dozens of execution guards relied on their higher cultivation realms and robust essence chi to release divine powers and secret skills repeatedly. They managed to survive temporarily. However, some of the level 9 Earth Essence Realm execution guards did not have strong physiques and bloodlines. Their flesh was split open by the Dao fire and their organs were charred black. Even if they could survive, their bodies would be completely crippled. Right now, there were only around 40 execution guards with combat strength on the battlefield. The others were either buried in the sea of flames, severely injured or crippled. A series of wails could be heard from the sea of flames. This scene had a huge impact on everyone. The execution guards represented the great Jin Immortal Kingdom and were in charge of punishment and killing. They were formed by the top Earth Immortals and Heaven Immortals. But now, not only did that fire severely injure the execution guards, it even seemed to have burned the face of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom into pieces. In the valley, the cultivators watching could sense the tragic state of the execution guards even more clearly when they heard the tragic cries on the battlefield. Even paragons such as Prince Yunlei and Princess Scarlet Rainbow had pale expressions at the moment. Put in the same situation, they might face difficulties escaping unscathed from such terrifying flames as well. Set up the formation. Set up the formation. Commander Shi was covered in dust from the burns and was still roaring loudly. His voice had already turned extremely hoarse after inhaling a large amount of dust. As long as the heaven and earth essence chi is isolated, the flames will naturally extinguish. Another execution guard commander shouted as well. Commander Shi and the others slapped their storage bags and took out sets of array flags, scattering them onto the battlefield. Above Coiling Dragon Mountain Range, Lone Star's expression softened when he saw that, and he said hurriedly, "Your Highness, don't worry. The remaining execution guards are all top-tier experts. Although they're all burned, once we set up the black light essence severing formation, we can reverse the situation and capture that lad alive." Prince Yuan's expression was dark. His initially clenched fists relaxed slowly as he nodded. Not bad. Although the power of this flame's secret skill is great, the toll on this lad is definitely unimaginable. Your Highness is wise, Lone Star said. At that time, be it in melee combat or spirit consciousness fights, the execution guards will have an absolute advantage. On the battlefield, it's the black light essence severing formation of the great gene Immortal Kingdom. Princess Scarlet Rainbow had a grim expression. When set up, this array formation can isolate heaven and earth essence chi. At that time, one can only use spirit consciousness secret skills or melee combat. Prince Yunlei said, although this flame is powerful, it will be useless. Princess Scarlet Rainbow frowned slightly. Why is that person standing on the spot without any reaction? Why isn't he preventing the execution guards from setting up the formation? The power of that flame's secret skill earlier on must have taken a huge toll on him, Prince Yunlei said. I reckon that this person is already at the end of his rope and is extremely weak, unable to fight anymore. He can be considered as a rare paragon with just this flame secret skill. It's truly a pity that he's going to be destroyed in the hands of the execution guards. One after another, array flags tore through the air and surrounded Su Zimo. He did not move at all, as though he had indeed lost his combat strength. He did not attack to destroy the formation set up by Commander Shi and the others. He was like a bystander, watching quietly as Commander Shi and the others dug the array flags into the ground and surrounded him. Su Zimo's expression was calm as he watched Commander Shi and the others enter the formation. Gradually, an imperceptible mocking look appeared in his eyes. 21-28, end of the road? Su Zimo possessed the Green Lotus True Body and the Creation Lotus platform. Naturally, he would not exhaust the power of his essence spirit by releasing a single Pankati Dao fire. The reason why he did not stop them was because there was no need. The reason why more than 10 execution guards died outside Songyu City was because of the black light essence severing formation. For the remaining execution guards, the setup of this array formation was a trap for themselves. However, the execution guards did not realize the danger at all. When everyone saw Su Zimo motionless, they thought that the outcome was set. Above Coiling Dragon Mountain Range, Prince Yuan's seemed to have thought of something and suddenly frowned. Your Highness, what's wrong? When Lone Star saw the strange expression on Prince Yuan's face, he asked hurriedly, the black light essence severing formation has been set up and the flames have been extinguished completely. You don't have to worry, Your Highness. Lone Star, do you remember the dozens of execution guards who died outside Songyu City a few months ago? Prince Yuan's suddenly asked. Lone Star nodded and said, I remember. Those execution guards seem to have been killed by the two people hunted down by Princess Mengyao. In the end, they were burned to ashes without anything left behind. Something's not right. Prince Yuan's shook his head slowly and glared at Su Zimo in the valley, saying hatefully, burned to ashes. Can't you tell who was the one who created a fire of that level? Lone Star's heart skipped a beat. Your Highness, you mean to say that Su Zimo killed those people? Even if he didn't kill them, he must have been present. Prince Yuan's said coldly. He was the one who set the corpses of the execution guards on fire. Initially, Prince Yuan's had not thought that Su Zimo was the one who did it. After all, more than 2,000 years ago, Su Zimo was only a grade 1 Earth Immortal. Even if Prince Yuan's knew that Su Zimo had already cultivated to become a grade 6 Earth Immortal, he could not imagine how a grade 6 Earth Immortal could kill more than 10 execution guards. But now that he had witnessed Su Zimo's methods personally, he finally connected the dots. In the valley, afraid that Su Zimo would escape, the few execution guard commanders even set up for black light essence severing formations in the surroundings that were connected tightly, trapping Su Zimo within. The remaining 40-odd execution guards with combat strength walked slowly towards Su Zimo with murderous auras. Although Commander Shi blocked the damage of the Pankati Dao fire, he was covered in dust and looked wretched. Su Zimo. Commander Shi's gaze was cold as he said slowly, You killed so many execution guards of the great gene Immortal Kingdom. Even if I slice you into pieces, it won't be enough to appease the hatred in my heart. Su Zimo, after I suppress you, I'll deal with you personally and let you have a taste of my methods. I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death," another execution guard said through gritted teeth. The other execution guards were filled with hatred as well. They had never suffered such a huge loss before. Furthermore, it was in front of everyone. Even if they captured Su Zimo alive today, the reputation of the execution guards would be greatly reduced. This battle was a huge humiliation for them. Oh! Surveying his surroundings, Su Zimo looked at the execution guards that were approaching and said indifferently, "You guys don't seem to understand the situation and you still want to suppress me? Ha ha!" An execution guard commander burst into laughter. "Su Zimo, I'm sure you've never seen the black light essence severing formation before and don't know its power. This formation isolates heaven and earth essence chi. No matter how many divine powers and secret skills you have, you won't be able to release them. Su Zimo, you're already at the end of the road. There's no need to continue pretending." Many execution guards sneered, thinking that the outcome was decided. "Is that so?" Su Zimo asked instead, and his gaze intensified. In a flash, he lunged forward and attacked. "How dare you!" The two execution guards at the front were long prepared. With a furious roar, they withdrew their execution sabers and slashed towards Su Zimo. The blades howled with a chilling intent. With a cold flash, the two execution sabers slashed in front of Su Zimo, a hair's breadth from him. However, Su Zimo did not dodge or avoid. In a flash, he suddenly extended his hands and grabbed the two execution sabers barehanded. "You must have a death wish." The two execution guards channeled their blood chi hurriedly, wanting to crush Su Zimo's palms. However, they realized that Su Zimo's palms were like two iron hoops that bound the execution saber tightly, and they could not move at all. The two execution guards widened their eyes in shock. A body of flesh and blood could defend against a divine weapon like the execution saber? "Let go!" Right then, Su Zimo hollered and suddenly exerted strength in his palms, snatching the two execution sabers from their palms. Thereafter, Su Zimo tossed them backwards. The two execution sabers transformed into two cold beams of light that tore through the air and arrived instantly, arriving before two execution guards behind him. That move was way too sudden. Nobody expected Su Zimo to snatch the execution sabers with ease and counterattack without any pauses. Ah! The two execution guards at the back reacted extremely quickly as well. Their eyes widened as they exhaled and raised their execution sabers, slashing towards the cold light in front of them. Clang! The execution sabers collided and rubbed against one another, creating blinding sparks. The two execution guards shuddered and their expressions changed. Although Su Zimo seemed like he was throwing them casually, they contained an incomparably terrifying power. Although he was a grade 6 Earth Immortal, his physical strength had increased by 4 times after he released the 6-tusked divine elephant. Coupled with the green lotus true body and the thunder bones, none of the execution guards present could take the burst of that power head-on. The two execution guards raised their execution sabers and collided with the incoming sabers. Not only did they fail to knock the sabers down, the saber in their hands was even repelled. They were now wide open. The two execution sabers pierced the faces of the two execution guards and their essence spirits were destroyed, dying on the spot. On the other side, Su Zimo did not pause after throwing out the two execution sabers and charged forward. The two execution guards at the front had their execution sabers snatched away and their bodies were brought over. Su Zimo reached out with both hands and pushed down on the heads of the two execution guards at the front. Crack! The necks of the two execution guards before him snapped. Su Zimo pushed their heads down along their necks and stuffed them into their chests. Their essence spirits were long shattered as they fell to the ground weakly, charging forward, snatching the sabers, tossing the sabers, attacking. The entire process was fluid as water and clean. Although it sounded slow, in the blink of an eye, 4 execution guards died on the spot. The other execution guards were about to advance when they realized that 4 more people had died on their side. End of the road? Su Zimo smiled faintly. Sorry to disappoint you guys. Commander Shi and the others felt chills run down their spines when they saw Su Zimo's smile. Their confidence and arrogance earlier on had vanished completely. Surveying his surroundings, Su Zimo nodded and said, "It's all thanks to everyone for setting up the black light essence severing formation. That saves me some effort. Since it's your goodwill, I'll accept it." The moment he said that, Su Zimo attacked once more and created another bloodstorm. 2129 Massacre relying on the Green Lotus True Body, the Thunder Bones and the Six-Tusk Divine Strength. Su Zimo was able to sweep through his peers in melee combat even without the use of blood chi. Right now, the Green Lotus True Body was equivalent to a Grade 10 creation Green Lotus. Even a Khanate Earth-grade Dermic treasure could not hurt him. Furthermore, Su Zimo's melee offensive skills were fused with the mystic classic of the 12 Demon Kings of the Great Wilderness. Coupled with the offensive skills of the dragon race and his many years of experience in killing, his attacks were as violent as a storm and his strength burst forth like a volcano. Su Zimo had practiced killing to its limits in melee combat. Although the execution guards present wielded the execution saber and wore the black gold feather armor, they could not defend against them at all. Su Zimo charged into the crowd like a ferocious tiger descending a mountain or a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Charging left and right, he crushed the remaining execution guards with ease. Su Zimo's hands, elbows, shoulders, crotch, legs, knees and feet were all killing weapons. Her fair and tender hands alone could transform into fists like hammers, fingers like swords and palms like sabers. Every single change could kill. The dozens of execution guards were top Earth Immortal experts who were fully armed, but they could not gain any advantage against Su Zimo. The cultivators watching from the valley winced in shock with widened eyes. That person looks refined and scholarly. However, he doesn't show any mercy when he fights. He seems to have countless traces of ferocious beasts on his body. Princess Scarlet Rainbow was secretly speechless and murmured. Prince Yunlei had a grim expression as well. This person's melee offensive skills are way too ferocious and he's filled with weapons from head to toe. In fact, I suspect that a single hair of this person can be used to kill. They were the two most famous paragons with the strongest combat strength in this immortal sect selection. However, at that moment, both of them were wary after witnessing Su Zimo's methods. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, the two of them would not have believed that a Grade 6 Earth Immortal could release such terrifying combat strength. On the battlefield, in less than 10 breaths, 18 of the 40 execution guards died. Activate your Essence Spirit secret skills, and we'll join forces to kill him. At this critical juncture, Commander Shi finally made a decision. He no longer held back or hoped to capture Su Zimo alive. This decision was against Prince Yuan's orders, and he would definitely be severely punished. However, if they held back, all of them would die here. This battle no longer had anything to do with orders, pride, or dignity. It was only about life and death. Only the victor would be able to leave alive. The moment Commander Shi said that, a powerful spirit consciousness fluctuation burst forth from the battlefield. The remaining 22 execution guards glared at Su Zimo and their glabella shone. Almost at the same time, they released their Essence Spirit secret skills without holding back. Su Zimo had a fearless expression. After the Six-Tusk Divine Strength, the power of his Essence Spirit was not weaker than a Grade 9 Earth Immortal. A dragon scale appeared in midair with a shuddering aura. Although many spirit consciousness secret skills collided with the dragon scale in silence, the entire world seemed to have stopped. Only the water barrier above the valley swayed slightly with a ripple. The millions of cultivators watching from Coiling Dragon Mountain Range felt their hearts skip a beat as they glared at the battlefield nervously. Essence Spirit fights were the most dangerous, and one could die if they were careless. The 4 Heaven Immortals were tense. Previously, they knew that Su Zimo's Essence Spirit realm was very high. However, he was most likely doomed if he wanted to fight against the Essence Spirit secret skills of the 22 execution guards. When the dragon scale appeared, the plain-robed woman in a carriage in the crowd suddenly blurted, "Reverse scale! What?" The girl in the carriage was almost entirely focused on the battlefield and did not hear it clearly, asking instinctively, The plain-robed woman murmured softly, "Someone's going to die." At the same time, in the valley, cracks appeared on the dragon scale that floated in midair before shattering. Of the 22 essence spirit secret skills of the execution guards, only 12 were shattered. The remaining 10 charged towards Su Zimo. It was over. A sigh sounded from coiling Dragon Mountain range when they saw that. To think that this person would not be able to escape the final attack of the execution guards. As a grade 6 Earth Immortal, he fought till this point with the execution guards and even killed so many of them. Even if he dies, it's with pride. Even if he manages to survive after killing so many execution guards, he won't have a good life in the future either. It's a good outcome for him to die happily with his essence spirit destroyed. Discussions were already starting in the crowd. However, in midair, the 4 heaven immortals, Prince Yuanzhua, Lone Star, and the others with sharp eyes did not say anything. They were still looking at the battlefield, and the shock in their eyes intensified. Thud! Thud! On the battlefield, 12 execution guards had dim gazes and listless faces. They fell stiffly to the ground and their life force drained rapidly. They were already dead. The essence spirit secret skills of the 12 execution guards collided with the reverse scale, and the essence spirits in their consciousnesses could not escape its killing power. Anyone who touched the reverse scale of a dragon would die. Many cultivators watching were dumbfounded and could not react to what happened. Su Zimo conjured hand seals and released another essence spirit secret skill. A golden Sanskrit word talisman floated out slowly from his glabella and charged towards the remaining 10 essence spirit secret skills. The Gautama dermic seal. Another 5 of the 10 essence spirit secret skills shattered. Immediately after, Su Zimo touched his glabella gently with his finger and lightning flashed. A whip surrounded by electric arcs was pulled out from his consciousness and whipped the remaining 5 essence spirit secret skills. Spirit vanquishing whip. The essence spirit secret skills of both parties collided and dissipated. The battlefield was filled with endless chaotic spirit consciousnesses. The remaining 10 execution guards grunted and blood drained from their faces. Although the Gautama dermic seal and spirit vanquishing whip were strong, they did not have the terrifying killing power of the reverse scale. The essence spirits of Commander Shur and the others suffered different impacts and were not at the point of death. Of course, in the fight between essence spirits, Su Zimo's consciousness was also affected by the impact of the strong spirit consciousnesses. However, the Green Lotus essence spirit sat on the Creation Lotus platform with 90 green lotus seeds surrounding it, blocking most of the impact from the spirit consciousnesses. Although the Green Lotus essence spirit had expended a lot of energy and did not have much power left, it was not injured. Another 12 of the remaining 22 execution guards were dead. The remaining 10 execution guards were also injured. This time round, they were not only injured from the Pankati Dao fire, their essence spirits were injured as well. Su Zimo had the absolute advantage in this essence spirit fight. The plain-robed woman was not surprised by this. Back then, even the Ice Soul silver armor that she gave Yun Ting to protect his essence spirit was crippled. It was clear how lethal this person's essence spirit was. 21-30 mouthful of blood, the remaining 10 execution guards were scared out of their wits. Almost at the same time, the remaining 10 execution guards could not care less about their dignity or orders and turned to flee out of the black light essence severing formation. Commander Shur and the others were completely scared. There were more than 100 execution guards on this trip and there were only 10 left. The rest were either dead or injured in an extremely tragic manner. Who else would dare to attack Su Zimo? Staying alive was the only thought on the minds of Commander Shur and the others. The 10 of them turned and fled. Su Zimo's movement technique was even faster. Stomping his feet on the ground, the earth shook and he tore through the air like an arrow. Buzzing. Bang. An execution guard was caught by Su Zimo and smashed into pieces, dying on the spot. Su Zimo did not stop in his tracks and changed directions, chasing after another execution guard. Before long, Su Zimo caught up to the second execution guard and pierced the back of his head with a single finger. His essence spirit was destroyed and he died. The remaining execution guards were scared out of their wits and could not unleash even half of their peak combat strength. let alone with their essence spirits injured. Su Zimo chased like he was chopping vegetables, and no one could defend against him for a moment. Although Commander Shi and the others fled in different directions, without essence chi in the black light essence severing formation, they could only use the power of their bodies to sprint. How could they compare to Su Zimo's speed? By the time Commander Shi escaped from the black light essence severing formation, he realized that 7 of the 10 people had been killed by Su Zimo. Including Commander Shi, there were only 3 people who managed to escape. The 3 of them exchanged glances with horrified expressions and felt bitter when they saw one another's tragic state. The high spirits and steely killing intent they had when they first entered the valley had long vanished. Right now, the 3 of them were flustered like stray dogs. Thankfully, after leaving the range of the black light essence severing formation, the 3 of them could activate their essence spirits and use heaven and earth essence chi to release movement techniques and divine powers to escape from this place. Swoosh! A golden light tore through the air and arrived instantly, right in front of Commander Shi. One of the 3 execution guards was pierced by the golden light and his body exploded, dying instantly. The golden light that appeared was Su Zimo, who had released his extreme speed divine power with the wings of a rock behind him. "It's really him," Princess Scarlet Rainbow exclaimed. When she saw that Su Zimo was only a grade 6 Earth Immortal, Princess Scarlet Rainbow had her doubts. However, on second thought, the sickly young man she encountered merely had an extremely fast movement technique. How could he have such terrifying methods? But now, she was certain when she saw Su Zimo use the Golden Wings secret skill. At the same time, Princess Scarlet Rainbow felt a sense of trepidation. If this person had not chosen to avoid the battle back then, even she would have died here. When Commander Shi and the other execution guards saw that, they turned to flee in 2 completely different directions without hesitation. Su Zimo chased after one of them. At the same time, he slapped his storage bag and his robes fluttered, throwing out dozens of black shadows that surrounded Commander Shi. The dozens of black shadows landed on the ground and formed a familiar array formation. Commander Shi barged into the formation and suddenly felt his essence chi depleted. He fell and could not help but exclaim, "Black light essence severing formation." Su Zimo also had the array flags of the black light essence severing formation. On the way from Zhongyu City to Coiling Dragon Mountain Range, he had long refined the array flags for his own use. Ah! A tragic cry sounded not far away. After killing another person, Su Zimo turned towards Commander Shi. Naturally, the black light essence severing formation could not trap Commander Shi. However, that momentary delay was enough for Su Zimo to double back. Commander Shi had just charged out of the black light essence severing formation when he bumped into Su Zimo, who was filled with killing intent. "Su Zimo, why you killed so many execution guards? You?" Commander Shi's heart skipped a beat and his voice trembled slightly. Bang! Unfortunately, Su Zimo was not interested in listening to him. Without a word, he strode forward and slapped the top of Commander Shi's head, shattering his essence spirit. At this point of the battle, the 112 execution guards were completely annihilated. There were also some execution guards who were severely injured and lost their combat strength but did not die. They were scared out of their wits and trembled on the spot. They were already fish on a chopping board and were at his mercy. Su Zimo walked towards the execution guards expressionlessly. Their fates were already decided. Since he had already attacked, Su Zimo would not show mercy or leave any future troubles. Above Coiling Dragon Mountain Range, the 4 heaven immortals let out a long breath. Unknowingly, the 4 of them had stood up from their seats. Now that the dust had settled, their expressions relaxed and their hearts calmed down before they sat back down slowly. Although the 4 heaven immortals looked calm, they were emotional when they witnessed this battle personally. He was way too strong. Initially, the 4 heaven immortals thought that Su Zimo was merely the most outstanding paragon in the immortal sex selection and a promising talent. It was only at that moment that the 4 heaven immortals realized that Su Zimo might be the most terrifying monster incarnate in the past 10,000 or even 100,000 years. A monster incarnate like that was an existence that could support an entire sect single-handedly. They had to do their best to recruit this person into their sects. As for the feud between this person and Prince Yuanzhua, the four heaven immortals did not take it to heart. At the thought of Prince Yuanzhua, the four heaven immortals glanced sideways. Not far away, Prince Yuanzhua stood in midair and his body trembled slightly. He glared at the figure in the valley with eyes that seemed like they could spew fire. If Lone Star had not held him back, he might have even charged down recklessly. At that moment, Su Zimo was cleaning up the battlefield. All the severely injured execution guards were killed by him. At this point, there was no room for negotiation. It was either him or them who would be walking out alive. Fellow Taoists, you saw it too. Prince Yuanzhua pointed at Su Zimo in the valley and grit his teeth, saying coldly, "This lad is so arrogant and conceited, looking down on me as though I'm nothing. Fellow Taoists, please remove the formation outside the valley and let me charge in to tear this lad into pieces." Fufu. Heaven Immortal Green Peak chuckled. "Prince Yuanzhua, please calm down. This arrangement was your decision back then and has nothing to do with us. Prince Yuanzhua, the immortal sex selection is not over yet. We can't dispel the formation," Yang Ruoxu said. "Furthermore, heaven immortals are not allowed to interfere directly in the immortal sex selection. But my men are all dead." Prince Yuanzhua was already a little hysterical as he roared at the four heaven immortals. More than 100 execution guards of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom died inside. "You asked for it," Heaven Abyss said slowly. "You!" Prince Yuanzhua was enraged and glared at Heaven Abyss, almost attacking. Thankfully, Lone Star stopped him. However, the forceful suppression of his rage caused him to be extremely worked up. Finally, he could not hold on any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood. 2131 A fat pawn, more than 100 execution guards were annihilated and coiling Dragon Mountain Range was already noisy. Many cultivators discussed fervently with flushed faces. This battle had an extremely strong impact on many cultivators. Prior to this, who would have believed that a grade 6 Earth Immortal would dare to attack and kill execution guards? Who would believe that a grade 6 Earth Immortal could bury more than 100 execution guards? This battle was even more intense and shocking than the immortal sex selection that had lasted for almost a year. This was a direct challenge to the great Jin Immortal Kingdom. This was a head-on declaration of war against Prince Yuanzhua. Some people gloated and concluded that Su Zimo was definitely doomed. Some people were disdainful. Su Zimo's actions were like striking a stone with an egg. If he wanted to fight against the great Jin Immortal Kingdom, it was akin to an ant trying to shake a tree. Some people felt pity that such a paragon was about to die before he could truly grow. Within the carriage, the girl gradually composed herself. Su Zimo is indeed very powerful and can even defeat Prince Yun Lei. However, he's still not a match for Prince Yun Ting. Before Prince Yun Ting entered seclusion this time round, he was already a grade 9 Earth Immortal. If he can come out of seclusion this time round, there's a high chance he can break through to the Heaven Immortal realm. That's different. The plain-robed woman shook her head. Apart from his talent, the reason why Yun Ting's cultivation speed is so shocking is because he's focused on cultivating the Tao of the sword and won't be distracted. However, Su Zimo's knowledge is extremely varied. From his attack earlier on, we can tell that he has dabbled in the methods and secret skills of immortals, Buddhas, fiends, and even some demons. In fact, he has a deep understanding of them. That's too difficult. You have to understand that a person's energy is limited. It's difficult to cultivate many different dermic Daos to their peak, and it will take 10 or 100 times more time to raise one's cultivation realm. It's understandable for this person to cultivate the dermic Daos of the immortal, Buddhist, and fiends. However, it's truly impressive that he's able to cultivate the secret skills of the demon race to such an extent. Even now, I'm curious as to what physique he has. The plain-robed woman praised Su Zimo immensely through her words. However, I feel that Su Zimo definitely can't compare to Prince Yun Ting given the methods he displayed. The girl said, "Prince Yun Ting has obtained 2 more inheritances over the years and is much stronger than before. How do you know that he has no other methods?" The plain-robed woman asked with a fake smile. "Ah!" The girl was stunned for a moment. This person still has more trump cards? That's impossible, right? The plain-robed woman smiled faintly. Everything else aside, have you seen him use any dermic treasures? This? The girl hesitated for a moment and said sheepishly, perhaps he doesn't have any dermic treasures? The plain-robed woman looked at the figure in the valley and remained silent for a moment before saying slowly, from what I know, he has an incredible dermic treasure with an extremely powerful background. This person is unfathomable. Even I can't see through him. He might be Yunting's greatest opponent in the future. In the valley, right in front of many cultivators, Su Zimo cleaned up the battlefield and put away the storage bags of the execution guards. There might not be any supreme treasures in the storage bags of the execution guards. However, there were many cultivation resources like essence spirit stones and major essence condensation pills. Su Zimo had just experienced a huge battle and seemed to be exhausted. However, no one dared to fight him for any items. Even an existence like Prince Yunlei did not want to have a conflict with Su Zimo. After tidying up the battlefield, Su Zimo turned to leave and many cultivators avoided him hurriedly. Only Princess Scarlet Rainbow rode on her flying sword and arrived before Su Zimo, blocking his path forward. Hey! Princess Scarlet Rainbow raised her head slightly. Since you're so powerful, I guess it'll be rough on you if you have to be my guard. How about this? I'll invite you as a guest who will stay by my side. There will be no hierarchy between us. Furthermore, I can share many of my cultivation resources with you. How about that? Su Zimo raised his head and glanced at Princess Scarlet Rainbow indifferently, asking, I killed so many execution guards and destroyed one of Yuan's clones. Right now, he's waiting outside to kill me. Can you protect me? Princess Scarlet Rainbow was momentarily speechless. Although she was a princess of the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom, she was only an Earth Immortal after all. Her status among the princes and princesses of the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom was not too high. It was not to the extent where she could go against Prince Yuanzhua because of an outsider. Su Zimo had long expected this outcome and was not surprised. He circled around Princess Scarlet Rainbow and continued forward. Princess Scarlet Rainbow pouted her red lips and looked at Su Zimo's back view huffily, feeling aggrieved. It was not because she was afraid of Prince Yuanzhua or because she did not want to protect Su Zimo. However, right now, she truly did not command enough power in the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom to fight against a grade 9 Heaven Immortal expert like Yuanzhua. The reason why she took part in the Immortal Sect selection this time round was also because she wanted to make use of the 4 Immortal Sects to achieve a meteoric rise in status. As Su Zimo advanced, he thought about what might happen after the Immortal Sect selection ended. There were 5 more days before the selection ended. At that time, he would have to face the enraged Prince Yuanzhua. Even Su Zimo could not be sure what would happen then. His choice was also a gamble that the 4 immortal sects were not afraid of offending the great Jin Immortal Kingdom. As long as an immortal sect was willing to take him in, he could resolve the crisis 5 days later. Of course, the most important thing for him right now was to gather enough Coiling Dragon badges. He had more than 1,200 Coiling Dragon badges with him. If he wanted to secure a spot in the top 100, he would have to gather 1,800. For hours later, on a mountain peak, Lai Feng led more than 100 cultivators to rest and recuperate. Boss Lai Feng, I heard that the execution guards went over that side to kill someone called Su Zimo. Many cultivators went over to watch the battle, someone said. Lai Feng acknowledged and did not reply. When another person heard that, he came over and asked, Boss, why don't we take a look over there and watch the show? Watch the show, Lai Feng sneered. I reckon that Prince Yunlei, Princess Scarlet Rainbow and all the ruthless people in the valley must have gone over for such a huge commotion. Aren't you afraid of losing our lives if we go and watch the show now? You are right, boss. Immediately, a cultivator flattered with a smile. Right then, the cultivator pointed not far away and said, Boss, look, a grade 6 Earth Immortal is coming over. He's alone. That sickly invalid? Suddenly, Lai Feng was invigorated as he bolted upright and looked over. He had been brooding with pent-up anger when he thought about how he lost that sickly invalid earlier on. It's not the same person. However, this person must be a juicy piece of meat to be able to last until now. Shall we attack? The person licked his lips with a searing gaze. Is there a need to ask? Lai Feng waved it off. I'll leave this person to you guys. You guys can split the coiling dragon badges you snatch among yourselves. I've got enough of them. 2132 You're not worthy of challenging me. Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. Although the battle between Su Zimo and the execution guards had ended more than 4 hours ago, the enthusiasm of the cultivators did not diminish at all. If nothing went wrong, news of the change in the Immortal Sect selection this time round would definitely spread through Divine Firmament mainland. Look, what's going on over there? He encountered Lai Feng and the others again. These people truly have a death wish. To think that they would take the initiative to surround him. When Su Zimo first descended in the valley, he was surrounded by Lai Feng and the others. At that time, none of the cultivators thought that he would be able to come out alive. But now that more than 20 days had passed, against this scene that seemed like it was yesterday, everyone's opinions were worlds apart. Many cultivators looked at Lai Feng and the others with pity in their eyes. Lai Feng's group had managed to survive till this day. If nothing went wrong, apart from Lai Feng, one other person could have entered the top 100. But now that they targeted Su Zimo, the outcome was imaginable. In the valley, dozens of cultivators rushed forward and surrounded Su Zimo tightly. All of them had burning gazes and wanted nothing more than to skin him alive. Fellow Taoist, you look unfamiliar. A cultivator with a fat head asked with a smile. Is that so? Surveying his surroundings, Su Zimo said with a fake smile. Everyone looks familiar. I should have seen you before. Ha 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 ha. The dozens of cultivators in the surroundings burst into laughter. A cultivator said smugly, Guys, do you see that? We're quite famous in this valley after joining forces. This person knows us as well. The first fat cultivator raised his head slightly and asked, Fellow Taoist, how many coiling dragon badges have you obtained in the past year? More than 1,200. Su Zimo did not hide anything and said frankly. The eyes of the surrounding cultivators lit up. If some of them could obtain the 1,200-odd coiling dragon badges, they might even have a chance of breaking through to 1,800. Even Lai Feng, who was resting with his eyes closed not far away, was slightly surprised. He glanced over with a slit in his eyes. Man, I was right. He's indeed a juicy piece of meat. The fat cultivator was grinning from ear to ear in a smug manner. Fu. Su Zimo laughed as well. Idiot. Why are you laughing with us? Suddenly, a menacing expression appeared on the fat cultivator's face as he strode forward and raised his hand to slap Su Zimo's face. His fat and thick palm created an evil gust of wind. The fat cultivator did not hold back at all. He wanted to kill Su Zimo right here without even giving the latter a chance to activate his coiling dragon badges. The smile on Su Zimo's face did not diminish as he struck as well, slapping the fat cultivator's face. That palm strike was even faster and more ferocious. Even the fat cultivator opposite him could not react, let alone the surrounding cultivators. His palm was only halfway through when Su Zimo's slap landed on his fat face. Piak. It was clear that the fat cultivator's face had broken bones and half of his face was caved in as flesh splattered everywhere. That slap shattered the fat cultivator's essence spirit. The fat corpse smashed into the crowd with such a terrifying power that the bones of 2 other cultivators were shattered. Since this person did not hold back, there was no way Su Zimo would show mercy either. After killing that person, Su Zimo took advantage of the stunned expressions of the surrounding cultivators to attack once more. He lunged into the crowd and started a massacre. In melee combat, even the execution guards with the black gold feather armor were not Su Zimo's match. The difference between him and this group of cultivators was even greater. Although the cultivators were not weak in combat, they could only be considered as a motley crew compared to the iron-blooded, disciplined, and coordinated execution guards. Su Zimo charged forward and crushed everything in his path. Anyone who fought him head-on would either die or be injured, The battlefield was in chaos as tragic cries sounded repeatedly and a blood mist spread. The initial smugness on the faces of the dozens of cultivators vanished and was replaced by endless fear. What sort of an existence had they provoked? Buzz! Buzz! Some severely injured cultivators did not dare to linger on the battlefield and activated their coiling dragon badges to teleport away. How dare you! When Lai Feng saw that the group had suffered immense losses, he could not help but soar into the air in rage. He led the remaining dozens of cultivators and swarmed forward, releasing divine powers, secret skills, immortal arts and dermic treasures that weaved into a huge net that enveloped Su Zimo. A glint flashed through Su Zimo's eyes as he conjured hand seals repeatedly. Suddenly, a resplendent starry sky appeared above his head. Most of the starry skies were dim. However, there were also millions of bright stars that were descending and gushing into Su Zimo's body continuously. Every single one of Su Zimo's orifices shone with starlight and his aura surged. The mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram had descended. Bang! 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 Su Zimo's combat strength increased exponentially with the mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram above his head. He could fight against the many divine powers and dermic treasures that descended barehanded without being disadvantaged. Once Su Zimo closed in, those cultivators would not be able to defend at all. Lai Feng released 2 or 3 divine powers and secret skills in succession but could not injure Su Zimo at all. Instead, the distance between the two of them decreased. A wary look flashed through Lai Feng's eyes and he wanted to retreat. He had enough coiling dragon badges in his storage bag and there was no need for him to fight to the death with this unknown ruthless person. As for the cultivators gathered around him, he did not care about them at all. The immortal sex selection was about to end, and there was no need for him to implicate himself for the sake of these cultivators. At that thought, Lai Feng made up his mind and declared, "Fellow Taoist, I'm impressed by your extraordinary methods. However, I don't wish to fight you to the death right now. Let's part ways today. If there's a chance, we'll definitely fight in the future." Su Zimo smiled indifferently. "Haven't you been searching for me for the past few days? Why are you leaving again after bumping into me today? Why you are—" Lai Feng's expression changed when he heard that. The only person he had been searching for the past few days was that sickly young man. Could that person be the sickly invalid? Su Zimo's gaze intensified as he suddenly released ethereal wings, zephyr thunder wings, boundless golden light, heavenly feet and other divine powers and secret skills. His speed increased exponentially. A phantom passed through the gaps between many sabers and swords and charged towards Lai Feng. "It's indeed you!" Lai Feng was shocked and exclaimed. He was extremely familiar with such a movement technique and burst speed. "You're not worthy of challenging me." In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo arrived before Lai Feng. With a loud shout, he flipped his palm and grabbed the ladder. A sword chi storm condensed in his palm. The moment it descended, it exploded. Countless white sword chi splattered everywhere, piercing into the crowd and causing wails. Every single sword chi was the heaven-slaying sword chi. That killing power swept through the battlefield and was invincible. Lai Feng, who was right in front of him, was the first to be struck. 2133 Heaven Immortal Intervention. Lai Feng roared and channeled his essence spirit wildly to condense a defensive divine power. However, the moment his greater divine power was released, it was penetrated by many heaven-slaying sword chi. Poof! 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 Although Lai Feng managed to survive the calamity and avoid fatal damage, his body was still riddled with holes by the heaven-slaying sword chi, and blood gushed out in an extremely tragic manner. Lai Feng was indignant. If he had not met Su Zimo, given the number of coiling dragon badges in his storage bag, he would definitely be able to enter the top 100 and join the 4 immortal sections. However, he knew very well that if he continued to linger here, he might be killed by Su Zimo on the spot. He was still rational and could tell which was more important. Lai Feng could only activate his coiling dragon badge as a glow surged around him. Su Zimo sneered, "You can't even withstand a single move from me, and you want to fight me?" When Lai Feng heard that, his body swayed slightly and he nearly fainted. He was also a grade 9 Earth Immortal and a paragon of the Immortal sex selection. He had never suffered such a blow. However, he did not refute and did not even have any thoughts of resisting. The person before him was only a grade 6 Earth Immortal. Lai Feng knew that he would never be able to catch up to this person in his lifetime. With Lai Feng's departure, the remaining cultivators could not hold on at all and were defeated by Su Zimo. One after another, they activated their coiling dragon badges and left the valley. Therefore, a spectacular scene appeared outside the valley. In an extremely short period of time, cultivators fell onto coiling dragon mountain range one after another. In the valley, a large number of coiling dragon badges floated on the battlefield. After those cultivators left, the coiling dragon badges would automatically stay in the valley. After the battle ended, there were close to 4,000 coiling dragon badges left. Su Zimo waved his sleeves and kept all the coiling dragon badges. Including the coiling dragon badges he had obtained previously, he had already collected more than 5,000. After that battle, Su Zimo became the person with the most number of coiling dragon badges. In midair, Yang Ruoxu focused his gaze and pondered for a long time before saying slowly, "If I'm not wrong, the sword chi released by Su Zimo earlier on." He wanted to speak but hesitated. "Heaven slaying." Heaven Abyss spat out 2 words. "It's the heaven slaying sword art." No wonder. Heaven Immortal White Sea and Heaven Immortal Green Peak were shocked and revealed enlightened expressions. Even in the upper world, the 3 great sword arts were extremely famous. The reason why Yun Ting could sweep through everyone of the same cultivation realm was because of the human-slaying sword art that he cultivated. Of course, among the 3 great sword arts, human-slaying reigned supreme. Hee. Heaven Immortal White Sea seemed to have thought of something and suddenly smiled. "Interesting. There's a chance that the 3 lost sword arts can be gathered in this generation. There's probably going to be a fierce battle between Su Zimo and Yun Ting. There's still quite a gap between the 2 of them." Heaven Immortal Green Peak shook his head. "Although this lad has many trump cards, I'm afraid he can't defend against Yun Ting's sharpness. Furthermore, the 2 of them are still a few cultivation realms apart. Given Yun Ting's endowment and talent, he'll definitely become an immortal king in the future if nothing goes wrong. In a few years, the few of us will probably be beneath him." Yang Ruoxu said, "Even if there's a gap between the 2 of them, Yun Ting is still the only monster incarnate superior to Su Zimo all these years." The 4 Heaven Immortals chatted openly without reservations. At the side, Prince Yuan's expression was already extremely terrible. It was clear that the 4 Heaven Immortals were intending to protect Su Zimo. However, Prince Yuan's did not give up. As long as Su Zimo had not joined the 4 immortal sects, he could not be considered as someone from them. The immortal sect selection continued. The remaining few days were uneventful and the top 100 cultivators were basically confirmed without any changes. The top 3 were Su Zimo, Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Prince Yun Lei. A few days later, the immortal sect selection ended. The water barrier in the valley faded slowly. After a year, the barrier between the valley and coiling Dragon Mountain Range had finally dissipated. "Everyone, come on up," Heaven Immortal Green Peak declared. The top 100 cultivators in the valley rose slowly into the air and advanced towards the formation of the 4 immortal sections. Su Zimo. When Prince Yuan's saw Su Zimo in the crowd, his eyes seemed to spew out 2 flames. When Prince Yuan's recalled how the 100-odd execution guards he brought with him were killed in the valley, as well as Su Zimo's provocative gesture, the rationality he had just regained was drowned by hatred and anger once more. Prince Yuan's could no longer hold it in. With a deep growl, he released a supreme divine power. Firmament Slash. Prince Yuan's used his palm like a saber and slashed in Su Zimo's direction. One could only comprehend Firmament Slash after comprehending saber techniques to their limits. A blinding white light tore through the horizon, leaving a deep scar in the firmaments as though a heavenly saber had slashed across. Could even slice the firmaments into 2. The supreme divine power, Firmament Slash, was the most ferocious and lethal. The moment Prince Yuan's attacked, he did not give Su Zimo any chance of survival. Initially, he thought of capturing Su Zimo alive. However, the current conditions clearly did not allow it. He might as well kill Su Zimo with a single slash to vent the hatred in his heart. At the same time, Lone Star at the side suddenly attacked. He reached out in Su Zimo's direction. His palm looked ordinary. However, a gigantic hand that shone with a dark golden light appeared in midair and enveloped Su Zimo, as though it could pluck the stars and take away the moon. The supreme divine power, star-plucking hand. The fact that it could even pluck the stars in the firmaments was proof of how terrifying that supreme divine power was. That star-plucking hand was enough to destroy the world. The reason why the two Grade 9 Heaven Immortals attacked at the same time and released supreme divine powers was because they wanted to kill Su Zimo completely. Humph! Heaven Abyss harumphed coldly and suddenly slashed forward. A gigantic abyss chasm laid across the world with a sinister wind that was dark and deep. The cold light conjured by firmament slash descended and sank into the abyss before it could injure Su Zimo at all. Boom! 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 Immediately after, the abyss dissipated. The power of firmament slash sank as well. Star-plucking hand was not blocked and tore through the air, covering the skies. Yang Ruoxu raised his hand gently and his robes fluttered, as though there was a universe within that could accommodate all living beings. Supreme Divine Power, Sleeve Universe. That supreme divine power was related to space and seemed to have no killing power and limited uses. However, when released by Yang Ruoxu, it revealed endless profundities and could even accommodate Star-Plucking Hand. It seemed like it could encompass everything. Star-Plucking Hand descended and was absorbed by Sleeve Universe before it even landed on Su Zimo. In the blink of an eye, the four Heaven Immortal experts had already exchanged blows once, causing the world to change. The surrounding clouds rumbled and essence chi surged. The initially noisy coiling Dragon Mountain range turned silent in the blink of an eye. The Heaven Immortal experts were fighting. One side represented the four immortal sects, while the other side represented a prince of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. Be it in terms of status or backing, both parties were shockingly strong. 2134 Appearance of a perfected immortal. When he saw that, Su Zimo felt slightly relieved. If not for the Heaven Immortal experts of the four immortal sects, it would be difficult for him to escape this calamity even if he used all his trump cards. What are you guys doing? Prince Yuanzhua glared at Heaven Abyss and Yang Ruoxu and questioned sternly. What are you doing? Yang Ruoxu asked indifferently. Although Heaven Immortal Green Peak at the side did not attack, he sneered at that moment. Prince Yuanzhua, although your status is noble, don't forget where we are. If you want to do whatever you want, return to your Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. Heaven Abyss spoke slowly with an unfriendly tone as well. Prince Yuanzhua grit his teeth. This lad killed so many execution guards of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. No matter where he goes, both me and the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom will not let him off. Lone Star said in a deep voice, Fellow Taoists, you witnessed everything in the valley personally. Are you still going to protect him? Heaven Immortal White Sea waved his folding fan and smiled gently. Your Highness, please calm down. In my opinion, this person is truly not to blame for this matter. After all, these execution guards were the ones who took the initiative to enter the valley to hunt down Su Zimo. They can blame nobody but themselves for their deaths. Anyone who kills is bound to be killed. Heaven Immortal White Sea was from Flying Immortal Sect and was in the same Immortal Sect as Princess Meng Yao. At that moment, even Heaven Immortal White Sea stood out to speak up for Su Zimo. The situation was extremely unfavorable. Prince Yuanzhua's face was ashen as he laughed out of anger. In that case, it's my fault? I didn't say that. Heaven Immortal White Sea shook his head gently with a smile on his face still. Heaven Immortal Green Peak waved his hand and ignored Prince Yuanzhua. Let's begin selecting people. The final 100 people for the Immortal Sect selection had already been selected. Next, the four Immortal Sects would select their candidates according to the number of Coiling Dragon badges. If two or more Immortal Sects took a liking to someone at the same time, the person would make the choice themselves. The sect they joined would depend on their choice. The person with the most Coiling Dragon badges, Su Zimo, Come to the front. Heaven Immortal Green Peak said in a deep voice. Su Zimo walked out of the crowd and came before everyone. Introduce yourself briefly. Your background, family history, as well as martial arts lineage. Heaven Immortal Green Peak said. I'm Su Zimo from the lower worlds. Su Zimo did not hide anything and said frankly. When he said that, a commotion broke out throughout Coiling Dragon Mountain Range, and many cultivators were already whispering. What a pathetic background. To think that he's a lowlife. When I saw how capable he was, I thought that he was from some prestigious family and was hunted down and suppressed because he offended the great Gene Immortal Kingdom. So what if he's from the lower worlds? His methods are unyielding, and he's number 1 in the immortal sex selection this time round. Fufu, so what if he's number 1? So what if he joined the 4 immortal sects? Back then, Feng Cantian was even a disciple of an immortal emperor. In the end, didn't he still have to flee for his life everywhere? Su Zimo could clearly notice that the millions of cultivators below were not the only ones. Many cultivators of the 4 immortal sects revealed looks of contempt and mockery as well. The 4 heaven immortals had calm expressions and did not reveal such emotions. Not only that, Yang Ruoxu looked at Su Zimo with a hint of admiration and encouragement. You guys heard it too. Prince Yuan's was said in a deep voice. Su Zimo is just an inferior and worthless lowlife. Fellow Taoists, why don't you give me some face? Heroes can come from anywhere. Yang Ruoxu turned to look at Prince Yuanzhua. I, Yang Ruoxu, am also from the lower worlds. In your eyes, am I also inferior and worthless? Su Zimo was slightly surprised. It was no wonder why Yang Ruoxu gave him that look earlier on. The crowd below was in an uproar. Most cultivators did not know Yang Ruoxu's background at all. Prince Yuanzhua was stunned as well. There was no way he knew that Yang Ruoxu was from the lower worlds. Although his words earlier on were targeted at Su Zimo, he insulted Yang Ruoxu as well. Yang Ruoxu ignored Prince Yuanzhua and said in a deep voice, Heaven and Earth Academy intends to accept Su Zimo. The 3 of you can make your choice. Mountain Sea Immortal Sect wants him. Heaven Abyss did not say much, but his tone was resolute and did not hesitate. Heaven Immortal Green Peak followed closely behind. Imperial Wind Temple wants him. Heaven Immortal White Sea hesitated for a moment before saying with a smile, Flying Immortal Sect is interested as well. The 4 immortal sects wanted him at the same time. If it was just ordinary cultivators, the 4 heaven immortals might not have had such a direct conflict with Prince Yuanzhua. However, Su Zimo's performance was way too striking. This was a 1 in a million monster incarnate. Furthermore, Su Zimo inherited many divine powers and secret skills, such as the Mystic Spirit Big Dipper diagram and the Heaven-Slaying Sword Art. His future accomplishments were immeasurable. Since the 4 immortal sects are interested in you, it's up to you. Yang Ruoxu nodded to Su Zimo. Hold on. Prince Yuanzhua interrupted hurriedly. If Su Zimo were to officially join the 4 immortal sects, there would be even less reason for him to attack. Fellow Taoist Yuanzhua, is there anything else you want to say? Heaven Immortal Green Peak frowned slightly and asked impatiently. Prince Yuanzhua took a deep breath and composed himself. He bowed slightly to the 4 heaven immortals and was sufficiently polite. As a prince of the great Gene Immortal Kingdom, he had never bowed to a cultivator of the same cultivation realm. Fellow Taoists, please hand this person over to me. I, Yuanzhua, can swear that if you have any requests in the future, I'll definitely do my best and not let you down. Prince Yuanzhua said in a deep voice. As long as the 4 of you agree not to take him in as a disciple, I'll definitely reward you immensely. If you need anything, feel free to let me know. Prince Yuanzhua did not hide his words and said them in front of everyone. He was extremely sincere. The promise of a prince was not to be ignored, even if he was one who was relatively down and out. Furthermore, there might even be treasures as gifts. Prince Yuanzhua's sacrifice was definitely worth it. As long as he could capture Su Zimo, he might be able to obtain the many divine powers, secret skills, and jade talismans in Su Zimo's body. At that time, his chances of breaking through to the perfected immortal realm would be much higher. Heaven Immortal White Sea waved his folding fan gently with a smile. Heaven Abyss's expression was grim. Yang Ruoxu lowered his eyes with an indifferent expression. Heaven Immortal Green Peak was unmoved. The four Heaven Immortals had different expressions, but none of them expressed anything, leaving Prince Yuanzhua on the spot. Time passed bit by bit. The longer things dragged on, the uglier Prince Yuanzhua's expression was, and the more awkward the situation became. Prince Yuanzhua clenched his fists and grit his teeth. Although he had already let go of his dignity, the four Heaven Immortals had no intention of giving in. Right then, a figure sped over from afar at a shocking speed. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before them. It was a middle-aged man with gray hair. Every single move he made exuded an invisible might. The moment that person appeared, he stood in midair and his aura overwhelmed all the cultivators present. Even the four Heaven Immortals could not compare to him. This was a perfected immortal expert. Although everyone could not detect the middle-aged man's cultivation realm, they could vaguely determine it. When Su Zimo saw that person, he frowned and his expression changed slightly. He was certain that this was a perfected immortal. This was the former Green Cloud County Governor, perfected Immortal Jing Yu, 2135 at odds within a carriage in the crowd. The girl said softly, "Princess, you were right. Indeed, something unexpected happened. Even a perfected immortal has appeared." The plain-robed woman acknowledged and continued looking at the skies. A commotion broke out in the surrounding crowd. The immortal sex selection only selected Earth Immortals. Be it the four immortal sects or the cultivators watching the battle, the strongest were Heaven Immortal experts. No matter which faction or world a perfected immortal expert was in, they were pillars of support and had noble statuses. Initially, Heaven Abyss, Yang Ruoxu, and the other two Heaven Immortals reigned supreme for the factions and all parties could maintain a balance. The descent of a perfected immortal broke that balance instantly. The four Heaven Immortals frowned when they saw that person. Prince Yuanzhua was delighted and hurried forward. "Jing Yu, you're finally here." Both Prince Yuanzhua and perfected immortal Jing Yu suffered a huge blow because of Feng Cantion. Prince Yuanzhua lost the territory of Green Cloud County and perfected immortal Jing Yu lost his position as the county governor. Of course, the two of them had interacted for many years and had some ties after all. Before Prince Yuanzhua received the mysterious letter and headed here, he sent a message to perfected immortal Jing Yu. He had already vaguely guessed that there was a high chance they would encounter many obstacles in Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. That was the reason why he planned before making a move and invited perfected immortal Jing Yu out of seclusion to preside over the situation for him. Prince Yuanzhua was scheming and extremely smart. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become the prince in charge of Green Cloud County back then. He was even able to hide his true strength and confuse the world with a clone he cultivated. However, for some reason, he was plagued by bad luck all these years and suffered setbacks. Prince Yuanzhua blamed everything on Su Zimo. "Your Highness, I was delayed by something and came a little late." Perfected immortal Jing Yu cupped his fists towards Prince Yuanzhua and said in a deep voice, "You're not late. You came at the right time." Prince Yuanzhua pointed at Su Zimo, who was not far away, and said hatefully, "This sinner killed more than 100 execution guards of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom in front of everyone. Right now, he's about to join the four immortal sects. We must capture him. If he manages to escape under my watch after killing so many execution guards, what will become of the reputation of our great Jin Immortal Kingdom?" More than 100 execution guards died. Perfected immortal Jing Yu's expression darkened. He was the one who first discovered Su Zimo and brought him to Absolute Thunder City. That was the reason for the series of changes later on. If this matter was traced back to its origin, it would be difficult for him to escape responsibility. Therefore, even though he knew that it was inappropriate for a perfected immortal to appear for the immortal sex selection, he still came. Perfected immortal Jing Yu knew one thing as well. Although he was a perfected immortal, it would be difficult for him to make a move if Su Zimo were to join the four immortal sections. As his thoughts raced, perfected immortal Jing Yu looked at the four Heaven Immortals and cupped his fists. "Greetings. I'm Jing Yu. Greetings, exalted immortal." The 4 heaven immortals did not dare to be rude and stood up one after another. Although perfected immortal Jing Yu was not the Green Cloud County governor, he was still an expert among perfected immortals. The 4 heaven immortals had heard of him before. Perfected immortal Jing Yu did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. I know that it'll be difficult for the 4 of you to explain things if you hand Su Zimo over. How about this? The 4 of you, please give me some face. It's fine as long as you guys do not recruit this person on behalf of the 4 immortal sections. As long as no one from the 4 immortal sects recruited Su Zimo, Prince Yuanzhua could naturally attack without any reservations. The only thing he was wary of were the 4 immortal sections. A perfected immortal had appeared to demand Su Zimo. The reputation of a perfected immortal expert was completely different from Prince Yuanzhua. Perfected immortals represented another level of power. Even if the 4 heaven immortals were unwilling, they could not express it directly and go against perfected immortal Jing Yu head-on. Perfected immortal Jing Yu continued, "As long as the 4 of you are willing to agree, I won't decline if you look for me in the future for anything." The promise of a perfected immortal carried even more weight. It's over for Su Zimo. A perfected immortal of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom has appeared and wants to capture him at all costs. That's expected as well. Think about it. How can a lowlife who offended a prince and killed so many execution guards survive? Many cultivators shook their heads emotionally. In midair, Su Zimo remained silent with a calm expression. The current situation no longer had anything to do with him. In other words, his life and death depended on a single thought of theirs. Since exalted immortal Jing Yu said that, "I'll withdraw on behalf of Flying Immortal Sect," Heaven Immortal White Sea smiled gently and cupped his fists. Now that a perfected immortal had appeared, there was no need for him to continue pressing the matter. Furthermore, Zither Immortal Mengyao was from the great Jin Immortal Kingdom. If he took a step back first, he could consider that a favor as well. Perfected immortal Jing Yu nodded slightly with a smile. "Not long ago I even met Princess Mengyao. If we meet again, I'll speak up for you in front of her." "Thank you." Exalted immortal, Heaven Immortal White Sea was delighted. It was enough if he could leave a good impression on Zither Immortal Mengyao because of this. "What do the 3 of you think?" Perfected immortal Jing Yu swept his gaze towards Heaven Abyss, Yang Ruoxu and Heaven Immortal Green Peak. There was a hint of pressure in his tone and gaze. Heaven Abyss's expression was still grim. Yang Ruoxu's expression was indifferent as he lowered his head. Heaven Immortal Green Peak looked restless and uneasy. Perfected immortal Jing Yu had been famous for a long time, and the people he befriended were all perfected immortal experts. In other words, only legacy disciples of Imperial Wind Temple were qualified to speak to him. Who knew if perfected immortal Jing Yu had any ties with any legacy disciple of Imperial Wind Temple? It was truly not worth it to offend a legacy disciple of the sect because of this. Suddenly, Heaven Immortal Green Peak smiled. "My side is easygoing, it's fine whether or not we recruit him. Exalted Immortal, it's better if you ask the other 2 about their stances." Heaven Immortal Green Peak set a trap. In reality, he did not say explicitly that he was not recruiting Su Zimo. Instead, he pushed the responsibility to Heaven Abyss and Yang Ruoxu. If Heaven Abyss and Yang Ruoxu backed off, he would not insist either and would go with the flow. If Heaven Abyss or Yang Ruoxu did not back off, perfected immortal Jing Yu's attention would shift to the 2 of them. Perfected immortal Jing Yu sneered internally. Although he could tell what Heaven Immortal Green Peak was thinking, he did not expose him. Instead, he shifted his gaze towards Heaven Abyss and Yang Ruoxu. "I don't agree," Heaven Abyss suddenly spoke. Many cultivators were invigorated and their eyes lit up. He was taking it head-on. A Heaven Immortal expert of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect and a perfected immortal of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom were at odds. At that moment, Su Zimo became nervous as well. When he came to take part in the Immortal Sect selection this time round, his inclination was towards Mountain Sea Immortal Sect. On the Dragon Abyss Star, he had conflicts with legacy disciples of the other 3 immortal sects. Although he did not expose his identity, he felt hesitant internally. Su Zimo did not care if Flying Immortal Sect withdrew. At the very least, Mountain Sea Immortal sect was still around. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu glared at Heaven Abyss with a dark gaze and said slowly, Heaven Abyss, the number one of the previous Heaven ranking. Ferocious methods, dominating personality, and completely fearless. I've long heard of you. Now that I've seen it for myself, you truly live up to your reputation. Although Perfected Immortal Jing Yu praised Heaven Abyss openly, there was a hint of coldness in his tone. 2136 Shameless. You flatter me. Heaven Abyss was expressionless and fearless. Exalted Immortal, before you descended, I've already decided to recruit this person. If I give up just because of a single sentence from you, others will think that Mountain Sea Immortal sect is afraid of the great Gene Immortal Kingdom. That will be bad for our sect's reputation. Although Heaven Abyss rarely spoke, he was extremely smart. He knew that given his status and cultivation realm, he could not fight against Perfected Immortal Jingyu. Therefore, he referred to his backing Mountain Sea Immortal sect. Heaven Abyss's words were akin to hiding needles in cotton wool. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu's expression darkened. If Heavenly Abyss truly wanted to go against him head-on, there was nothing he could do. There was no way he could kill Heaven Abyss in front of everyone. Heaven Abyss was not a nobody. If he attacked rashly and bullied the young, he would definitely offend Mountain Sea Immortal sect. At that time, Mountain Sea Immortal sect might even send Perfected Immortal experts to look for him. One of the four great fairies, the Chess Immortal, was in the Mountain Sea Immortal sect. The Chess Immortal had a domineering personality and loved to fight. Although the four great fairies had not fought openly, there were long rumors that the Chess Immortal was the strongest among the four of them. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu narrowed his eyes slightly with a dark expression, seemingly plotting something. Instantly, the entire Coiling Dragon Mountain range turned extremely quiet. The atmosphere was a little stifling. Suddenly, Su Zimo felt a strong sense of danger, as though he was targeted by some terrifying figure and could face a calamity at any moment. This is bad. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu was wary of the Mountain Sea Immortal sect and did not dare to attack Heaven Abyss. However, Perfected Immortal Jing Yu could ignore others and attack him. Mountain Sea Immortal sect would cause trouble for Perfected Immortal Jing Yu if Heaven Abyss was suppressed. However, Su Zimo had yet to join the Mountain Sea Immortal sect. Even if Perfected Immortal Jing Yu killed him in public, Mountain Sea Immortal sect would not have any conflict with Perfected Immortal Jing Yu because of him, a grade 6 Earth Immortal who had ascended from the lower worlds. Within the carriage, the girl whispered, Princess, Su Zimo's luck is not bad. Thankfully, Heavenly Abyss has the guts to stand out and withstand the pressure of Perfected Immortal Jing Yu. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. Even if Heaven Abyss backs off, Yang Ruoxu will stand out. The plain-robed woman shook her head gently. Yang Ruoxu can be considered as a rising star of Heaven and Earth Academy. Although he's not the number one Heaven Immortal of the Academy, he's upright and cultivated the Righteousness Sutra. He came from a lowly background and it's truly not easy for him to reach this point. Pausing for a moment, she continued, however, with the descent of a Perfected Immortal, Heaven Abyss and the other three are no longer able to control the situation. Fufufu. Ha 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 ha. Right then, Perfected Immortal Jing Yu, who was in midair, suddenly laughed. His voice grew louder and many cultivators felt their ears buzz with a sharp pain. The laughter gradually stopped and Perfected Immortal Jing Yu said coldly, Heavenly Abyss, it's fine if you don't give me face. He changed the topic and looked at Su Zimo, who was not far away, saying slowly, however, I'm going to suppress that lad in public today. Who can stop me? The expressions of Heaven Abyss, Yang Ruoxu, and the others changed. As Perfected Immortal Jing Yu had said, if he were to attack forcefully, no one would be able to stop him here. The difference between a Perfected Immortal and a Heaven Immortal was way too great. Furthermore, Perfected Immortal Jing Yu was an expert among Perfected Immortals. There were 9 levels to the Black, Earth, and Heaven Essence realms. However, after the 3 essences converged into the Perfected One realm, there were only 4 levels. Every single level was a huge gap. Perfected Immortal Jing you had at least cultivated to level 3 of the Perfected 1 realm. Even if the previous number 1 of the heaven ranking was gathered, he would not be able to defend against Perfected Immortal Jingyu, let alone Heaven Abyss and the other 3. Jingyu, hurry and capture Su Zimo. Prince Yuanzuo was delighted and invigorated. Your Highness, please calm down. Since I've already decided to attack, this lad won't be able to escape. The moment he said that, Perfected Immortal Jingyu waved his robes and a gigantic dark golden palm extended from his wide and pitch-black sleeves, enveloping Su Zimo. The supreme divine power, star-plucking hand. When released by a Perfected Immortal, the same supreme divine power created a completely different scene and might. The gigantic hand covered the skies and was filled with a dark golden glow. It fiddled with the galaxy as though it had come from the ancient era and wanted to suppress the world and punish all living beings. Against the might of that gigantic hand, it was already rare for anyone to not kneel on the ground, let alone resist. Heaven Abyss had an indignant expression as he growled and released a supreme divine power. At the same time, Yang Ruoxu at the side attacked once more. The 2 Heaven Immortals resisted the might of Perfected Immortal Jingyu and wanted to block the gigantic hand in midair. However, their supreme divine powers dissipated when they collided with Perfected Immortal Jingyu's star-plucking hand. It was like a moth flying into a flame without causing any ripples. The difference was too great. As Perfected Immortal Jingyu had said, no one could stop him if he attacked. How shameless to bully the weak! Suddenly, a voice sounded from the battlefield. Right on the heels of that, a divine light suddenly descended and no one could see how or where it came from. It was completely imperceivable. However, it appeared in midair and slashed down at the star-plucking hand that shone with starlight. Xing! The divine light streaked across the star-plucking hand and sliced the gigantic hand into 2 with an ear-piercing sound. Boom! 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 Right in front of many cultivators. The hand that was sliced into 2 collapsed and shattered rapidly. After a momentary silence, the entire coiling Dragon Mountain range was in an uproar. Perfected Immortal Jingyu's attack was resolved by someone. Apart from Perfected Immortal Jingyu, there were other Perfected Immortal experts here. Who is there? Perfected Immortal Jingyu's heart skipped a beat as he surveyed his surroundings and asked loudly with a sharp gaze. Nobody replied. Perfected Immortal Jingyu had a grim expression. It was normal for this person to be able to neutralize his supreme divine power. However, he could not even tell the origin of the divine light earlier on or sense the location of this person. That was a little terrifying. This meant that there was a high chance this person was much stronger than him. Who could this person be? Why would this person appear in coiling Dragon Mountain range? Why did this person want to save Su Zimo? Why did this person not appear after attacking? Doubts flashed through Perfected Immortal Jingyu's mind in the blink of an eye. The person's voice earlier on was erratic. Not only could he not identify the voice, he could not even tell if it was a man or woman. Perfected Immortal Jingyu's reaction surprised many cultivators present. A Perfected Immortal attacked earlier on, but Perfected Immortal Jingyu could not find where the person was. Su Zimo was puzzled as well after escaping this calamity. Even he could not imagine that any Perfected Immortal in the heavenly world would help him. The only Perfected Immortal he knew was Feng Zi's master, Burial Knight. However, this person's style was way too different from Burial Knight. If it was Burial Knight, he would have launched an assassination attempt on Perfected Immortal Jingyu directly. Why would he say something like, how shameless to bully the weak? 2137 Sound of the strings within the carriage. The girl covered her mouth and stifled her laughter, sending a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. Princess, well scolded. That person is way too shameless. He's clearly a Perfected Immortal expert, but he wants to attack an Earth Immortal. Because the girl was closer to Prince Yunting, she was displeased with Su Zimo. However, she despised Perfected Immortal Jingyu's actions even more. The plain-robed woman smiled indifferently. Perfected Immortal Jingyu surveyed his surroundings and sneered with a mocking expression. Sir, Aren't you being too shameless by hiding? How shameless to bully the weak. The voice sounded once more erratically, and everyone present was shocked. No one could discover the location of the person who spoke. However, this time round, everyone heard it clearly. It was a woman. Su Zimo recalled carefully. He had never heard that voice before. He should not know this person. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu was secretly frustrated and said in a deep voice, "Since you want to be a busybody, why don't you show yourself? Let me see who you are as well. You can't even find me and you think you're worthy of me appearing?" The woman's tone was indifferent with a hint of disdain. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu fell silent with a terrible expression. "What are you thinking about? Why aren't you attacking yet?" Prince Yuanzhua was still concerned about Su Zimo and wanted Perfected Immortal Jing Yu to attack once more to capture Su Zimo alive. "Your Highness, there's an expert here," Perfected Immortal Jing Yu said bitterly. "Even if I attack with my full strength, I'm probably not a match for this person. We might have to return fruitless today." Actually, there was something that Perfected Immortal Jing Yu did not say. In fact, he suspected that the person who attacked earlier on was the chess immortal of Mountain Sea Immortal sect. Although the four great fairies had different personalities, none of them were easy to deal with. More than 2,000 years ago, he had suffered a loss against one of them. Back then, an ice butterfly appeared outside Glass City beneath Green Cloud County. He chased after it and severely injured it. Unexpectedly, the ice butterfly escaped with serious injuries and attracted perfected immortals of many factions to descend and fight for it. In the end, the ice butterfly was saved by one of the four great fairies, the Painting Immortal. At that time, they were in the territory of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom after all. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu was unwilling to let the Painting Immortal take the ice butterfly away. Therefore, he fought the latter and suffered a crushing defeat. It was said that the Painting Immortal of the four great fairies had a calm personality and did not like to fight. She was the weakest among the four great fairies. Even so, Perfected Immortal Jing Yu was not her match. If the belligerent chess immortal had truly descended, he would have even less chance of winning. "We have to leave just like this?" Prince Yuan's eyes were filled with deep indignation. Although Su Zimo was not far away, he was helpless. He even invited a perfected immortal out of seclusion, but to no avail. Heaven Abyss and Yang Ruoxu heaved a sigh of relief. Heaven Abyss was in Mountain Sea Immortal sect with the chess immortal, and he knew more about the latter. He knew in his heart that the person who attacked earlier on could not have been the chess immortal. Given the domineering nature of the chess immortal, she would definitely not be secretive if she descended here and wanted to severely injure perfected Immortal Jing Yu. However, no matter what, the person who attacked was helping them in secret. Heaven Abyss looked at Su Zimo and said hurriedly, "Hurry and tell us, between our Mountain Sea Immortal sect and Heaven and Earth Academy, who do you choose? Imperial Wind Temple as well." At that moment, Heaven Immortal Green Peak jumped out in time when he saw that perfected Immortal Jing Yu was disadvantaged. If the three immortal sects wanted him at the same time, it would depend on Su Zimo's final choice. "I choose." Su Zimo had just said 2 words when a zither sound sounded in midair. The sound of the strings rustled and possessed a strange power, as though it was strumming the heartstrings of many cultivators. Su Zimo could not say anything else. Even the massive coiling Dragon Mountain range turned silent against the sound of the zither. Immediately after, a figure walked over from the distant skies. Initially, it was far away. Before the sound of the zither dissipated completely, the figure had already arrived. It was a tall woman in plain blue palace robes. She was beautiful and flawless with an extraordinary aura. She had a cold expression and surveyed her surroundings, as though she was searching for someone. Cultivators who met the woman's gaze would either avert their gazes instinctively or lower their heads slightly. It was as though taking another look at this woman was a blasphemy to her. Zither Immortal Meng Yao. Only Zither Immortal Meng Yao could silence millions of cultivators in coiling Dragon Mountain range and have them behave respectfully with a single sound of the zither strings. "Princess, it's her," the girl said softly. The plain-robed woman frowned slightly and raised her hand to stop the girl from speaking. She looked at the figure in midair through the curtain of the carriage. "Greetings, Princess Mengyao." When perfected Immortal Jing you saw the woman in palace robes. He was delighted and hurried forward to bow. At the same time, he gave Prince Yuanzhou a look. Prince Yuanzhou was way too smart and reacted instantly. He ran over as well with reddened eyes and said tragically, "Sister Mengyao, you're finally here." Actually, Prince Yuanzhou did not know that zither Immortal Mengyao would descend here. Even with his status, there was no way he could request Mengyao to do anything. However, when he said that, it gave others the feeling that he was the reason why zither Immortal Mengyao came. That's the zither Immortal. She's truly beautiful. To think that the 4 great fairies zither Immortal would be alerted to this immortal sex selection. This trip was truly worth it. The crowd below still did not dare to speak loudly as they whispered, as though they were afraid of disturbing the beauty. "Greetings, Fairy Mengyao." Heaven Abyss, Yang Ruoxu and Heaven Immortal Green Peak stood up and bowed. "Greetings, Senior Sister Mengyao." Heaven Immortal White Sea put away his folding fan as well and reverently put away his playful expression. Mengyao merely nodded slightly and asked, "Have you guys seen 2 people, a man and a woman, using dermic treasures in the form of a flute and zither as their weapons?" "Never." The 4 Heaven Immortals exchanged glances and shook their heads. Su Zimo remained silent. He knew that zither Immortal Mengyao had descended here to hunt down Gu Tongyu and Xiao Siluo. However, the 2 of them did not participate in the immortal sex selection at all. Mengyao was slightly disappointed when she did not see Gu Tongyu and Xiao Siluo. In a flash, she turned to leave. "Sister Mengyao!" Right then, Prince Yuanzhou suddenly shouted. Mengyao frowned slightly in impatience. When she saw that Prince Yuanzhou's eyes were red, as though he had suffered quite a bit, and thought about how they shared the same father after all, she paused in her tracks and asked coldly, "What's wrong? Sister Mengyao? There's someone here who might know where the 2 of them are." Prince Yuanzhou suddenly said. Mengyao's heart skipped a beat as she focused her gaze and asked in a deep voice, "Who is it?" "Him." Prince Yuanzhou pointed at Su Zimo in the crowd and said sternly, "A few months ago, he was the one who killed the 13 execution guards outside Songyu City." Mengyao followed Prince Yuanzhou's finger and looked over. The 13 execution guards were under her orders to hunt down Gu Tongyu and Xiao Siluo. If they were truly killed by an outsider, there was indeed a chance that this person knew the location of Gu Tongyu and Xiao Siluo. Even if he did not know, this person was definitely related to Gu Tongyu and Xiao Siluo. 2138 Might of the Zither Immortal Prince Yuanzhou was smart. He knew very well that there was no way Mengyao would bother to deal with Su Zimo because of him. Furthermore, doing that might cause a feud with the 4 immortal sects. However, if he linked Su Zimo with the 2 of them, even if it was only a possibility, it would be enough to attract Mengyao's attention. Prince Yuanzhou wanted to make use of Mengyao to deal with the 4 immortal sects and Su Zimo. In reality, as he had expected, Mengyao had indeed placed her attention on Su Zimo at the mention of this. When Prince Yuanzhou saw that, he seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. "I led more than 100 execution guards to suppress this person and bring him back to the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. However, this person was way too arrogant and openly declared war on the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom in front of everyone during the immortal sex selection, killing all the execution guards. Right now, these people from the 4 immortal sects are trying their best to recruit him and did not stop even when Jingyu appeared. They must truly think that our Great Jin Immortal Kingdom is weak to look down on and humiliate us as such." Prince Yuanzhu's tone was agitated and he looked sorrowful, as though he had suffered immense grievances. To begin with, Mengyao exuded an aloof aura that prevented strangers from approaching. When she heard that, her cold expression and beautiful eyes were even filled with a chilling intent. Heaven Immortal White Sea was sweating profusely when he heard that. He stood out hurriedly and said, "Your Highness, you have to make things clear. I represented Flying Immortal Sect and withdrew a long time ago. On account of my senior sister here, there was no way I would have ever become enemies with you or the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom." "Yes," Prince Yuanzhou said, Fellow Taoist White Sea withdrew indeed, but the other three of them were insistent. They were even willing to fight me to protect this sinner. Prince Yuanzhua continued to add fuel to the fire. Heaven Immortal Green Peak cursed internally, but he still forced a smile. Fairy Mengyao, please calm down. I'll withdraw on behalf of Imperial Wind Temple and no longer recruit this person. He had not expected Zither Immortal Mengyao to suddenly appear here. Although they were both perfected immortals, Zither Immortal Mengyao's reputation and combat strength were much greater than perfected Immortal Jingyu. Even some immortal kings had to treat the Zither Immortal with respect when they saw her. Now that the Zither Immortal was here, even if Su Zimo was someone like Yun Ting, Imperial Wind Temple would not dare to accept him, let alone the fact that he was a mere monster incarnate with immense potential. If the legacy disciples of Imperial Wind Temple knew that he had offended Zither Immortal Mengyao because of a grade 6 Earth Immortal, they would probably skin him alive. Mengyao shifted her gaze towards Heaven Abyss and Yang Ruoxu and asked indifferently, "Why? You guys still want to protect this person?" Mengyao's tone was calm and emotionless. However, it contained an unimaginable pressure. She was the Zither Immortal. She was not only a perfected immortal, she was backed by a deep network of major factions and many top experts. It was no exaggeration to say that even if an immortal king offended the Zither Immortal, he might be killed by other immortal kings. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Instantly, countless gazes landed on Heaven Abyss and Yang Ruoxu. At that moment, both of them were under immense pressure. That pressure was not something a Heaven Immortal could endure. In other words, even if most of the perfected immortals of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect and Heaven and Earth Academy were to arrive, they would not be able to withstand the same pressure as well. Time passed. Even a few breaths seemed like 100 years. Since Fairy Mengyao is here, Heaven Abyss finally spoke and said slowly, "On behalf of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect, I'll withdraw from the competition and no longer recruit this person." When he heard that, a look of disappointment flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. Of course, there was no resentment in his heart. He could sense Heaven Abyss's helplessness. He was merely disappointed. He was disappointed in Heaven Abyss and Mountain Sea Immortal Sect. Many cultivators were filled with emotions when they saw that. This was the might of the Zither Immortal. After descending, she did not say much or gave any threats, much less attack. Even so, 3 Heaven Immortals had to lower their heads to retreat to avoid her sharpness. If nothing went wrong, Yang Ruoxu would relent as well. Now that he was the only one left among the 4 Heaven Immortals, the pressure on him would increase 100-fold. His reputation and combat strength were far inferior to Heaven Abyss and the others. It was impossible for him to withstand it. Yang Ruoxu stood on the spot and lowered his head slightly. There were no emotions on his bronze face as he remained silent. Zither Immortal, Fufu. How impressive. Suddenly, a woman's voice sounded in midair with a hint of mockery. The crowd was astonished. Someone dared to speak to the Zither Immortal in such a tone. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu's expression changed as he said hurriedly, "Princess, I tried to step in earlier on to suppress Su Zimo. This was the person who attacked in secret and saved him. I'm ashamed to say that I could not locate her. Please take charge, Princess." Meng Yao was not angered when she heard that voice. After pondering for a moment, she turned to look at a carriage in the crowd of coiling Dragon Mountain Range and asked with a frown, "It's you." She was extremely surprised when she recognized the person. This person truly should not have appeared here. "That's right." The voice of the plain-robed woman sounded from within the carriage. The cultivators around the carriage were scared out of their wits and avoided the carriage one after another, afraid that they would be implicated. This carriage was way too ordinary. It was so ordinary that it would not attract anyone's attention in the crowd. However, the carriage was covered by the curtains and outsiders could not see what was going on inside. Even their spirit consciousnesses could not scan inside. Only Prince Yun Lei, who was not far away, frowned with a confused expression. Although the voice sounded familiar, it was impossible. His sister cultivated silently in the library all year round and rarely saw anyone. Even he would not be able to request an audience with her. Why would she suddenly appear here? So, you're hiding here. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu's gaze intensified as he glared at the carriage and said coldly, "How dare you hide? Let me see who you are." With that said, Perfected Immortal Jing Yu advanced and was ready to attack. However, Meng Yao waved her sleeves and released a tremendous power, forcing Perfected Immortal Jing Yu back. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu was stunned for a moment and was about to ask. Meng Yao said indifferently, "You're not her match. Don't embarrass yourself." Perfected Immortal Jing Yu's face flushed red instantly. He took deep breaths repeatedly before calming down and smiling bitterly. Indeed, I had behaved recklessly. However, the other cultivators were shocked and were even more curious about the woman in the carriage. "Why? You know this grade 6 Earth Immortal?" Meng Yao glared at the carriage and asked. "No." Within the carriage, the plain-robed woman replied. The girl at the side shook her head repeatedly with an anxious expression, reminding the plain-robed woman not to be reckless. Meng Yao smiled and asked again, "You want to interfere even if you don't know him?" "I just can't stand the way the great Gene Immortal Kingdom bullies others, so I want to interfere." The plain-robed woman's tone was indifferent, and she did not give in at all. "Fufu, interesting." Meng Yao smiled like a snow lotus blossoming with a hint of coldness in her beauty. She said slowly, "This person killed more than 100 execution guards of the great Gene Immortal Kingdom. His crimes are unforgivable and he deserves to die. You don't know him, yet you want to stand up for him? You want to offend the great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect at the same time because of someone unrelated?" Meng Yao's tone intensified and even her aura turned murderous. This was a sign that she was prepared to fight at any moment. 2139 Butterfly within the carriage. The girl was so anxious that she was about to cry. "Princess, don't be rash." The girl sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. "Suzimo has nothing to do with us. There's no need for us to offend the Zither Immortal just because of him. Your identity is special and every single move you make represents the Xianxia Immortal Kingdom. If you fall out with the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect because of this person, it's truly unwise. I'm afraid King Xianxia will even blame you." The plain-robed woman was silent. Part of the reason why she paid attention to Suzimo was because before Yunting entered seclusion, he had instructed her to pay attention to news of this person so that they could fight again in the future. On the other hand, it was also because she discovered that Suzimo might be hiding a secret and was curious. However, in reality, the girl beside her was not wrong. Indeed, she had nothing to do with Suzimo. In fact, they had never even met or spoken, let alone had any relationship. The reason why she attacked earlier on was out of righteousness. Ever since she was young, she could not stand the injustice of the world and wanted to fight against it. As such, she offended many factions and caused many troubles. Later on, her father locked her in the library to punish her. In her father's words, he wanted to grind down that scholarly justice of hers. To think that she would undergo a baptism, consolidation, and transformation in the library. Although she rarely appeared, her reputation in Divine Firmament mainland grew considerably. Later on, although her father had already released her, she was also unwilling to leave the library so easily. The plain-robed woman was well aware of the filth and corruption of the outside world that she could not change single-handedly. Since she could not change it and was unwilling to go along with the flow, she might as reside in the library. Her mind was more at peace without seeing everything that was out there. With books as companions, she read through history and experienced the majesty of many ancient eras through words. She comprehended the endless secrets contained in the words. That was the meaning of life that she pursued. The plain-robed woman hesitated. As the girl had said, she did not know Suzimo at all. Was she going to offend Meng Yao and fight over such a person? She was a princess of the Xianxia Immortal Kingdom, and her every move would remind one of the Xianxia Immortal Kingdom. She had too many reservations. The plain-robed woman was silent, and outsiders naturally did not know of her inner conflict. In the eyes of the outsiders, Meng Yao's torrential aura and brazen questioning had forced back the woman in the carriage. Silence was concession. If even the perfected immortal expert in the carriage chose to retreat, Su Zimo's fate was already decided. When Meng Yao saw that there was no longer any sound coming from the carriage, she seemed to be wary and did not push further. She turned to Prince Yuanzhua and said, "Take Su Zimo away and return to the great Jin Immortal Kingdom." Understood. Prince Yuanzhua was delighted and moved forward, prepared to capture Su Zimo. Right then, a tall figure stood in front of Su Zimo. He was tall and straight with a sharp face. His bronze skin revealed a hint of resoluteness as he said with a firm gaze, "This is inappropriate." It was Yang Ruoxu of Heaven and Earth Academy. Commotion broke out in the crowd. Many cultivators looked at Yang Ruoxu in disbelief. Now that Zither Immortal Meng Yao had appeared and the 3 Heaven Immortals had retreated in cowardice. Even the perfected Immortal in the carriage had taken a step back. Who would dare to stand out? On the surface, Yang Ruoxu was stopping Prince Yuanzhua. However, in reality, he was stopping Zither Immortal Meng Yao. Prince Yuanzhua shrugged his shoulders slightly and did not say anything. That was because he knew that he did not even have to step in for this matter. Meng Yao frowned slightly and looked at Yang Ruoxu with cold eyes, asking indifferently, "Who are you?" Yang Ruoxu cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, "I'm Yang Ruoxu, from Heaven and Earth ACA. Never heard before." Before Yang Ruoxu could finish, he was interrupted coldly by Fairy Meng Yao. Meng Yao said, "I've heard of many people in Heaven and Earth Academy, including the #1 Immortal of the Academy, but I've never heard of any Yang Ruoxu." Sister Meng Yao, he ascended from the lower worlds. Prince Yuan's was said at the side. "Oh, no wonder." Meng Yao smirked with a hint of mockery. "So he's just a lowlife. That explains why he doesn't know how to behave." The muscles on Yang Ruoxu's face trembled slightly. Although his emotions were surging, he still had a calm expression. "I'm just a junior of the academy and indeed don't have much of a reputation. It's normal for you to not have heard of me, Fairy Meng Yao." Meng Yao shook her head gently. "What's up with Heaven and Earth Academy? They actually sent a lowlife who doesn't know how to behave to host the Immortal sex selection. They're truly getting worse. Since it's an arrangement of the Academy, I don't dare to make any rash decisions on my own accord. I only know that I have to fulfill my duty for this trip," Yang Ruoxu said expressionlessly. "Oh? And your duty is?" Meng Yao asked. Yang Ruoxu said, "To select the most suitable disciples for our sect." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "I can't cower because of any external obstacle." "Humph." Meng Yao harumphed coldly. Yang Ruoxu was interrupted once more before he could finish. This time round, Meng Yao merely harumphed. However, it was as though a gigantic hammer had landed on his chest and struck his heart heavily. Yang Ruoxu's face turned purple and he felt his chest turn stuffy. It was extremely uncomfortable and his heart felt like it was about to explode. If Zither Immortal Meng Yao wanted to kill him, she wouldn't even have to lift a finger. "This is just a small lesson for you," Meng Yao said coldly. "If you push your luck and don't know what's good for you, I can kill you right now." The many cultivators of Heaven and Earth Academy were trembling in fear. That was a blatant threat. Nobody dared to doubt the Zither Immortal's methods. Meng Yao said, "Let me tell you, even if Sword Immortal Yu Hua of Heaven and Earth Academy comes here today, he has to give me face. Who do you think you are?" Yang Ruoxu laughed bitterly. "Fairy Meng Yao, please step in and get the academy to send senior brother Yu Hua over to replace me. I'll naturally have nothing to say about that." Meng Yao's expression turned cold and killing intent surged in her eyes. The repeated provocation of this Heaven Immortal had triggered her killing intent. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu was wary of Heaven and Earth Academy and did not dare to attack Yang Ruoxu and the others. However, she did not have many reservations. She was the Zither Immortal. Even if she killed this unknown Heaven Immortal, she believed that Heaven and Earth Academy would not offend her. "Senior brother Yang, please come back," a cultivator of the academy could not help but say. Lu Wenbin was anxious as well. "Senior brother Yang, he hasn't joined the sect yet. Why would you risk your life to offend exalted Immortal Meng Yao for an outsider? What nonsense are you guys talking about?" Yang Ruoxu suddenly turned around and shouted, I joined the academy and cultivated the Righteousness Sutra. I have to have a clear conscience for everything I do. This person has already won the immortal sex selection and is qualified to join the 4 immortal sections. How can he be considered as an outsider? Although the Zither Immortal is powerful, what rights does she have to take him away? If I retreat today, I won't be able to cultivate any righteousness. Yang Ruoxu said those words indignantly in an impassioned manner. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he was moved. All right, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish, Meng Yao said coldly with an indifferent expression. The moment she said that, the sound of a zither sounded in midair. The sound of the zither possessed a strange demonic power and ripples appeared in the void, spreading towards Yang Ruoxu. Although the ripples looked weak, Yang Ruoxu could not defend against them at all. Right then, a snow-white butterfly suddenly flew out of nowhere and entered the battlefield. 2140 Fairy Mo Qing. The butterfly was inconspicuous and was only the size of a palm. It barged into the battlefield and flapped its wings gently above the ripples created by the sound of the zither. Crack, crack, crack. Instantly, a layer of frost covered the ripples in midair, and they froze under countless gazes. The cultivators were shocked. This was the attack of Zither Immortal Meng Yao. Even without using her full strength, it was not something that any ordinary person could defend against. If that snow-white butterfly could neutralize the attack of Zither Immortal Meng Yao, its cultivation realm must be at the perfected immortal realm as well. Where did the butterfly come from and what was its background? When perfected immortal Jingyu saw the snow-white butterfly, he frowned and his gaze froze as he whispered, It seems to be the ice butterfly that escaped from Green Cloud County. Back when the ice butterfly was just born and awakened, its combat strength was far from its peak and it was severely injured by him. From the looks of it, the combat strength of the ice butterfly should have recovered to its peak. If they were to fight again, he might not be able to gain any advantage. The moment perfected immortal Jingyu said that, he felt a chill run down his spine. The ice butterfly was staring at him not far away with obvious hostility. It's indeed that ice butterfly. Perfected immortal Jingyu's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, he recalled something. At that time, the severely injured ice butterfly was saved by one of the 4 great fairies, the painting Immortal. Did the sudden appearance of the ice butterfly mean that? At that thought, perfected immortal Jingyu looked at Zither Immortal Meng Yao hurriedly and sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. Princess Meng Yao, watch out. There's a chance. He did not finish. He realized that everyone was looking in the same direction. He looked over instinctively as well. In the distant horizon, a woman was heading over. The woman had a graceful figure and light steps. She wore a tube dress and a silk veil with a slender waist. Her black hair was tied into a bun and her eyes were clear as water. Her skin was smooth and she had an orchid-like aura. Many cultivators seemed to see a drop of ink fall into the water and gradually disperse, forming an elegant and ancient ink painting. This woman was like a fairy that had walked out of a painting and was breathtakingly beautiful. The moment they saw the woman, many cultivators were stunned. Even the peerless and beautiful Zither Immortal could not conceal this woman's brilliance. Their beauty was completely different. This woman's beauty was even more reserved and ancient. Even Su Zimo, who had seen many beauties, was slightly dazed when he caught sight of this woman and could not help but exclaim internally. Before the cultivators could react, the woman had already arrived and stood opposite Zither Immortal Meng Yao. The ice butterfly flew around Su Zimo before returning to the woman's side and landing on her shoulder. Naturally, no one noticed that. Everyone's gazes were attracted by the woman. Who would notice the ice butterfly's actions? When Yang Ruoxu saw the woman, he heaved a sigh of relief. Enduring the tightness in his chest, he bowed and said in a deep voice, Greetings, Senior Sister Mo Qing. Painting Immortal Mo Qing. 2 of the 4 great fairies had arrived. Commotion broke out in the crowd. Be it the cultivators who were here to take part in the immortal sex selection or watch the battle, none of them expected that they would have the chance to catch a glimpse of the glory of the 2 fairies. So, it's younger sister Mo Qing. It's been a long time. How have you been, sister? Meng Yao chuckled. Fairy Emoching did not reply and merely glanced sideways at Yang Ruoxu beside her. She waved her sleeves gently and bumped into Yang Ruoxu's chest. Yang Ruoxu shuddered and could not help but spit out a huge mouthful of blood. The blood was pitch black and looked a little terrifying. Earlier on, Yang Ruoxu was injured by Meng Yao's sound domain. His chest felt stuffy and his heart felt like it was about to explode. It was extremely uncomfortable and he endured it the entire time. Now that he spat out that mouthful of blood, he felt his blood chi clear and the discomfort from earlier on lessened significantly. Thank you, senior sister. Yang Ruoxu expressed his thanks once more. Meng Yao noticed this and pondered. Fairy Emoching nodded before looking at Meng Yao opposite her and asking directly, "Why did you hurt a disciple of my academy?" "Him." Meng Yao glanced at Yang Ruoxu and smiled. "Sister, I was just helping you teach a lesson to a lowlife who doesn't know how to behave himself." "What happened?" Fairy Emoching looked at Yang Ruoxu and asked softly. Yang Ruoxu hurriedly recounted the many changes that happened during the Immortal sect selection, from Su Zimo entering the valley to Meng Yao attacking him earlier on. Fairy Emoching's beautiful eyes shifted to Su Zimo and lingered for a moment before looking away. "The disciples of our academy will naturally be disciplined by our academy. There's no place for outsiders to interfere." After Fairy Emoching heard that, she said to Meng Yao, "In addition, Yang Ruoxu did not do anything wrong. Your younger brother was the one who broke the rules, right?" Many cultivators were secretly speechless. Who would have thought that today's matter would develop into such a situation? The Immortal sect selection that was only held once every 100 years had now attracted 2 fairies, and they were even in a standoff. The atmosphere was tense. "Fufu." Meng Yao smiled. "Why? Sister Emoching, are you angry with me because of a lowlife?" "Yang Ruoxu is not a lowlife. He's a disciple of our academy." Fairy Emoching glared at Meng Yao and said word by word. The smugness in Meng Yao's eyes intensified as she shook her head and sighed. "To think that the painting immortal of divine firmament mainland, my dear sister Emoching, would fall into the sea of love one day." "What did you say?" Fairy Emoching frowned. "Isn't it obvious enough?" Meng Yao smiled. Notwithstanding the fact that Yang Ruoxu is just a lowlife, his cultivation realm is only at the heaven immortal realm. However, you're willing to get angry at me for his sake and confront me, Sister Emoching. Our many years of relationship can't compare to your lover. The moment she said that, everyone was in an uproar. One of the 4 great fairies, the painting immortal, already had someone she fancied. This was explosive news that would even cause discussions in the entire 9 firmament immortal domain. Fairy Emoching's face turned pale instantly as she clenched her fists instinctively. She glared at Meng Yao with her beautiful eyes. It was clear that she was extremely angry. Su Zimo cursed internally. This zither immortal was way too vicious. Regardless of whether or not Fairy Emoching had such a relationship with Yang Ruoxu, even if there was, it was the most secretive matter between the 2 of them. Now that Meng Yao suddenly exposed it, the consequences for Yang Ruoxu and Fairy Emoching would be extremely serious. Needless to say, Yang Ruoxu would have to deal with hostility and pressure. Fairy Emoching would also become the topic of gossip for countless cultivators. At that time, countless vicious words and filthy rumors would be splashed on Fairy Emoching. Furthermore, Su Zimo watched coldly from the sidelines. When he saw Yang Ruoxu and Fairy Emoching's reactions, it did not seem like there was such a relationship. Meng Yao was setting up a vicious plot. She wanted to destroy the painting immortal with a few words.